case. It's so strange with these COVID restrictions, but we have to remember that there are no restrictions except for face masks in closed door meetings. So we will try to do our best here. Well, our first panel is dedicated to the issue of peace, security, and international organizations. And as I said, this is a very much interdisciplinary panel. So we are really discussing these issues from different angles. Our first speaker is Dr. Igor Davidzon from Freie University in Berlin, who will discuss with us the issue of how COVID-19 pandemic may affect NATO. Igor, I suggest that we go for 15 minutes or so. Okay, then the floor is yours.
So maybe you can see.
I'll see there.
It's an opportunity to remove the mask. So, morning all. The topic that I'm going to speak about, actually based on my previous research that I conducted in Berlin, and is going to be published in a couple of months. It is dedicated to the question of the influence of the regional security institution in Europe and in Eurasia in the post-Cold War period, and during my stay in Berlin, so the pandemic has erupted, and I found it interesting to explore the influence of COVID-19 on the such successful military alliance as NATO. Successful because it existed already more than 70 years, and despite some disagreements and some predictions of disaster among some of the allies, we see that it continues to exist and hopefully would continue to exist. So the question, how COVID-19 pandemic may affect the transatlantic relations? I try to approach it through three main theoretical approaches that could be regarded as three possible paths of developments of NATO: neorealism, rational/neoliberal institutionalism, and social constructivism. Neorealism, it's approach that we can say that it disregards the importance of, to a large extent, disregards the importance of the military cooperation with all among the nations, and according to the proponents of such approach, they think that such institutions are temporary, and they are due to the interests and threats that are not consistent but it could be changed every time. So because COVID is a new threat to the security of the allies, the neorealists could say that because of a new threat, the emergence of a new threat, the allies could decide that they think they need to seek another framework or cooperative framework for cooperation, and this means for NATO either weakening or even disintegration, because as I'm going to present it later, until by now the conduct of NATO is not so good in terms of consolidation of efforts to struggle the pandemic. Rational nationalist nationalism, it has a much more optimistic approach to the security cooperation, because the scholars working with this approach, they argue that institutions are established to facilitate the cooperation amongst the states, and states are interested in such cooperation because it could promote their own and common interests. But the problem with such cooperations is because each ally has its own interest and its own preference for such interests, they could face a kind of common cooperation problem. For example, they can disagree. They can understand that everyone should have to cooperate, but they can disagree regarding the specific way, a specific option, or specific mode of cooperation. And speaking of COVID-19 and NATO, from the neoliberal institutionalism perspective, it could mean loosening of the current cooperation pattern. Why? Because also the allies, all allies of NATO, they are still could be interested to cooperate because they obtain such important public good as a collective defense, mainly based on American conventional and as well as unconventional capabilities. But because of the unperfect conduct of the alliance during the pandemic, they again may understand that maybe it would be better to approach each other bilaterally, or maybe to establish more narrow cooperative frameworks and to struggle such change. And the last one is social constructivism. Social constructivism, I associated with the democratic theory and the pluralistic security community elaborated by Karl Deutsch, that regards NATO as a community of liberal democratic states that are united behind democratic and liberal values, and because of such consolidation, because such glue, you can say, the organization is still with us, is still alive, and despite predictions, for example, of Mearsheimer after the Cold War, that NATO is dedicated to the Soviet threat, and once the Soviet threat is over, so the reasons for the existence of NATO is not relevant, and as he say, takes the Soviet threat out, and NATO ceases to exist. But as we see, we're already in 2021, and NATO is still with us, and the allies are still interesting to cooperate. But what does it mean? What does it mean for our question? For a question of COVID-19? I think that NATO would probably not drift apart, but the crisis would mean for now is actually. It's now the situation, it's now the problem of NATO, the enhancement of cooperation problem. Each alliance is acting currently, with regard to the pandemic, unilaterally. So even if we see some sporadic acts of resistance of mutual resistance among the allies, it is made on the bilateral basis, and not within the multilateral framework of NATO. And for NATO, it means that the enhancement of cooperation problems. So such disagreements could deepen the disagreements, could deepen the it could deepen the disagreements. I think in the field even of the very existence, I would say, of NATO, the collective defense, because NATO, as you see, has two main functions: collective defense and security management. collective defense, as I said, it's a collective defense. So the famous Article 4 of NATO, it means that in case of attack on one of the allies, all allies are obligated to consult and to provide the attacked ally with the necessary resistance. The security management is another function which is dedicated to the decreasing of historically conditioned tensions among the allies. For example, Greece-Turkey relations, or Germany-France relations. That, as you know, the history of such relations was not so friendly. And I see, and as I will demonstrate it later, I think that the disagreements associated with the problematic conduct of NATO in the pandemic could affect negatively such main functions of NATO. As I said, the NATO is a security community, and the definition of security community is according to Karl Deutsch, is a compatibility of values, so the democratic, the liberal values, responsive to each other needs, messages, and actions without a resort to violence. So, as I said, because the socialization through the liberal and democratic values removes even the possibility of resolving of interstate or inter-alliance relations through violence, and all allies are obligated to the dispute resolution through peaceful and democratic means, transparency, consensus, decision-making, and so on. And consequently, the mutual predictability of behavior, because nobody is expected to be threatened by other partners. So the behavior of each ally should be predictable. Yeah, as I say, it's a famous matrix celebrated by Thomas Riese from Freie Universität Berlin, who regard NATO in a little bit complicated organization based on interest and identity, that interests are not only based on material resources, such power, such economic resources, but also on the identity. The identity cultivates its interdependence, military, political, economical transactions, and institutions that prescribe the right and the appropriate rules of conduct. Not only conduct within the alliance, but also the conduct with the countries out the community. And as I mentioned, NATO conduct in Corona crisis was characterized and is characterized by now by unilateral conduct, lack of inter-alliance solidarity, and lack of cooperative response to the needs of the allies. So at least one of the components of the security community, responsiveness to each other needs, is affected. What does it mean for NATO from the perspective of security, pluralistic security community notion? As I said, no threat of disintegration, but enhancement of cooperation problems. We all have seen the famous dispute that has intensified during the Trump period regarding the economic contributions of the allies to the alliances. And I think that because of the effect of the Corona crisis on the economics of all NATO states, I think that this dispute is not going to be resolved in any near future. Consequently, we can in future we can also observe influence on the military capabilities, or even negative influence on the military capabilities, and in conclusion, also undermining of the sense of community. So the question is, what should be done? I think so. It's as I said, it's I'm now at the initial stage of my research regarding NATO and the pandemic, but I think that NATO has survived for so long periods, and after the disappearance of the Soviet threat, not because NATO is some important organization in terms of collective security, but more important due to its assets that it provides: transparency, obligation to resolve all disputes by peaceful means, consensus decision making, and I have today, even today, the German Foreign Minister Annegret Kramp-Karrenbauer has stated that it's important for all NATO allies to work within NATO based on such and to use such assets to facilitate to improve the cooperation in regard with Corona crisis. And according to Karrenbauer, the target should be, as he describes it in her article today, should be establishment of some forum of all allies to form a kind of consolidated or even coordinated policy to struggle the Corona crisis applications for now. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Igor. Thank you so much. Without further ado, we'll just move to the next speaker in the next presentation, and then after we'll discuss all presentations. So we are now moving on to A.Gertz of the IBC, Herzliya, who will discuss with us systemic legitimacy crisis, anti-system order, contestation, and the internationalization of
Intra.
Oh, sorry. You're absolutely right. Interstate armed conflicts. Well, thank you so much, Sharon, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Come on, just give me a second to. Right there. All right. Well, hello everyone. My name is A.Gertz. I'm a MA student at IBC Herzliya, as was described. And so this is essentially a presentation on research that explain sort of its origins. So essentially, a while back, I caught on to this developing when looking at trends of violence. Data project, data types of disputes. Main findings since World War II has been a decline in conflicts between states, but as you can see here, massive uptick in conflicts waged within them, intrastate armed conflicts. But since, there's been general consistency in the pattern of armed conflict. There's also another type of armed conflict called internationalized interstate armed conflicts. What qualifies them as an internationalized intrastate armed conflict is that they are subject to foreign military intervention by third-party states. So essentially, since 2014, we've seen a massive uptick in the number of internal armed conflicts that experience foreign military intervention. And it's not that this practice of foreign military intervention is a new phenomenon, far from it. It dates back at least to Thucydides and the Peloponnesian Wars. But in the post-World War II era, it has not ever reached anything like what we're seeing today, not even during the height in the Cold War, as you can see in 1980. And a lot of that was the result of the Soviet Union intervening in Afghanistan. And for purposes of time, I'm going to try and be, I'm going to try and limit my ramblings. Anyway, so this is what's going on. Post 2014, massive uptick in foreign military interventions, and I've been trying to understand why we're seeing this, what's going on, what's driving it. So to provide a little context, this development has occurred during a time where there's been a growing, scholarly consensus suggesting that the post-Cold War liberal international order is facing, a critical juncture. If it's or it's approaching one, it's either in one or approaching one. But across the board, John Eikenberry, who's widely considered to be the high priest of liberal internationalism, if he and John Mearsheimer, are agreeing regarding the precarious state that the liberal international order finds itself in, that's something that I believe we all should be paying closer attention to. But anyway, so this is kind of like the larger geopolitical context within which this situation has emerged. Also, we're seeing sort of a geographic overlap between states, internal armed conflicts that become subject to foreign military intervention, and the presence of what I'm calling transnational anti-systemic non-state armed groups, or TASNAGs, alphabet soup if you want to go that way, but that are essentially, who are challenging political order both within the states that they're operating, but also they're against the wider international system. They challenge the global order, and these. In the contemporary context, whereas in the past you've seen transnational anti-systemic groups manifesting in the form of communist or fascist rebel movements that wanted to seize a state, and also often had outside support from fellow ideological ally, a fellow state that's ideologically aligned. The current situation is one in which you have these anti-systemic actors that don't want to take over the international system, but rather to topple it entirely. So I need some more, but it's all right. Essentially, if I can grab some water.
Yeah.
I have water in my
And sorry, bringing me water. Oh,
thank you.
wait a minute. Sarah.
Apologies.
Taking that.
So, yeah, essentially, this is sort of like a new iteration in the evolution of what would be called, politics of contention or order contestation, where it's not so much a challenging of, in the past, you have a challenging of the software of the system, the ideology, the rules and the norms of the game. But the hardware of the system, the states or the international state system itself, was generally taken to be something that the people contesting order wanted to maintain. Think of the Soviet Union, they were, wanting to take over states and establish kind of like a different international state, an international order that still maintained states as the key building blocks of it. Whereas these current Salafi jihadist transnational order contesters challenge both the hardware, the software and the hardware of the current international system. And I can get lost in this rabbit hole quite a bit discussing it, but that's essentially a main difference from previous eras where we saw foreign military intervention. But anyway, so what this research project is trying to do is explain how we got here, what's going on, what sort of historical developments produced this situation. And that's the more difficult part of it, because that's of this project, because it's qualitative in nature. I have some tentative hypotheses that essentially the global financial crisis, the proliferation of digital communication and information sharing technologies, and the concurrent emboldening of both revisionist states and these transnational anti-systemic non-state actors, all kind of like has driven this proliferation in foreign military interventions. But again, that's a difficult. It's going to take me some time to gather all the qualitative points necessary to trace that process. But quantitatively, what I've been working on right now, or in recent months, has been to just with descriptive statistics show the mass overlap between the presence of these transnational anti-systemic actors and the proliferation of foreign military interventions. So this presentation, again, is also a little bit sporadic. I can go into like a literature review, kind of like framing the, laying out the frameworks that I'm working with. So political order, it's a subject of popular discussion right now in scholarly circles. And I think we can, think about it to kind of like merge the debate, is generally between, similar to what the previous presenter outlined with the debate between realism and institutionalism and constructivism. There's material and ideational factors to political order. Physical and ontological security, as a scholar named Mitzen kind of coined these ideas. And essentially, so physical, I'm gonna get lost in this, I'm sorry. It's not, I'm trying to be respectful of y'all's time as well. So anyway, there's political order. It involves both physical and ideational factors. The physical factors are the hardware of the system. The ideational or ontological components are the software, as I was kind of discussing earlier. Political orders can be said to be stable according to an early conceptualization of political stability when the system in question manages to overcome both its like internal pathologies and dysfunctions and threats posed to it exogenously, to such an extent that the key identity of the system remains intact. We're kind of seeing an unraveling of the international system right now. It's in what would be called a period of crisis, where the combination of challenges could lead to a breakdown, but it hasn't reached that situation yet, thankfully. But anyway, I'm trying to, incorporate the study of foreign military intervention into a discussion of what's going on with the post-Cold War liberal international order. This is just a description in greater detail of what anti-systemic order contesters comprise of. So Valeria Mogadam outlines these kind of like characteristics, components that anti-systemic order contesters are generally transnational social movements that can call upon large numbers of active supporters and engage in sustained oppositional politics to power holders while challenging political order both within states and globally. And their intention isn't just to take over the reins of government, but to topple the very system and replace it with an alternative vision of political order. In the case of the Salafi jihadists, instead of a state system, I know we refer to the Islamic State as a state, but they were and continue to seek to establish a caliphate, which is at its core an alternative technology for governance, a different form of political order. And so these are some initial findings, kind of like, not findings, these are descriptive statistics that have been guiding my my thinking and my research. We're seeing, recently across the world declines in freedom or liberty that the liberal international order has been trying to spread in the wake of the Cold War. And there was, from about 1990 to 2005, 2006, right before the global financial crisis, we saw massive gains in freedom and democratization. But then since the post-Cold War, by the way, if I'm running over time, thank you. So yeah, since the global financial crisis, there's been what's called a reverse wave of democratization. And that's corresponded with just an overall unraveling of political order across many other dimensions. We're seeing increases in internal armed conflict and just protests, terrorism, et cetera, et cetera. The Arab MENA is a region kind of a bit highly afflicted when it comes to the internationalization of civil wars, internal armed conflicts, and that's a telling point, because up until recently, these transnational order contesters focused their activities primarily in that region. Now, like in 2018, 2019, you've seen them shift more towards sub-Saharan Africa. They're operating in Mali, Mozambique. But yeah, it's a complicated puzzle. Anyway, so just to highlight sort of the shift, I know you guys saw the graph before. This is just some data tables showing the evolution of the phenomena. So these are all documented cases of foreign military intervention, from 46 to 75. It also contains the liberal democracy index of the states, because I'm trying to see whether or not that's sort of like a mediating factor. Like if we're seeing, right? And so that was in that era. This is the peak of foreign military intervention during the Cold War. You can see that a lot of it is occurring, in Afghanistan, or you have what happened in the Cold War era that you don't see now are a higher number of interventions involving pro-contester actors. So states trying to support rebel groups. Whereas today, you see almost a total shift and turnaround of that. You see interventions primarily undertaken to reinforce political order within the state that is targeted. You also can see that the vast majority of the interventions occurring nowadays are targeting almost entirely, except in the case of Ukraine, which is again an interesting situation where you have Russia, revisionist state, intervening in support of rebels against the state. But essentially, I'm trying to figure out what's going on here, why this is going on. And it's very, yeah, it's a rabbit hole that runs deep. And from what I've seen, there's a lot of, for anyone who's interested in this subject, it seems like there's a lot of it's been under-researched, and foreign military intervention in general, the practice of intervention has been under-researched. I'm trying to focus on it now, and again, I still need to develop my thoughts and my agenda moving forward, as y'all can see, but thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Igor. We now move on to Barak from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, who will discuss with us the East in Europe. All for Europe or peace in the Middle East, what historical case study can reveal regarding opposing narratives on the resolution of the Arab-Israeli conflict? Naama, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Sharon. Hi, I'm Naama. I'm a PhD candidate at the European Forum at the Hebrew University, and I'm going to present to you a small part of my PhD thesis. So a short intro about the European Union and the Middle East. When we think of actors that have sought to resolve the conflict in the Middle East, Europe usually isn't the first that springs to mind, but it's actually not for the lack of trying. The European Community, which was the predecessor of today's European Community, already tried to help resolve the conflict back in the 1970s. And the Arab-Israeli conflict was actually the first case of foreign policy that was tackled by the EC, the European Community. This was because the EC had a number of aims in the conflict. One was to try and strengthen the European community by forming a collective foreign policy. This is at a time when the European community was trying to become a political and not only economic figure on the world stage. Europe also tried to guarantee all security vis-a-vis the Arab world back in the 1970s, and also to reduce military conflict in the Middle East at the time of the Cold War. Now, Europe had a number of means for trying to resolve the conflict. The one that I'm going to discuss today is its declarations. It used to issue declarations every few years on how the conflict could be resolved. And what I'm going to tackle are declarations from 1973, 1977, and 1980. The first declaration recognized the Palestinians. The European community called the Palestinians by name for the first time. The second declaration said that in order to resolve the conflict, there's a need for a Palestinian homeland. And the third declaration already advocated for Palestinian self-determination. Now, these declarations were couched in a very ideational narrative that had to do with Palestinian rights. But in Israel, they were understood to have more with oil security and with appeasement. And this kind of tension is at the heart of what I'm going to present to you. What I'm actually doing here is to show you the analysis I'm working on of Israeli reactions to the declarations issued by the European community regarding, and what it shows us regarding Israeli perceptions of the EC's role in the conflict's resolution. My main argument is that these Israeli reactions, they display a large gap in the narrative of the two sides. And because the Israeli reactions were very negative and they reflect the lack of trust and dialogue between the parties, as well as Israel's dismissal of the EC as a relevant mediator. You may ask yourself, why does this matter? So aside from being a part of my PhD, which obviously matters to me, I think that this case study can highlight a historical actor that attempted to play a major role in the resolution of the conflict. I think that it can show that the EC's efforts brought to the fore ideas and understandings that have since become super integral to any peace talks 40 years later. I think it can also offer a historical perspective on this decades-long process. And this last point has more to do with my PhD in general, but it allows to analyze the normative dimension of a European policy on the conflict. So the methodology here is very historical. It's the analysis of Israeli reactions to the declarations using historical data in the form of press articles, the leading Israeli newspapers of the time that were covering using news reports of EC policy, of Israeli diplomatic activity, as well as the responses of the political establishment. And also I'm viewing and examining editorials and analyses on the topic. And specifically, again, examination of the press coverage of the EC's three declarations during the 1970s. So the first declaration during the 1970s was called the Brussels Declaration. It was issued on the 6th of November, 1973, shortly after the 1973 October War. This war led, among other things, to an oil crisis that really shook Europe and led to what has been called a scramble, a European scramble for bilateral deals with Arab oil producing countries. And this is at the time when the European community was trying to champion a coordinated foreign policy. So this was a less than flattering moment for European unity. However, some harmony was achieved a month later, in November, when the 9 foreign ministers of the member states of the European Community, they issued a joint declaration on the situation in the Middle East. And large parts of the declaration are very similar to UN Security Council resolutions about the administrability of acquisition of territory by force and so on. But what was unique and novel about this declaration is that it mentioned the legitimate rights of the Palestinians, and they said that these must be considered in order to achieve peace. Now, this was a major moment because it was the first time that an organ of the international community recognized the Palestinians as such. Until this point, they were only acknowledged as refugees by the international community. It also greatly challenged what was back then the accepted framework for dealing with the conflict. Up until that point, the rights of the Palestinians were not considered a core issue to the conflict. Some scholars argue that Europe's response to this crisis was driven by fears over oil security and by attempts to curry favor with the Arab world. And this is the view that also seems to have been the prevalent one in Israel, as we'll immediately see. Here I have a few examples of press back in the day. So here, MART means a common market, the European community. We see that in Israel. This is a Jerusalem Post article. It thought that Europe was backing the Arabs' position on the conflict. We see reports on Prime Minister Golda Meir calling Europe's stand a Munich attitude, referring to 1938. And we see what here A.Gertz thought of German neutrality in the face of the oil crisis. Here we see another A.Gertz report calling this declaration an anti-Israel decision, saying that Western Europe succumbed to oil pressure and that it's morally bankrupt. And oil blackmail and so on. This was the general tone in the press around the release of the declaration. So there's a few points that I've managed to gather from the press that you saw, and of course others. And one is that Israel recognized the European failure to coordinate its response. That was noted. There was also widespread agreement that Europe was pandering to Arab oil producing countries. And also, and this one that hurt a bit for Israelis, I think, was the recognition that traditionally pro-Israel countries shifted towards an Arab position, for example, West Germany and the Netherlands. And there was also, surprisingly, I think, nuanced understanding that Europe was trying to position itself on the world stage and to form a foreign policy that was independent of both that of the United States and of the Soviet Union. The next declaration took place 4 years later, 1977. It's called the London Declaration, and it was issued soon after the Likud party came to power in Israel in amid American efforts to rejuvenate the Middle East peace process. In the declaration, the EC reiterated the point it made back in 1973. But the novelty here was the addition that the Palestinians have a legitimate right to express their national identity and that they need a homeland to do so. So this was important because, again, it showed a real shift in the paradigm of the Arab-Israeli conflict. For the first time, it turned the issue of a Palestinian homeland into a core condition for the conflict's resolution. Again, this was not the case previously. And while the Europeans spoke only of a homeland and not of an actual state, the intention was, of course, perfectly clear to Israelis who remembered in 1917 and the Balfour Declaration. So here again, a few examples. This is again the Jerusalem Post calling Europe the nimble nine and saying that the resolution was reeking of oil. We have a recognition that it's a substantial policy shift. Here we have A.Gertz calling it a document unprecedented in its sharpness. And it's interesting that in the headline it mentions about Laumi, a homeland, but in the text itself it's already talking about a Palestinian state. These two terms were interchangeable then in Israeli eyes. And then there was also a Prime Minister Menachem Begin who used very sharp Holocaust rhetoric towards Europe, in saying how European soil was full of Jewish blood and that Europe can't endanger those who survived the Holocaust and living in Israel by pushing forward the agenda. So we see in the Israeli press general recognition of European displeasure with the political climate in Israel. This also has to do with the timing of the resolution. And we see again a recognition of concern over oil security. There's also understanding that the European community tried to make a statement that was independent of US policy, but not completely out of line with it. This is because of EC-US ties. There was, of course, the Holocaust rhetoric issued by Begin. And I think that the general agreement, the general sense is that there was diminished appreciation of Europe's sincerity in its concern for Palestinian rights, as expressed in the declarations. The ideational framework within which it was issued was not bought in Israel, so to speak. The next declaration is the Venice Declaration from 1980, which in literature is often regarded as a standalone moment, a pivotal moment. And Sharon, we discussed this at my committee meeting, that it didn't come out of the blue. We can actually see a culmination of a process during the 1970s. So this was issued in June 1980. And it was issued following disappointment over American failure to deal with the Palestinian aspect of the Arab-Israeli conflict during the Camp David process, which instead focused only on Israel and Egypt. The resolution greatly stressed the issue of Palestinian rights and representations. And the main clauses here were that the resolution determined the Palestinian right to exercise self-determination. And it also determined that the Palestine Liberation Organization had the right to be associated with the negotiations. This is at the time when the PLO was considered an arch terror organization by Israel. Another thing was that Europe declared that they'd be willing to put the boots on the ground and involve themselves in the resolution of the conflict, and that they'd be reaching out to the parties to see what could be done. The declaration received a very negative response even before it was issued. Before it was issued, Begin said that Germany, for example, had no right to call for the recognition of the PLO, again evoking Holocaust examples. And those who didn't go down that route of rhetoric were saying that Europe was interested in appeasing Arab rejectionists who controlled oil and oil money, as well as in opposing the Americans. So we see that nobody actually took the ideational framework within which it was issued at face value. Again, here a few examples. This is, I apologize, it's a bit small. It's the official cabinet response, saying that nothing will remain from the Venice resolution but it's fit in memory, equating the PLO with that as saying it's the Arab SS. And again, this is formal Israel speaking. This is one analysis that calls the resolution a European kiss of death to Israel. This is my favorite headline, calling Europe the merchants of Venice. We see again an understanding of where the EC tried to position itself in the international arena, and again accusing Europe of Western hypocrisy. Here we see evidence of the inter-Israeli struggle of how to respond to Europe, that there wasn't even cabinet or government agreement on how Israel should respond. But at the same time, we see Israeli understanding that Europe, so to speak, in their eyes, took the Arab side of the conflict. So as you saw, there was a general outrage at the declaration, return to the theme of oil greed and appeasement. Some attention was paid to US relations with Europe. The cabinet response was couched in Munich surrender terms, which was very sharp. And while Begin's rhetoric wasn't unanimously popular, it really wasn't. Some decried his cheap Holocaust rhetoric, some called it useless. Abba Evan, for example, was a very strong critic of it. And interestingly, I think that there was quite an interest in the response that the declaration got from the Arab side. Both Arab countries and the PLO weren't so pleased with the declaration because in their eyes it didn't go far enough. So Israel kind of gloated, even, or Israeli press gloated that no one came out satisfied from this European attempt. My conclusions from this part of my research is that the EC consistently advanced in its position on Palestinian rights and on the fact that they were a central aspect of the resolution of the conflict. I think Israeli response was equally consistent, time and time again arguing that it was oil and world politics and internal cohesion that determined European policy. It's also interesting to note that the negative Israeli reception was unanimous. It crossed party lines, it crossed press sources. And even though its style varied, the content was very much the same in all these places. The bottom line was that Europe didn't in fact care about the Palestinians, but about itself and at Israel's expense. It seems, as I mentioned earlier, that the passage of time didn't seem to affect the Israeli opinion. Munich and Ohrid, for example, were mentioned both in 1973 and in 1980, and with differences in the responses corresponding with world events. I think the true bottom line is that Israel was adamant that the EC normative framework on the Palestinian rights was a cover for more realistic aims, the ones that were mentioned that are known in the literature. And this actually meant that the two sides didn't speak the same language and that the gap between the two narratives remained, and it couldn't be narrowed to create a meaningful dialogue between Israel and Europe. And this led to Israel's lack of trust and dismissal of Europe as a relevant mediator to the conflict. And it goes to show that acknowledgement of the different parties' outlook and its narrative is a super vital condition for cooperation and for mediation. And I think looking forward, over 40 years later, we see that this gap remains, this gap in the narratives of the European Union and Israel, and that it continues to impede European efforts to mediate the conflict. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Naama, and thank you so much, Igor and A.Gertz. I must admit that it would be a little bit harder for me to comment on all papers since none of you actually sent me a paper, except for the PowerPoint presentation that Naama sent in advance. And I know Naama's research since I'm also a member of the PhD committee. So I admit that it will be a little bit harder. It's a challenge to comment on all papers. And needless to say, I will comment mainly on Naama's paper that really sent her presentation. Igor, first of all, I would like to congratulate you on joining the NATO academic circle, and especially here in Israel. This circle really lacks academics. We have many or far too many policy-oriented former generals and the like, and we hardly have any real academic who studies the topic. So congratulations on that. We're really looking for someone. So hopefully you are the one. So thank you very much for taking NATO and studying NATO. I must admit that I was a little bit surprised of the fact that you mentioned that COVID is a new threat, because I reminded that all the allies actually dealt with the issue already in the past when it was the SARS pandemic. And while we in Israel tend to forget or hardly remember the SARS pandemic was a huge, huge issue for the allies. And therefore, the allies were to some extent actually kind of, well, no one was ready for something at the extent of COVID, but let's say in a different way, the files were there. And the allies already dealt with different pandemic and different of a different magnitude, but exactly the same threat. So I would have actually, if I were you, I would have actually studied the allies cooperation during the SARS pandemic, and I would actually try to compare the two cases. Now, when it comes to rational and neoliberalism, institutionalism, I agree with you that clearly there was a loosening of cooperation. However, I would challenge you on that there was, that Russia came again into the picture, and Russia played a major role when it comes to hybrid challenges. And here I refer mainly to conspiracy theories and the new challenges that the Russian IRA posed to the allies with misinformation, mainly misinformation, And today the studies clearly show, and NATO has conducted these studies, that Russia was heavily involved in conspiracy theories when it comes to vaccinations, etc. And I can really tell you, because I actually had some conversations with NATO officials on the matter, that Russia actually helped the allies in strengthening cooperation. The department of Mikhail Brule which was literally nothing in NATO before, nowadays is booming and blooming thanks to Russia and thanks to its activities during the pandemic. So I was, Russia still plays a major role. Cynically enough, by the way, it was Russia to offer NATO staff members the Sputnik 5 vaccination when NATO was begging for vaccinations. And therefore, I want you to challenge yourself with Russia's hybrid challenges, and I think that this might change a little bit your argument. I would argue that all the implications, which you termed as COVID implications, were actually in place before COVID. And we saw them, they were just deepened. But these implications are there for years, and Russia plays Dr. Igor role well enough for NATO. So I would argue that in a way, I didn't see new challenges or implications. I saw different level and magnitude of the implications, but they were all there. Otherwise, I think that you have, as I said, a very important paper, and really, I really want to congratulate you on joining this circle of researchers that study NATO and Israel. For far too long, we're used to all these policy-oriented paper when it comes to NATO. Nothing, literally nothing serious, academically speaking, of this circle of think tankers. So I really congratulate you on that, and I urge you to deepen and enlarge your research project. Abraham, thank you so much for your paper. Clearly, you are in a very preliminary stages, and that's fine. That's the idea of this kind of forum. We are here exactly for these purposes. So, I'm happy that you were brave enough to come at such an early stage of your research, present your early findings. So really, don't be disappointed, quite the opposite. You should be encouraged. You did exactly the right thing. I think that you dedicated much of your time to the context, i.e. taking us to the rabbit hole as equality, rather than putting the focus on your own research. And here, rather than deepening the discussion on the context, which many of us would somehow know, I would actually reorganize your presentation by really focusing on your own research, on your questions, on your research questions, on the main topics, the main questions that you are studying. One of the issues that actually, there was clearly a link between your research and Igor's research when it comes to anti-system border contesting groups. This is exactly Russia's role when it comes to NATO. And this is clearly a direct link between the two projects. And that is why I think you can definitely enlarge your theoretical discussion and the lit review, which was hardly presented here, that's fine. But you know, Mearsheimer and others really didn't deal with these issues that Igor mentioned, and that are clearly relevant to your study. Here I would also urge you to study anarchism and international relations. A lot was written on the topic, and is clearly relevant to your research. Now, the one thing that I will ask you is, how different is your research from the Uppsala Center in Sweden? Because what you presented here, at least definitely when it comes to findings, these are not your findings, these are the findings of the Uppsala Center. So if you can actually try and elaborate a little bit, we'll just finish this round and elaborate a little bit of how different is your own research from the Uppsala research. Basically what I'm saying, tell me, where are you in the research in the field, okay? So that's crucial. Now, we didn't hear a lot about your methodology. You just mentioned quantitative and qualitative research. Clearly, to my mind, you might face a major challenge with qualitative research. Obviously, you presented some quantitative findings, but how do you intend to cope with the qualitative challenge? And I think this is going to be a major challenge in your research. I loved your political order slide. This is where I wanted to hear more. This is exactly the place where this kind of forum can help and assist. And I think over there you did a great job, but I wanted to hear more of that. So maybe I'll stop here, and thank you very much for taking us to your rabbit hole. Clearly a fascinating topic, and thanks for that. Well, with Naama, it's a little bit different because I know your research. Being a member of your PhD committee, I already heard the full presentation, read the PhD proposal. So it's a little bit different for me to comment on your research. First of all, maybe I'll just mention that I would argue that we are dealing with a different entity today than the entity that you presented, the entity of the 70s and the early 80s. Because the European Union today is a completely different entity. Definitely since enlargement, I think that we see a completely self-perception of the European Union. It used to say that the normative power Europe contestation starts in the early 2000s. And therefore, I think that you have to cope with the fact that you are not, while it's the European Union, different names, it's not the same entity. You have to watch yourself by making conclusions and learning lessons from the early years, which are not necessarily relevant today. When it comes to the former statement, I would say, first of all, that by far the 1980 Venice Declaration is the only solid and serious statement that the European Union ever made on the conflict, and the only bold one. The beauty of this statement is, and I think that you discussed it in your conclusion, is the fact that the European Union was not and couldn't care less about the situation on the ground at that time. It only cared about itself. That's the reason why both Israel was unhappy with the declaration, the Palestinians were unhappy with the declarations, and the Americans were unhappy with Venice. So and this, goes directly to the heart of the normative power Europe conversation, because what in recent years Ian Manners is telling us is that it doesn't matter what we do on the ground. It doesn't matter what others think of us. It's what we think we are doing. It's our own self-deception. And since 2018, he really developed the normative, the NP theoretical approach, that direction, which really helps you in your argument. Now, I would tend to say that from an Israeli perspective, since you presented the Israeli perception today, first of all, I would argue that it didn't start really in 1973. It actually started with the Schuman Secret Report. And the Schuman Secret Report is, to my mind, by far more important than the 73 declaration. More than that, I would urge you to look into the 1971 declaration, which, according to the interviews that I conducted here with, unfortunately, diplomats that passed away. Meanwhile, well, among them, of course, it's Minervi. And Minervi would, I still have that interview back home, and Minervi would tell you that 71 was a stab in the back. 73, you know, we waited, we expected that. But 71 was really the European stab in Israel's back, and I would urge you to go to archives and look into the cables that were sent in 71, and you'll see a completely different language than the 73 and 80. This was really a forming moment in Israeli foreign policy when Israel literally realized that Europe is not a partner. And the language, I will never forget the language sitting with Yitzhak Minervi in his apartment in Jerusalem, the way that he told me, they really hated me. They really hated us. They stabbed our back. You know, the language, and he said, you know, in 73, I didn't expect them anything. So I think this is actually crucial, and I would urge you to go back to the 71 declaration. Now, I want you to know, well, this is a warning. Many of the newspapers items that you were presented, mainly those coming from the Jerusalem Post, and this is again what Minervi himself told me, they were written by the MFA staff. Under pseudonyms, Minervi himself was a journalist. For many years, he worked for the Italian media and for the Jerusalem Post under pseudonyms. So bear in mind that what you're getting there, this is the official line of the Israeli government. So watch yourself. I mean, if you cannot identify that particular journalist that you're presenting and analyzing, there's a good chance that it's Minervi and his friends. And that was their tactics. You might call it today sharp power tactics, but this is the way that the MFA dealt with the issue. 1973 was definitely a huge event, and this was really, you know, 71 was the stab in the back. 73 was the moment when Israel realized that it's time. And in a way, it's a far more powerful declaration from an Israeli perspective than the Venice Declaration. Now, you will notice if you go back to the archives, you will notice that Israel was aware of the Venice Declaration. It was Avi Primor who actually leaked. He got the full Avi Primor. You can interview him. He's very talkative today, these days. And if you interview him, you'll realize he got the leak from the Dutch and the British government, and Israel was ready for Venice. And Israel, when you go, since I published my book on Israeli relations, the statements, you'll see there. But if you go to the archives, you'll see even in a better way. Israel was ready, and actually Israel coordinated the response. The whole response was well coordinated by the MFA and the Prime Minister's office. So, you know, in a way, I would argue that Venice was a show. 73 was much more regional in terms of the Israeli reactions. Now, when it comes to Venice, I would also emphasize the fact that the cabinet statement was probably the most powerful and vicious statement ever declared, stated by an Israeli government regarding the European statehood. And this is something that no one really analyzed to the level that I would urge you to do so. And it's not just the cabinet statement. Don't forget that it was actually Menachem Begin who read exactly the same statement on the Knesset podium, took the Venice Declaration and tore it apart, and that was the end of the relationship, probably until 1993. So I think I will try to gather a little bit of information. You have Ariana O, for example, you can interview, work closely, of course, with Menachem Begin. This was a show, a coordinated show, but it might help you in your own research. Finally, when it comes to the conclusions, I absolutely agree with your conclusions. And as I said earlier, it was all about Europe, which goes hand in hand with the normative power approach, and therefore the Palestinians were unhappy, the Israelis were unhappy, and the Americans were unhappy. You know, no one really discussed Venice to the extent that Venice deserves a discussion, and I would urge you to do so in your PhD. As you know, I love your PhD. It's a beautiful PhD. I'm looking forward to read the final manuscript. But again, congratulations on a great presentation. So what I suggest is that we open up for comments, and then we'll give our presenters the time to discuss and answer. So who would like actually to open up with a comment? And if not, we move on direct back to our yeah, please.
I have a question, or maybe a remark to.
I'm just taking some water, but.
It's not your, what I'm suggesting is not your point work, but what I know it really triggered me to read the next paper is all this focus on how the EU treats Israel and the Middle East in perspective of energy and oil, and it's really relevant for today's events. So like the follow-up, I would take it to the follow-up paper, like for next year, maybe. I think it has like some kind of the same theoretical framework, so you can use your knowledge and your understanding of the context, and then you can have like a more current paper on the current events into the very interesting period.
Stop, please.
Thank you. I will just say that we are allowed to take off our masks when we speak, so feel free to do that if you want. So thank you all of you for your presentations. I have comments for all of you. So I'll start with Igor. So congratulations on the courage to take up an ongoing and rolling subject. It's not easy, and I wish you best of luck with that. I think you have definitely made some progress. I wonder if taking COVID or the COVID crisis, looking at it through the lens of security threat is the best way to tackle this issue. I mean, I know that you're looking at NATO as a security community, and rightly so, but later constructivist work on NATO as a security community have taken NATO forward beyond just addressing a common threat and just addressing common challenges more generally. So I would encourage you to look beyond the security posture to something in the area of common policy challenges and how security communities address common security challenges. And related to that is I sort of missed in your literature review and maybe more generally in your theoretical perspective, a more critical approach to COVID. There's, I think, the literature on COVID as it has been published up until now is, I don't know, rather mainstream in its tone, and there's like really missing a critical approach that looks at COVID as something that changes the way we view one another. So other with a capital O, like Zulat, becomes like a real source of threat. Okay, so the other can make me ill. So critical theory has a lot to say about viewing other as a source of threat. So there's a lot of work that's been done on others in Europe, or so migrants in Europe. And I think you can build on that and sort of like really make something that is new and innovative in this regard. So good luck and congratulations.
Thank you very much again.
Abraham, I agree with Sharon. I mean, this is obviously very early work and this is fine. Don't feel bad about that. So just a couple of small comments and then a more general one. So you said that this is the first time that we are facing challenges to the hardware of the system, to the state-based view of the system. But I disagree. I think that communism was definitely a challenge to a state-based system. And I think you're going to get that comment when you present this work elsewhere. So think about previous challenges during the 20th century, and maybe think about what is truly new about current challenges. Another technical comment, your tables are quite difficult to read and they feel kind of important. I mean, I couldn't decipher the text, but they seem important. So either find a better way to present them as tables or graph the data as you did in the beginning. So your first slide was a great opening of a presentation. Then it kind of went downhill, but I'm sure you can work on that and improve that. So make yourself an expert on plotting data, and I'm sure you can make this work. I've heard this metaphor of hardware software before, and I have to say I don't like it. I think that, look, you're looking at this challenge so you're thinking of this challenge in terms of transnational armed groups and international intervention. This is all software thinking. Okay, there's no transnational viewpoint if you don't accept, first of all, the national order, the national nation-state-based order. Okay, so we are thinking about this from a software perspective, and rightly so, because I think a hardware challenge would look very different from anything that we have seen up until now. So I would encourage you to look at it more through a metaphor of the levels of analysis. And we are seeing increasingly cross levels of analysis conflicts. So conflicts starting at sub-state level, moving up to the international level really fast and really extensively. And I know that Michael Doyle has worked a lot on that and has formulated a research hypothesis. So maybe you can look at that and maybe this can help you take your research forward. And good luck with that. No, it's not a cynical good luck. It's a sincere good luck. Naama, I would first of all like to, because this is like a research student forum, so I allow myself to congratulate you on your style of presentation. I think it's really impressive. I think you come off as very confident. This is a great asset. So good work on that. I completely agree with Sharon, which isn't a big surprise, regarding the need to incorporate normative power, your ideas into your work. I think what is truly what excites me about your research is you can spell it as a case of truly normative agency on the European Union's part, because so you said it at the beginning. So ideas that appeared first in EU or EC declarations are now mainstream discourse on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and this is a really big achievement for an actor who's always challenged on not being a real actor and so forth. So I think you're underselling this point a little bit, and you should really emphasize the EU normative agency in this case. And in this regard, I know it's there, but I think you should emphasize it more and think about it more. What would you say if someone would tell you, well, the EU's ideas are not new, they were just an incorporation of Palestinian and Arab thinking. So if you can show what is different in the EU's declaration from the Arab and Palestinian perspective of the conflict, that I think would really, really strengthen. I mean, it's fantastic as it is, but I think it would like maybe make another publication. Good luck. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Sarah. So, well, we are back to you guys. Igor, you go first, please.
Yeah. So once again, thank you for having me and for the opportunity to present my paper and presentation. And I very appreciate your remarks and constructive proposals. I think it's it would enrich. I'm confident that it would enrich my research. As I have said, it is now at its initial stages, and I'm trying to find the right direction to conduct the research. And the advantage, and maybe at the same time the disadvantage of my effort is that we are currently at the middle of the crisis, and I try and the implications and the meanings of this event or this great crisis is not clear by now. And I'm still trying to elaborate my study, but I think that the Russia involvement in NATO affairs and the Russia hybrids threat to Europe and to the US interest in Europe, I think it's a very important aspect for me to include in the research and to address this issue as well. And I think also that that I agree with you, Sharon, that the critical theory will be very helpful because the three, maybe the traditional, so-called traditional approaches, they set some predictions for future development, but you are right that they are not so appropriate maybe to predict or to evaluate the NATO conduct in regard to such maybe not so new but untraditional challenge to the security community. So once again, thank you for your remarks.
Thank you, Igor. Ever.
For your comments, very helpful. I'll start with that. I'm going to start with Sharon's comments first. You asked how my research differs from what UCDP does. The Uppsala Conflict Data Project generally just describes data that they collect in the various articles that they published in the Journal for Peace Research. What I'm trying to do on the quantitative side of my project is to merge their data with other sources, namely BDEM, Varieties of Democracy, and the Center for Systemic Peace, so that I can test the structural and dyadic factors that are driving foreign military interventions. So structural factors would be things like level of democracy, which then has polyarchy and legal democracy measures. And then the Center for Systemic Peace has measures of legitimacy and effectiveness with 4 dimensions: security, political institutions, economics, and social cohesion. So I'm trying to see kind of like which factors influence which states, which internal armed conflicts are more likely to see foreign military intervention. Dyadically, my hypothesis is it's these anti-systemic transnational actors. So that kind of touches on also your question of methodology, and then from moving from quantitative to qualitative, I agree. I'm going to have I'm having some difficulty with that. What I'm trying to do right now is, if you're familiar with recently passed bit of legislation, I think it was 2019 to 2020 in the U.S. By the Senate, it was passed by the Senate, well, called the Global Fragility Act. Bipartisan bill. It essentially lays out a framework for, people talk about endless wars in the US. It lays out a framework for intervention worldwide for the purposes of combating, it's no longer the war on terrorism, now it's the war on instability and violent extremism. So that's kind of like the capstone, and I want to qualitatively, employ process tracing to see how we got to this point. I know that'll be difficult, but that's what I'm trying to undertake. Sarah, so comment related to Sharon's comment that you made regarding previous manifestations of anti-systemic order contestation that challenges the hardware of the system. So you rightfully note that communism in its early, I would argue in its earlier manifestations, specifically before World War II, was very much similar to what the current transnational Salafi jihadist order contesters, as are the anarchists from before World War I. The difference is anarchists never wanted to govern, and communists eventually seized state power and decided, kind of like the Iranian Revolution, okay, well, we have a state now, so we're going to try and operate through the hardware provided to us, which is states. We're going to be state governors driven by, ideology, state governors controlled by nodes within a larger transnational ideological network, to use the terminology of John Owen. Salafi jihadists don't want to see states. They do govern, but they are, to use terminology, you might be familiar with Benedetta Berti from NATO. She talks a lot about non-state governors. That's what these transnational Salafi jihadists are engaging in, non-state governance. And then you made an interesting comment regarding transnationalism being the byproduct of a software perspective. So if the software perspective is the state should exist, like I can see how that's like an ideology. I agree with you, but then if you want to move away from the idea of transnationalism, you can consider it as a conflict between states which are territorially bound political organizations and these anti-systemic transnational groups, which can be just considered non-territorially bounded political organizations.
We're just running out of time.
Yes, absolutely. Overall, I really appreciate you guys' comments, and yeah, again, as you both rightfully mentioned, early stage of process, but do my best to integrate everything I'll do my best to integrate your guys' suggestions.
Thank you, everyone. Just to remind you that there are two anarchists immediately coming to mind that came into power: Joschka Fischer in Germany, then in in France. Naama, please.
Thanks. Thanks for your comments. I think so. What you mentioned about the importance of the fairness and what Sarah mentioned about the selling points of my research. I think that was super helpful for me to hear, because I get lost in what I need to do now with my PhD, what this, now what, my schedule, and it's nice to be reminded what would be interesting to more people and what's the strong suits, and I'll definitely be working on those aspects.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you to our three presenters, Igor, Abraham, and Naama, and it's time for a coffee break. Thank you. Should I do it?
That's like the similarity of using elections and
לא, הכנסתי את השקית אבל תתראה. גם אם הוא שחקן, אז תמי, את תרצי ככה בהתחלה תמרוץ, או שכאילו להגיד לה את כמה זמן לדבר וזה? אני תנסה להגיד כן,
גם גברים שואלים שאלות במקרה הזה, לא, בעיקרון יש פשוט לא... טוב, אם אני יודעת שאני רוצה שכן זה כאילו השאלות, ולהגיד, אם לא יש שאלות, אני חושבת.
כי זה סוג שנוצר סביב פודקאסט, אתה מכירים? אבל הפדיש שלך זה גיל. אז כשאתה צריך את החדר הזה.
בסדר. אילן.
כן.
בסדר, אני... קיבלתי, יש לי גם כל הדרייב חיצוני, גם המגיבים קיבלו. יש להם פקיעה כבר, אתה רואה פקיעה ויש שם ששיקופים?
זה ממש טוב.
ממש למטה?
יש לי עוד
פקיעה,
כן,
ואם צריך יש לי גם דרייב חיצוני. כמו שאתה בפאנל?
למה לא? אפשר להגן גם מהצבע.
שרון יש עכשיו נראה לי על די נוח. כן, בעולם הזה אני
אני לא יודעת, אמרו לי לשבת, אני לא יודעת איפה. אני אשב.
אפשר להתעלם מהמדבקות האלה כבר.
לא רלוונטי? תודה.
זהו, נראה לי שתשתו.
כאן?
אני אעשה סנבולים שלי.
לא, רק תביא אותי סטייל. לא יבוא.
שרון, אתה יכול לשבת פה.
כן, אני שעושה אותו תודה.
Hi guys, welcome you all to the Open University of Israel. Actually, this is the chair of the Director General of the University. You are sitting in the president's
I'll just
chair.
move then.
And this is the dean's chair. And I'm used to be sitting in this surrounding. There was always a question here, who is entitled to sit on the upper level and who is doomed to sit on the lower level. Normally, the secretaries sit on the lower level while the faculty members sit on the upper level. However, the same architect designed the same room at the IDI, the Israel Democracy Institute, which is my second home. And over there, it's the opposite. The faculty or the senior researchers sit in the lower level, while the secretaries and the administrative staff sit on the upper level. It means that, like pornography, also hierarchy depends on whether you are in the Tel Aviv greater area or in Jerusalem. Anyway, so you are sitting on the upper level and we are all equal. So let's start with the second panel, conflict, identity, and international cooperation. We have 3 speakers. I was allowed to give you 15 minutes, although it was written only 12 minutes. I might be a bit gracious if 15 minutes will be a bit short for your presentation. However, we will leave 15 minutes at the end for Q&A, okay? Because learning how to ask a question in a non-Israeli way is a very important issue. And we do not have anything to clean the blood on the floor here. It's a different culture than other universities, so be kind to your colleagues. So the first speaker with us is Matan Shrika. Did I pronounce it correctly? Yes. Of Ben-Gurion University of the Negev. Symbolic aspect of the Macedonian-Greek conflict. Before you start, I have to say something. When I studied for my first degree at Tel Aviv University, I studied political science and history. Not Jewish history, but general history. And I studied with Professor Davidzon. And he said that what we study at the university and professors make names for themselves, every slave in Rome knew in more detail. And why I'm saying it? Because we are going to hear about the Macedonian-Greek conflict, which is for us a bit of Chinese or Greek, as they say in English, while I'm sure that every person in Macedonia or in Greek can tell you the story of this conflict, history and roots and what have you. So, Matan, please make us more knowledgeable about what the hell is going on there and why.
It will take here. Why? So it will take a minute. It's just
connecting.
I'll show you.
Okay. My presentation today is a comprehensive discussion about the symbolic aspects of Macedonia-Greek conflict. It's occasionally titled as the weirdest conflicts in the world, but it's talking about very deep issues that are essential for building a nation state. So let's start with a useful index. As you can see here, you can see here, this is the region of Macedonia. In this orange is a country that's called Macedonia, almost as of today. The yellow part is again Macedonia, now it's part of Greece. And the people, Slavic people that live in North Macedonia, called in our presentation Macedonians, and their language is called Macedonian. So let's start to know what is the conflict is. So the both sides feel a lot of hatred and hostile to each other because some very strong issues for them. And the first one is the history, because both sides see the historical narrative of the nation as very differently from the another one. The second one is the national heroes, that the legendary deeds is not, it's very essential for building a nation, and the nation is not something without them. And something that's very important is the flag. It sounds like it's not very important, but it's very important because it's not just a piece of cloth. It's something that people prepare to die for it, in honor for it. But the three main issues between these two nations, the country, is the existence. The first one is the existence of Macedonian people, the existence of Macedonian language, and not a dialect as the Greek see it, and the existence of Macedonian minority as there is Greek minority in Macedonia. So because of the three have touched the in things about the similarities between the two nations, so we'd like to know what is the problem with that, because it's happened in other cases, in other places in the Balkan and the rest of Europe. In symbol as something that can be seen as exclusively represent one nation, and people can swear that their symbol is represented only them, but it's not the case, not true, because some symbols have the same origin, like in Spain, Catalonia, or Belarus, Lithuania, and sometimes it's coincidence, but it's not the case in Macedonia and Greece. So what is unique about that conflict? So let's get started to the history of the Macedonian question. The Macedonian question is about the 19th century, when it was the blossom of the nationalism that sparkled after the Napoleonic Wars. And the main value of that idea is that each nation have its own right to control itself. So it was very problematic for the Macedonia region, because Macedonia region was very heterogeneous and diverse culturally, religiously, linguistically, and because of that, each individual see himself and herself as part of another national affiliation and identity. So if you can see in that maps, you can see here that the Macedonians, not part of them, as regarded in the same color as Serbs. Here you can see that all the Macedonians are yellow like other Bulgarians. And here you can see that they have a different color, which means that they are distinct ethnic group, not like the other neighbor ethnic groups. After the falling of the Ottoman Empire, this region was divided between Bulgaria, Serbia, and Greece. So each country treats that population under the favorite chosen map. So if we're going to be more concentrated about what Balkan means, Balkans is a very diverse region with many ethnic groups and nations that have their own traditions and have sometimes very different language one from another, and traditions and religious traditions. So if we concentrate about Greece, we can say that the first thing that is very important for them is the naming, because 3,000 years ago was in that region Kingdom of Macedon. Its population was regarded as semi-Hellenic population, people, and the leaders was Philippus and his son Alexander the Great, who in his German occupations, he gave the Hellenism to the world and to that area. And because of that, Macedonians see Alexander the Great as the hero, and the legacy of their own came directly from Kingdom of Macedon. But the Greek view is very different, because they see it as Macedonia is a Greek name of a Greek kingdom with a Greek king. That say it's the Alexander say himself that Macedonia is and always be Greek. The next one is the son of Vergina, as called in Greek Kyrios Verginas, and in Macedonian Zvezdato Kutlesh. It's some symbol of 6-ray sun that was founded on this coffin in the 70s in archaeological site in northern Greece, and it's belonged to Philippus. And after this enormous discovery, both sides of the border of Greek nationalists and Macedonian nationalists adopt this symbol as their own. In the Macedonian part of the border after the World War II was a communist federal Yugoslavia that Macedonia, the Macedonians get from the federal government autonomous republic with a cultural development and recognition of the Macedonian people as one of the base people of Yugoslavia. But the hatred in that country divided and broke Yugoslavia, and that's how Macedonia achieved independence in the early 90s. And it do it quite peacefully and not like the others, but Greece see the definition of its new independent northern member and neighbor, and it started to see it like something that is dangerous for the Greek nationness. So they do a lot of serious steps against them. I talk about economic blockage, boycotting in international forums, cancelling Macedonian passport, pressure with the Greek diaspora on the powers to receive the Greek demands and to make the new country Macedonia to give up on their identity and to change its name and flag. So what's happened next is the Macedonia was joined to UN under the transitional name Former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia, which means that it's linked them to Yugoslavia more than it's linked them to Macedon. And it's transitional and under demand that they will still negotiate with Greece about the flags and about the flag and about their name. So they changed its flag to something that's found in archaeological sites in Northern Macedonia, changed the flag to 8-rayed sun. And then they didn't want to change their names as Greece want to do, because self-determination. And when Macedonia tried to be part of another international organization like EU, like NATO especially, it's not happened if one member don't want it, and Greece don't want it, and use the tool to make Macedonia being not part of that until they get the Greek demands. That the main issue is the change of the name, and because of that, the relationship and negotiation between two countries was frozen for 20 years until in 2018, the two chosen prime minister on both sides, the Greek Alexis Tsipras and in the Macedonian Zoran Zaev, do an agreement between them, and the agreement that's signed by the foreign affairs ministers said that Macedonia will change its name from Republic of Macedonia to Republic of North Macedonia, and change any characteristics that Greek will want to in the future. And in return, Greece stopped to blocking Macedonia to be part of any organization in the world that they want to. And that argument, because of the change of the name in Macedonia, was to need to go referendum because it's a constitutional issue. So in the one camp was those who say that is a Macedonia, yes for European Macedonia, which means that they want to accept the Greek demands and to be in favor of the argument because it make Macedonia like the other developed European country, and in the other camp was a boycottiram, which means boycott the referendum because they see it as a legitimate state. So in the referendum, as you can see, the question was not saying nothing about the changing of the name, only about the good benefits for that. And the vote, as you can see, is yes, but because of the huge boycott, it's not was in the minimal percent, so legally actually it's no. But Zoran Zaev already signed this agreement and wanted to ratify it in the in his parliament. So the right-wing opposition was against, but the left-wing or government with all the minority parties was in favor. And the same part in Greece. The radical left government and its allies was in favor, and the biggest right-wing party in the opposition with social democrats, liberals, communists, nationalists, neo-Nazis was against. And you can see it was very close, but in the public opinion it was very not the same picture, because in both sides of the country of the borders in two countries, the agreement was accepted as huge anger and violent riots, trying to burn the parliaments and trying to do anarchy and to trying to act against that the actions of the two countries. And okay, and this two as you can see here, every picture from this collage is taken from another place and another date, so you can imagine to yourself how huge was that anger and the response of the public. So in conclusion, you can see that this is not weirdest conflict. It have a primordial roots that still exist until today, and that's what the two countries talk about. When Macedonia was part of the multi-ethnic Yugoslavia, it's not was very important for Greece, but when Macedonia became independent and take its name as name of independent country with another legacy than the Greeks, so that's to intensify that that conflict. And as you can see, Greece do this precedent of demand that they can change everything in another country. After that agreement, Macedonia changed in its country name of street, stadium, airport, roads, and everything that Greece wanted to. Even Hellenic structures, style structures in Macedonia will get a notification that it's part of the Hellenic name. So is it fair? Is it something that can happen in other places in the world after that happened? And it's not the end of the conflict, because the agreement is signed, but as you can see, the people don't like it in both sides and wanted to cancel it and to violate it publicly. So it's not the end of the story if no one satisfied and happy from that. And what is what agreement does is actually North Macedonia is not part of NATO, but North Macedonia is not part, is not meet the criteria to be part until now of EU. So without that, what the agreement now giving for North Macedonia and for Greece. So thank you for listening.
I suppose that you will agree with me that when you hear about other conflicts, you think, what the heck? What are they fighting about? It seems so. Whereas when we are more familiar with our conflict, then for sure we think that it's very serious, and the roots of the conflict are going back to before the days of the Bible. And by the way, Wanda Nishai, the commentator, whenever he opens his talk about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, he says the Middle East conflict is a Balkan-like conflict. Okay, so it seems that this conflict will not end, as Matan said, because normally ethnic conflicts do not end. They may be arrested peace for a couple of years, or even 10, 12, 100 years, maybe 300 years, but they're always boiling below the surface, like Northern Ireland, for example, right? 600 years of religious conflict, and still every now and then. Now the question is how to manage the conflict in a way, rather than to solve it, because the aspiration to solve it seems to me to be about kind of a hubris. But it's not said in proper form.
No,
Fora, as we should say. Okay. Our second speaker is Ben-Gurion of the University, and the presentation here is about the importance of the demos in the European democratic deficit debate. I wish we had such a deficit debate regarding demos and the democracy.
Yeah.
So hello everyone. I want to start by saying that it's fantastic being here and meeting colleagues in person after a year and a half of the coronavirus. So I'm very glad to be here. My name is Ben-Gurion. I'm a graduate student from the Open University. I have a BA Political Science and an MA in Diplomacy. Currently, I'm writing a thesis for my second MA in Democracy Studies. And I want to start by saying that this is a work in progress, so questions and suggestions will be of assistance. The EU has been my research subject for about a decade now in every one of my degrees. And previously I examined decision-making processes and Euroscepticism. And currently I focus on the democratic deficit and the feasibility of democracy and what democracy may look like in the EU. I'll start with a brief introduction. The idea of a united Europe is deeply rooted in the history of the continent. Since antiquity and the leagues of ancient Greece, this idea took different forms, including unity by force, unity as a principle in diversity, and through mutual agreements. The EU began to evolve following the two world wars, when several European countries became interested in European unification in order to bring peace, prosperity, and democracy to the war-ravaged continent. Today, following Brexit, the European Union consists of 27 member states and incorporates characteristics that go far beyond intergovernmentalism, placing it somewhere on the continuum between an intergovernmental organization and a superstate. Therefore, the European Union is a unique polity and thus an interesting subject for analysis to better understand what it is, what it can be, and even what it ought to be. For years, the EU has been confronted with claims regarding the extent of its democracy, with critics often pointing at a democratic deficit. The term, scarcely used before the Treaty on European Union, has since become widely used. This treaty has led to the pursuit of deeper integration while extending the scope and powers enjoyed by the EU, leading to increased controversiality of the organization. This is further empowered by the fact that the allocation of greater powers to EU institutions is considered to be done without adequate political accountability. There is no single meaning to the term democratic deficit, likewise defining democracy. Sorry. Yeah. There is no single meaning to the term democratic deficit. Likewise, defining democracy has proven to be a difficult task. Democracy does not consist of a single unique set of institutions, and diverse democratic practices produce similarly varied effects. One widely accepted definition of democracy considers it as a system of popular control over governmental policies. A second, often used definition goes further and suggests that democracy is a system providing an extensive body of fundamental rights, freedoms, and opportunities essential to popular control and functioning of democratic institutions. Choosing one of these definitions over another would lead to different results. My paper does not choose one definition, but instead offers different models based on these leading definitions. When addressing the question of the democratic deficit, the European Union's unique nature requires us to define what democracy might mean for such a polity, rather than simply debating on its extent compared to that of nation-state actors, which is often the case in papers on the democratic deficit. To do so, my paper attempts to answer the final question: what type of democracy, if at all, is feasible in the EU, considering its geographic and substantive scope, a term that I will later address. The paper uses the perspective of rational choice institutionalism, an approach that seeks to explain rational actors' collective decisions, while focusing on the importance of institutions and how these shape preferences for action. Two other approaches that aid in this paper's analysis are methodological individualism and methodological statism. The first is an approach that positions the individual as the basic units of social analysis. This approach explains both private and collective decision-making processes by analyzing the actions of individuals. In contrast, methodological statism views countries as the basic units of analysis in international relations, and therefore is the primary interface for such processes. These approaches act as lenses through which I examine EU democracy. The outline of this paper is as follows. First, it presents the EU to convey an understanding of its journey from an idea to a unique polity, as well as its goals and its structure. Second, it outlines the different approaches to democracy in general and specifically in the European context. Here I examine alternative visions for democracy, different sources of legitimacy, including input, output, and throughput, while suggesting possibilities based on intergovernmentalism, supranationalism, and transnationalism, as well as on liberal, deliberative, social, libertarian, and other forms of democracy. Third, the paper presents the concept of demos alongside a discussion on European identity and citizenship in light of two opposite trends, integration and separation. Finally, once these are fully detailed, the relationship between the governments of member states, their citizens, and the European polity is clarified using Brexit, the latest major polycrisis, as a case study. This allows me to explore the subject of democracy from a new angle, drawing on the question of who is represented by the EU, the citizens or the member states, and the concepts of citizenship, citizen rights, accountability, the chain of delegation, identity, sovereignty, and legitimacy. To better comprehend the nature of the European Union, 4 questions are asked. First, where does EU authority lie in the sovereignty of member states or an integrated union? This is based on Davidzon. Second, what is the primary task of the EU? To represent the European people or to promote their welfare and well-being, based on Jensen and Negev. Third, what is the EU's approach towards citizenship? Answering these questions will allow me to define the scope of the European Union, whether it is a thin scope focusing on the member states, a medium scope focusing on citizens, or a more global scope that focuses on the promotion of values. The final question is whether the EU is legally constrained, also based on Davidzon, which helps me define whether the EU is democratic according to its scope. These questions are answered by analyzing EU core treaties, as well as published documents and public statements made by EU level and national level leaders during the Brexit negotiation years. The research hypothesis is that the EU provides representation to the member states themselves rather than to the citizens, per the offered thin scope model. The citizens' role is expected to be limited by this scope, which is expected to reflect inter alia their ability to affect matters such as joining or withdrawing from the EU. Additionally, as far as Brexit is concerned, this crisis illustrates the gap between citizens and member states. While citizens are capable of voting in the national level, the member states themselves hold sovereignty and thus may deprive citizens of their European rights and also affect other nationals residing in the state, as happened in Brexit. I suggest three different possible scopes for the EU, as I mentioned before: thin, medium, and global. The thin scope represents a union where member states are the basic units. Citizens may influence the EU policies indirectly via the nation states. It could take different forms. It could be either solely an intergovernmental organization or more of a federal state. Should a member state withdraw from the union, citizens will lose their European rights. This scope is likely to represent a union based on the promotion of wellness, output legitimacy, and intergovernmentalism. In a medium scope, citizens of the member states are the basic units. They could affect the EU more directly and likely to be allowed to retain their European rights in case of a withdrawal. This scope represents a union based on representation or by deliberation, input or throughput legitimacy, and supranationalism. Finally, a global scope represents a more complex and dual relationship between citizens and member states. This vision sees the union as a polity based on transnationalism and the promotion of values in the EU and beyond it, including such topics as human rights and the rule of law. Both outputs and throughputs are possible sources of legitimacy for the EU in that scope. Additionally, I suggest a letter representing the different levels and types of democracies that might be feasible in the EU. The lower you go down this ladder, the thicker EU democracy becomes, where eventually the type of democracy will be based not solely on the existence of essential attributes such as inclusive elections, civil liberties, and the rule of law, but also on the purpose of the polity, its primary task, and its main sources of legitimacy: input, throughput, and output. The focus on the promotion of policies over direct representation, as we can find when we analyze EU core treaties, might seemingly reinforce the claim that a democratic deficit exists in the EU, as how could democracy exist without real political competition? In truth, reality is more complicated. My early conclusion is that EU democracy differs from its nation-state counterpart. The EU is not a uniform polity, but a complex, multi-level system of governance. Additionally, there is no integrated demos, but an interconnected and polyvalent demoni instead, and nation-states and national identities still dominate the EU. Therefore, there is no need for democracy to be similarly constructed in these very different polities, and EU democracy may be based on strong outputs and throughputs rather than on input legitimacy. Here you can see some of the key bibliography, though this is just a very, very short sample, as there are over 100 papers, treaties, and other references used currently in my work. And as I mentioned before, this is still a work in progress. If you have questions, criticism, or remarks, they would be of great assistance, and I would be very interested in hearing your thoughts. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ty. The last presentation is by Judith Saban of the University of the Negev, and the topic will be the relationship between UNRWA, or it should be pronounced UNRWA, and the European Union.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. So my name is Judith Saban. I work at the Office of International Academic Affairs of Ben-Gurion University. I am responsible for the mobility of students, of BGU students. Prior to that, I worked at the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs and was responsible for Israeli candidatures to UN bodies. Today, in parallel to my job, I am studying for a master's degree in politics and governments, And my thesis focuses on the relationship between the European Union and UNRWA, the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestinian Refugees in the Near East. The research analyzes the normative position of the European Union and its normative arguments regarding the status of the Palestinian refugees and verify if there are political considerations in addition to the humanitarian reasons to its support to UNRWA. Just for giving you a short background, UNRWA was first established by General Assembly of the United Nations in December 1949 in Resolution 3002. To provide humanitarian aid to Palestinian refugees. UNRWA has few offices in the Middle East, Jordan, Lebanon, Israeli-Palestinian territories. The organization proposes health systems, education, development services, and allows an important part of the refugees to work within the organization, as for example, teachers, nurses, etc. Throughout the years, UNRWA appears to be the most important activity of the United Nations in the Middle East. Even if at the beginning of its functions, UNRWA's first mandate was programmed to be provisional and was supposed to encourage the integration of Palestinian refugees in host countries, especially in the Arab countries. But in fact, the Arab governments and the refugees themselves reacted negatively to this possible integration, and this is because of the preference to carry out the right of return promised to the Palestinian refugees into the UN Resolution 194 after the Israel Independence War. In fact, the risk to lose the right of return finally motivated the Arab governments to convince the United Nations to make some changes in the mandate of UNRWA, who finally connected them to the Resolution 194, which I mentioned previously guarantees the right of return of the Palestinian refugees. In addition, beside this connection, the status of the Palestinian refugees submitted by UNRWA in counter to the refugee status submitted by the UNHCR, the UN agency was actually responsible for all the other population of refugees in the world, is passed on through generation. Even if we are talking about refugees who already received citizenship, this is the actual situation in Jordan, for example. In consequences, today, we are talking about 5.5 million of Palestinian refugees, who an important part of them is still waiting for the implementation of their right of return. These elements motivated me to understand the reason who guide the European Union to continue to support an organization who, with no doubt, is doing a lot for the refugees, but is also used as an instrument by the Arab countries and avoid the Palestinian refugees to develop capacity of independence from international aid. As part of my research, I compared the European Union attitude towards Palestinian refugees and additional refugees in the world to understand if the cooperation with UNRWA is mainly humanitarian or political. Considering the EU policy during the migrant crisis in 2015 and the disagreements occurred between the Visegrad Group and the Western Europe countries about the refugees, my main hypothesis at the beginning of my research was that should be a division within the European Union regarding the Palestinian refugees, the legal status of refugee granted by UNRWA, and regarding UNRWA itself. As I previously said, perpetuates the status of the Palestinian refugees and advocates in favor for the right of return, which is always a fragile point during the negotiations for peace process. As a normative power, it is easy to understand the reason of the European Union to support people in need from different areas in the world, especially a humanitarian organization like UNRWA, who takes care of generations of refugees. The theory of Jan Manners helped me to expand my point of view regarding the development aid supported by the European Union, and it provides to my research a theoretical framework. However, the different interviews I did with representatives of the European Union in Israel and also in Brussels, but also with Israeli diplomats in Israel by Zoom because of the COVID-19, enabled me to get answer to the main questions my research focuses on. First, despite what I expected, there is no real ideological division inside the EU regarding UNRWA's activities and the status of the Palestinian refugee. This is also relevant to the Visegrad Group, where I expected to find a variety of opinions on this issue. In fact, the EU perception of UNRWA is humanitarian, but the reasons of EU support are partially also for political reasons. There are 4 main reasons why the European Union is supportive to this organization. The first one is to forge a possible future to the Palestinian refugees and to avoid expansion of extremism, especially through the young Palestinians. During its first years, after the Cold War, the first year of UNRWA, I mean, the US government supported the implementation of UNRWA in the Middle East, mostly for the same reason. It was supposed to avoid the evolution of communism in this area. As I mentioned previously, UNRWA is also responsible for the education of young Palestinian refugees. This education offers a new perspective of life to the young Palestinians, and especially when the alternative to this education is the education program of Hamas. The second reason refers to the activation of the two-state solution. In the point of view of the European Union, the two-state solution is the only possibility to improve the ongoing situation between Israeli and Palestinians and to put an end to the conflict. In the European Union's perspective, UNRWA is preparing the foundation, the ground, for the future Palestinian state. As mentioned by Jalal Husseini, who wrote a lot about UNRWA, UNRWA works as a quasi-state institution. Security of the regions is the third reason. The EU supports the idea that UNRWA provides sustainability and security to the regions and allow a stable neighborhood. This is a citation of one of the EU representatives I talked with. He decided to stay anonymous, but it is important to remember that the European neighborhood policy started with the aim to perfect the relations between the European Union and countries close to its border. Through financial assistance and political cooperation with those countries, and why not with humanitarian organizations, this policy seeks to promote stability, security, and prosperity in countries close to EU border to assure the stability of EU citizens. Of course, the Middle East isn't so close to EU border, but in the EU perspective, and also because of being a normative power, it is important for him to enlarge and expand the security and also to assure democracy and human rights in the world in a circle even more far than EU border. UNRWA is in part the partner of the European Union in forging stability in the Middle East. To lose UNRWA in European Union perspective is to lose a partner in peace. And the last reason for supporting UNRWA is also to prevent a new wave of migrants in Europe. In this case, UNRWA appears to be a shield against the possible arrival of refugees in Europe. The migrant crisis in 2050 demonstrates that Europe is not qualified enough and united enough for dealing with refugees in its territory. A representative of the Slovak embassy in Israel I talked to emphasized to me this point. He mentioned regarding the migrants crisis that Slovakia could support refugees by financing them or with military aid, and I quote, but not for dealing with the migrants directly. In fact, the migrant crisis intensified the importance to help refugees and migrants directly in their own country. I was surprised to learn that the economic support of UNRWA and the assistance to Palestinian refugees even strengthens the policy of the Visegrad Group, and for sure, not change their opinions on this topic. The only representation in the European Union who appears to disagree with UNRWA's advocacy and also the status of the Palestinian refugee is the radical right of the European Union, like the AFD in Germany and the PVV in the Netherlands, who for now doesn't represent the formal position of the European Union. The only real point of change the migrant crisis in Europe has contributed to this topic concerns the accentuation of the European Union's visions on the right of return of Palestinian refugees as an unrealistic possibility. Because if the migration of almost 1 million of refugees in Europe was a population of over 700 million citizens so worried the European Union, then the expectation from Israel with 9 million citizens to absorb 5.5 million of Palestinian refugees is not a realistic possibility. In the opinion of an Israeli diplomat I spoke with, the Palestinian insistence on this narrative indicates that they are not really interested in resolving the conflict. Concerning the differences between the status of the Palestinian refugees submitted by UNRWA and the refugee status of the UNHCR, and the fact that the Palestinian refugees are the only populations of refugee in the world who beneficies of a special organization, the EU representative I spoke with expressed that this point is not the most important in EU's perspective. The most important point for now is to assist the Palestinian refugees and to prevent a humanitarian disaster in the region. Furthermore, Palestinian refugees are similar in the eyes of Europeans to Israeli citizens who apply for Portugal's citizenship because of the Spanish expulsion. Therefore, the EU doesn't have an equal position regarding Palestinian refugees and immigrants in Europe. My impression is that the European Union is aware of the problematic of UNRWA mandates and in UNRWA in general, but the alternative to UNRWA is even more problematic. In addition, in the opinion of an Israeli diplomat I spoke with, finding a political constellation in which this issue will be discussed in the UN General Assembly seems to be very difficult because the fact that the majority of the General Assembly is derived in favor of the Palestinian agenda. To resume, the ultimate goal for the European Union is to continue to support UNRWA as it is and control as possible eventual gaps. For example, recently in May this year, the Impact Institute showed in manual scholars of UNRWA encouragements to jihad, violence, and anti-Semitism. The EU's reaction to this inadmissible case was to request from UNRWA to act in full transparency and to publish in an open source platform all its educational materials for teachers and students. Thank you for listening.
I think that we had two very interesting presentations, very different presentations. Difference on various levels. One was very descriptive. The second one was a work in progress. So we heard the terminology base at the beginning and some theoretical background. And it is still to be further developed to the point where we would like to have some answer. Is it applicable at all, the term of democracy taken from the state level to whatever definition you give to the EU? And this is something to look forward to. Because I suppose that many people in Europe are now dealing with the question to which extent and which kind of a democracy. I mean, liberal democracy, the new animal non-liberal democracy, like Hungary or Poland, or I don't want to mention other countries that might deal with this issue. And the third presentation was a full-fledged paper with some policy consequences, I think, maybe because of your background, the foreign ministry. So there should be a bottom line, I mean, where do we stand and what are the reasons, and the entire, I would say, environment in which these two political players interact, and what are the interests of each body in this relationship. So I think that we learned that it's possible to present issues in a very different manner and still keep us all very attentive to what you had to say. So on behalf of all of us, we thank you. And now we'll open it for questions or comments or whatever you have. So please be active. That's the embarrassment moment.
There is a question.
Okay, please.
Question, comment for Tal regarding your paper on demos and predicates in the EU. From what you've related to your comments on the rise of the Bisgard group and the liberal democracy and whatnot. It might be useful to study the decline of democracy within actual member states and make an argument linking back to democratic deficit in the EU, because it seems like both the member states and the supranational structure are facing similar questions of demos. Who's European, who's a citizen, etc. Those seem to be very intimately connected. But overall, it's very interesting.
Absolutely. We'll give you the chance to respond later on. Sharon would like to say a few words before he.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I have to leave. Yeah, I have to leave because I have to teach soon. So you'll have to excuse me if I leave you a little bit earlier. First of all, congratulations on the 3 interesting papers, really interesting papers. Let me start with the first paper. And I think, Matan, your paper for the time being was a great introduction to a research paper, but I was missing really the research itself. To me now, it is not yet clear what is your research about. What is your research question? What is your hypothesis? What is the literature review that you're going to use? What is the research framework, theoretical framework? So I know that you are in the early stages of your research, but for the time being, to me, it was not yet clear what exactly you are to study. So I would urge you, once you're done with your reading, it's time to move on to the research part. But once again, very interesting presentation of a conflict which here in Israel we know very little about. So thank you very much for that. Tal, I find your paper super impressive. The way the presentation itself was very impressive as well. And I think your topic is this is the hot issue these days, not only in Europe but all over the world. I think that Tami touched upon the issue of the illiberal democracies, if one might call Hungary still a democracy. But I think the topic of the illiberals in Europe is an issue which I wanted to hear a little bit more, and it is clearly connected directly to the issue of Brexit. And if we go back to the topic that was discussed in the first panel, and it's going back to Russia as well, and to other non-necessarily EU entities and countries which are dealing and mixing and meddling with in the European context. I think that the outside factor is crucial to your paper and to your research, and I would urge you to think how can you actually deepen the research and also discuss outsiders who are relevant. By the way, Israel to that extent is also on that front very, very active, definitely when it comes to the European Parliament. Otherwise, I want to congratulate you on the lit review. Very, very impressive. Clearly, you read the relevant materials, you know the materials, you know what you want to do. And I would say that this is not just a work in progress, you are progressing in a very impressive way. So thank you very much for that. I know your research well. I think that today you were missing the theoretical perspective, the theoretical approach. So in these kind of conferences, I think you can gain access to knowledge of participants and commentators by presenting your theoretical discussion as well. And I think this is in a way a little bit a missed opportunity. However, great presentation. It's a formed paper, even if we disagree, which is, no, that's absolutely fine. But I think that you are clearly, I actually like the presentation, the way that you change your mind during the research.
Because of you.
Not necessarily your hypothesis as well. You clearly did your reading, and I wanted to hear more about the theoretical perspectives. But once again, congratulations. I know you're also in an early stage of the research, as well as Matan, who's in a very early stage of the research. So again, congratulations to the three of you, and sorry that I have to leave for my class.
Okay, thank you all for really impressive presentations. Just have very few suggestions for each of you. So, Matan, I really like the way you presented what you do have. I mean, clearly this is early work, but this work is in early stages, but what you do have was presented very colorfully, very engaging. So congratulations on that. And as Sharon said, I think this research is right for a theoretical focus, a research question, and I have a suggestion which might be helpful and might not be, so disregard it if you don't like it. But to me as an IR scholar, the most interesting thing about this conflict is that on the one hand, you said similarity can be a source of conflict, but it can also be a source of cooperation. So we have here a case where similarity resulted in conflict, but on the other hand, it's sort of a gentleman's conflict, right? It never really deteriorated to more than, I don't know, very, very restrained economic sanctions. And I asked myself, why is this the case? So there was a conflict, but it was very restrained. And I think a possible explanation for this lies in the literature about international organizations as a source of status and reputation. And when international organizations harness this ability, they can sometimes act to get states to be on their best behavior. So there's the work by Carnegie and Cyrus and the effect of the World Bank loaning on getting states to democratize and liberalize. And I think maybe you can use that to explain why this conflict remained a gentleman's conflict. Gentlewoman's conflict. Yeah. So this is just a suggestion. So Tam, obviously I'm deeply familiar with your work. It's nice to see how your work has improved over time. First of all, I have to say, up until your slide with the table, I was thinking, wow, what a great presentation. It was like a textbook example of how a presentation should be done. And then you gave us this table, which was completely unreadable. So you have to work on that. You have to find a way to give an overview of your theory in a way that your audience can actually digest it. Another suggestion regarding the style of the presentation is that it's fine that you focus on your theory. You wanted to get feedback on that. That's okay, but you should always incorporate into your presentation an example or two, so that people can get a sense of what you're getting at, and preferably very early on in the presentation. So these are just comments on your presentation because we're conversing on the work itself. So I'm sure you want to hear from other people on that. And lastly, Judith, I agree with my colleagues here. This was a very impressive presentation. So congratulations. I was missing in your story something that interests me personally, but maybe you can take that angle and turn it into a paper. Is the inter-organizational cooperation among international organizations. So the UNRWA is a UN agency, and the European Union is sort of riding on that to get its agenda into the region. And there's a lot of work about how it's not the only agency that the EU does that with. And the EU has a habit of using UN agencies to promote its own agenda. So I think if you can look at this work and then analyze this from this perspective, this can like turn into another paper that you can publish. Thank you.
I think the question of reading your paper is something that should be dealt with in this context, because there are certain disciplines like history that it is very, very common that one comes with his or her paper and reading it from A to Z. And it's a certain kind of a technique by which you may lose some of the audience, because it's more difficult to follow unless you have a slide or two or a way of making the central points clear, whether at the beginning or at the end, which was missing here, because I would have liked to hear, well, I will start by doing that, will follow by doing that, and then my aim is to get to like 4 points in which I would summarize my argument. So reading is okay, providing that there will be some clarity. Where are you going? I had it. I mean, I got it in advance, but someone who is exposed to this very impressive paper in such a context may lose you. Okay, so whether you decide to read it or to talk about it, it should be, I would say, set in a kind of a frame that will make people able to hang on these and other most important issues that you would like to raise or already raised. Okay, I'd like to go back to Tal for a minute. In my view, there is too much terminology. It is necessary when you write the piece, but it is not always necessary to do it when you do the presentation. It is like a lexicon in a way. So it would be more interesting to put more weight on your own contribution or your model, or even future model with the statement that it's a tentative model, rather than to go back to all these Schumpeterian democracy and whatever. We are familiar with that. And as to Matan's presentation, I think that you are in a very complicated situation in comparison to the other presentations, because very few people know anything about this conflict. So it is tempting to start by giving an introductory presentation, so but you don't have the time to get to the analytical part, certainly not to the conclusion. So the theoretical framework that was suggested here may put it in a context. But I think that the very presentation of this conflict in this context was very interesting, because I suppose that we all found similarities to other conflicts that we are familiar with, not even only to the Israeli-Palestinian one, but to many other conflicts. So I think that it was a good experience for all three of you in such a friendly environment. Think about the future when conferences will be resumed and no variant of COVID-19 or COVID-20 or whatever. When you go out, there are some rules to the game. So there is introductory comments, what is the theoretical background, your case study, and some even initial conclusions to your presentation. Other questions, comments, what have you? Yeah.
Please, yeah, I just wanted to say what I know something about this conflict, not a lot, much less than you do, but I do know a lot. And I think what was missing for me is sort of situating this conflict in a broader context of the Balkans and the conflicts within the former Yugoslavian space, just to see the sort of what's the similarities and what's the differences, and then it might be that if you do that, then you can sort of clarify to yourself what's your question, what's so interesting or so problematic about this particular context vis-a-vis other conflicts, vis-a-vis other conflicts in the region. So the regional perspective was a little bit missing.
I know we said no Israeli questions, but I wanted to ask how you got to this topic, because to me it was super fascinating and I know nothing about it. And I wanted to ask, are you going to address the evolution of the democratic in the EU? Is it only the Brexit era? Like how you position it? Will it evolve with the years? And I read all the presentations.
How did you come
Okay.
to get interested in this?
I want to start with that. It's not my research. It's something that I wanted to represent, to present. My research is going to be about comparison between the government's minority relationships between Greece and Macedonian minority and North Macedonia and its Albanian minority. So without that, all that stuff, as you can see here, it's kind of very hard to understand that issue. So I don't talk about that. I talk about what was before that. So you don't see in the presentation any progress, because it's not progress. It's not nearly. It's not the research. So sorry for that. I would like to say that about the connection to the other Yugoslav country and about it's not, yes, it's a gentleman process and conflict, but it's had many times before potential to be not like that. So in the beginning, before Macedonia gained independence, wasn't a secret argument between Yugoslavia and Greece to try to divide this country, that Greece take part and Yugoslavia take another part. And Greece refused. I don't know why. But it had some cases that the potential was to get a war in that. But I don't think that because of the name, because of the land, someone will do such things. So yes, actually now it's a gentleman conflict. But now there are more blockade to be part of the EU for North Macedonia, because Bulgaria do the same thing as Greece does to Macedonia, They try to say that Macedonia is part of Bulgaria in the historiography, in the historical context. So about the other Yugoslav Republic, I don't think that it's very similar for them, because the conflict in the Balkans, in Croatia, Slovenia, Bosnia, Kosovo, was within the Yugoslav sphere, and Greece is not part of this sphere, because Greece sees itself as a part of the Western world, always and not part of that conflicts, all those conflicts in the Yugoslavia between Slavic nations themselves. And Greece sees itself as a homogeneous country without minorities, and all the minorities are Greeks with another language that is spoken. So I think that Greece have a lot of, for my research, Greece have a lot of things that very similar to the policy of Greece government and former Yugoslav and governments about the treat with minorities, but I consider that, okay, I would think about it. And I got that issue because I have to see video clips from other countries, and when I see video clips from Greece and from Macedonia, the comments was a lot of hatred, but I never seen any other countries. And video clip about some pop song and a lot of Greeks with a lot of you're a liar, you are not real, you are not Macedonian, you are Makedonian, you are not what you are, and the same in the Greek videos. So it was, why do you do that for yourself? Why do you talk about that to one another like that? There is a war? No. There is tension, not from about ethnic issues? No. So I wanted to know what's the root of that, and that's how I get that point.
Yes, so in regard to what Abraham and Sharon said, so I do deal with democracy inside the state in my paper, not as much as I should probably. Mostly what I wrote about in that regard currently is about how under the global scope, democracy is a value that the EU promotes, and it's an important condition in order to be a member of the EU. I haven't dealt yet with the EU member states who became less and less democratic. I probably should do that. I haven't written anything about external factors affecting the EU, as Sharon suggested, and that is something that I haven't thought about. So I might write about that in the future. It might be an important addition. So thank you about that. Regarding what Sarah and Kamal said, so thank you very much. I'll take that into consideration before my next presentation. I have one this month, so let's change it.
Another one after that.
Yeah, another one after that. I'm actually curious, Sarah, you said that I should give more examples of what exactly, if the model being put to use or a different kind of example. I'm not sure what you meant by that.
Examples of what it can be, like what triggered your interest in this. Mm-hmm. It can be how your theoretical framework can be used to interpret all sorts of things that happen in the real world. Just to not to talk about like very abstract theoretical concept, but take it down to the ground.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And regarding the evolution of the democratic deficit, so yeah, it's something I am writing about how the EU evolved, how it got more powers, how that resulted in issues that people had with the EU, how it changed the discussion about the democratic deficit. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, guys, enjoy your lunch.
Not yet. We have a coffee break now.
Okay.
Enjoy your croissant.
Are you saying that regarding the Russian inside the EU or at the EU level, like Hungary being
Russia, China, EU states, also in terms of
I actually applied to a PhD before. Actually, 5 seconds ago, Sharon suggested that I do it abroad and not here. I tried to apply to the University of Pardo, but we actually want to move there anyway. I wasn't accepted, so we'll try again, and we'll see.
Yeah, it's the issue of territorial boundaries versus transnational.
Yeah.
So, I'm trying to go wherever the opportunities are, but
yeah. Good luck.
Thank you.
אני שנייה רק לשאול משהו עבור סבינה.
לא, יש כאן שלוף חומרה או משהו כזה?
כן, זה קצת מוזר.
תנסה.
לא, כולם
אפשר משהו.
גיל?
אני אמורה להיות שם,
תעמדי שם, תגידי.
כן, כן, אני רק רוצה את הבחור של הטכנולוגיה.
הנה שלנו, thank you, or we can present this stuff.
Give it together. Yeah, I will present this up here. Oh, here, it seems like very few people left.
אני אעשה סיבוב, אני אפלט. Oh, you're right.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe we should wait like 2 more minutes for your.
I'm sorry, it's my fault, I shouldn't have written that.
But then people do need breaks. It's not human.
כן, נכון, they need the break.
Everyone doing fine?
Yeah.
So far?
Being grilled. So I will just say that after the workshop, I have lunch. So see me when the workshop is finished. Ina, you're welcome.
Vouchers.
נכון, את צודקת.
Okay, so I'll start and if anyone will get in the middle, so that's okay, I'll be here for 2 minutes only. So used to it so far. So hi everyone, my name is Igor. I think most of you know me by now from the emails and everything. But for those who don't, I am an MA student at Ben-Gurion University. And I am also one of the organizers of this conference. And on behalf of the Association of Israeli Young Researchers for European Studies and Simone Research Center at Ben-Gurion University, I want to thank you all for being here today with us. I'm very excited. This is the first time I'm doing this. And I would like to also thank our partners from the Open University of Israel, especially to Dr. Sarah and Dr. Ina that will have the floor in a moment. So a few words about this conference. This is an annual conference that is an amazing opportunity for us, young researchers, to gain experience and to get involved in the academic world. And the goal of it is to develop every year and to provide this experience to as many students as possible. And to do that, we need you to join us. So I want to invite you to join our community of young researchers for European Studies in Israel. To do that, you can first of all just click like on our social media platforms. That will inform you in our future activities. And I'll be here for further questions. And again, I would like to thank you all for being here, and I hope to see you in our future events.
Thank you.
It's kind of an opportunity, a platform that we wish you to take this opportunity and help us make it a bigger, not just a bigger group in quantity, but also we can use it and use this group and we can do things, because from year to year we have this conference of young researchers and we kind of meet people on the way to their academic career, and sometimes we meet them over and over. Thank you, Naama, for joining us again. And so we see this potential building this community, and if you have any idea or workshop you'd like to help you organize and support you around the theme of European studies, of course, we wish to hear from you, and there is your contact person. And here for the rest of the sorry, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to say that when I was a graduate student, I was part of this small, very small, tiny community of scholars studying post-socialist societies. It was called Soyuz, of course, because we had to give it like a Cold War kind of name, and it was very small and very informal, sort of what I see here. And some of my best papers, I started writing them as a graduate student to present at these conferences that I've given such a great feedback and such a sort of generous intellectual discussions that have helped me a lot to advance in my research. And I really think that you all need to sort of be grateful that we have this community. It's really helpful. It's been to me. So my name is Ina Leikin. That's my institutional home. I'm a colleague of Sarah. I'm an anthropologist by training, so I'm going to take you to a slightly different world and different, perhaps, terminology from what we've been hearing today. My research focuses on political change in post-socialist societies, post-Soviet societies. More specifically, I'm working on the role of knowledge and statistics in post-Soviet politics. Today I'm going to talk about what anthropologists do, so about the craft, the ethnographic muscle that we all need to train in order to become anthropologists. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to talk a bit about some of the, just to make sure that we're all on the same page, not that I don't think that you've heard, I know that you've heard about anthropology and you've read anthropological research, but just so we're on the same page, I'm going to talk about some of the anthropologist's foundational principles and about its foundational myth of fieldwork, what it means to do fieldwork. And then I'll talk about a particular change that occurs in anthropology over the last 30, 40 years in terms of who are we studying, right? So are we studying small-scale communities, societies, faraway cultures, exotic cultures, right? Or are we going and studying up? Okay, studying the elite, studying the powerful, those that exert power on those faraway cultures. And then I'll give you 3 examples of what ethnography can do in the context of international organizations and how anthropologists study international organizations. And then finally, we will try our hand in this anthropological craft, in the ethnographic, tiny little ethnographic exercise that I want to try with you. So anthropology. Anthropology studies human diversity, and it studies human diversity in the past and in the present. So it has 4 different branches. Well, at least the American anthropology has 4 different branches. It's physical anthropology, so basically anatomy, or biological anthropology, linguistics, which is considered to be part of anthropology. Archaeology in the US universities, archaeology is part of anthropology, it's very different in the European context and the Israeli context. What did I have 3? Right, and then social cultural anthropology. I'm a social cultural anthropologist, that's what I'm going to talk about, not about all the others. But what unites them was the sort of the shared characteristic of all these branches is that they all study human diversity. And they've been doing that since the 19th century. And they've been studying the everyday lives of people around the globe, their relationships, the social institutions that they live in, And what is the most important part of anthropological research is to understand how people themselves make sense of and attribute meanings to the social institutions that they live in, their social relations. What's the meaning of war and peace in Macedonia, for that instance, or what's the meaning of love and hatred? Is it similar or different to other places, etc.? So the organizing principle is that anthropologists study people as cultural beings, right? So culture obviously is a very foundational concept in anthropology, but it's also a very contested concept in anthropology. It's been defined, redefined, critiqued, contested. There is no one good and comprehensive definition of culture. What is more, is it universal? Is it particular? What is more important? Nature or nurture? What is the role of culture in it? There is no clear answer to any of those questions, but for the sake of the conversation today, let's say that when we talk about culture, we talk about a system of meanings, values, behavioral patterns that people acquire in a particular setting, in a particular society. From here, it becomes more and more complicated. Is culture universal? Is it particular? Both, right? It is universal in the sense that we all have culture. So culture is a foundational principle of being a person. But it's also inherently particular because what creates difference, right? It what creates distinction and this unprecedented human diversity that anthropologists like to study. So I'm going to skip the whole colonial history of anthropology. I'm just going to say that anthropology has had a very complicated relationship with its own colonial legacy. But in a sense, anthropology emerges as an answer to the colonial expansion, to the European colonial expansion in the 18th and 19th century, right? When Europeans go to these new and faraway places, they encounter people that they've never seen before, and they ask themselves questions about who they are, and why they're so different. Are they so different from us? Are they similar to us? How should we approach them? How should we approach this unprecedented diversity? And anthropology sort of provides answers to this kind of questions. So what makes anthropology so unique? How is it different from other disciplines in the social sciences? It's all about field. There are many other things, of course. Let's focus on the craft. Fieldwork means it's a bottom-up research, right? So we first go and we talk to people and we see how they live, and we usually immerse ourselves in a particular field site for a year and sometimes more. The main method of doing field work is participant observation that I assume that you've all heard about participant observation, and that in one sense or another. When we do participant observation, the idea is that we want to study different aspects of social life, and we want to study the social life from the native's point of view, from a perspective of people themselves, right? That's the idea of native's point of view. We want to see that perspective, be knowledgeable about the perspective from which people themselves make sense and understand their own culture. So the idea of field work comes with the figure of Bronislaw Malinowski, a founding father, if you will, of anthropology, one of them. So the year is 1914. Bronisław Malinowski, a Polish-British aristocrat and ethnographer, sails off to the shores of Papua New Guinea. As he is approaching the shores, World War I breaks out and he's stuck. So why is he stuck? He was a Polish aristocrat, which means that he was a citizen of Austro-Hungarian Empire. He couldn't go back to England because then he would be declared an enemy of the state and his citizenship would be denounced. So he was a resourceful guy, and he made a deal with the Australian government. The Australian government gave him a permission to stay in one of the islands in the Pacific, Trobriand Islands. So he goes there to sort of wake off, and then, but he's very good anthropologist, and he wants to see where he lives and wants to study the people that he lives with. And he spends there over 2 years in the Trobriand Islands, and he writes a book, The Argonauts of the Western Pacific. And that's where he sort of, for the first time, he formulates the idea, the native's point of view, of the perspective of the native, that anthropologist seeks to understand in his research. And he writes an introduction to the book, which I recommend you to read. And it's a great introduction, and that's he basically sort of he sets the scene for ethnographic research. He lays out the principles of what it means to do a good ethnographic research. He talks about an anthropologist. So first of all, generations of anthropologists have been brought up with the sort of very beautiful romantic descriptions of Malinowski himself sailing off to the shore and then getting stuck in the exotic culture without understanding the language, and they're so different from him, and he is so sort of despaired by the situation, and then he decides to sort of deal with it, and then he lays out the method, right? He says, you don't just go there and see these people, right? Missionaries do that, colonial government officials do that, anthropologists do something else. There is a method to the madness. We need to learn how to study them. And because he was part of the functionalist school of thought at that moment, he imagined culture as an organism. He said, you need to study the organism. There is an anatomy to each culture, and anatomy would be the sort of the social structures, the political system, the social institutions, kinship relations, who can you marry to, and who inherits whom, etc. So that would be the anatomy, that's the bones, right? And then you need to understand how people act, right? That's the body. So that would be, you need to study their behavioral patterns. When they want to marry, who are they going to? Who are they talking to? What's the hierarchy? So who is against who? That would be the sort of the body. And then you also, of course, need to understand the mind. And the mind would be the language, right? So what is the categories of the language, how people define different things, that's sort of the cognitive part of the body. And once you understand all three, you understand this culture. That was his idea of what it means to study different cultures. Now, sorry, I'm a bit cynical about this whole foundational myth of Malinowski and fieldwork, but sort of cynicism aside, he did set up a very clear set of rules by which anthropologists do their research. One thing that distinguishes Malinowski research from what anthropologists today do, or for the last 30 40 years do is that Malinowski and his contemporaries, when they thought about culture, they thought about them in territorial terms, right? So you study village, or you study a group of islands in the Trobrians, and that would be a culture of the Trobrian islands, right? So, and you basically could walk your culture from one end to the other by foot, right? Very different to do in where we do our research today, right? Very different to do to talk about the post-Soviet culture or the Russian culture. So there is no such thing as the Israeli culture, right? So we are not talking about cultures in national territorial terms. And so that's what that what distinguishes the Malinowski or his contemporaries from classical anthropology, basically from modern anthropology. But the methodological sensitivity that he sort of laid out is that you want to get to know the people that you study, that you want to get into the thick of things, right? Not just, you don't read only official statements, you also want to talk to people who write those official statements, right? Someone was talking about in the previous sessions. And you want to appreciate how people that you study, it doesn't matter where they are, whether they are in the Trobriand Islands or in the UN, right? You want to know how they think, how they talk, what they do. One of the anthropologists from Cambridge once defined it. He said that anthropologist is that like that annoying kid from school that wants to play with everyone. It's like going to people and telling them, so tell me what you're doing. Can I join you? So what is that? What are you doing? Why are you doing that? So that's the idea of anthropology. Like you need to be annoying, and that what to get insight into the things that you study, you need to be you need to be a little bit that. And to do that, you need to sort of train the muscle. So I'm going to talk about it a little bit more. So it doesn't matter when you study that's Malinowski's book. Sorry, that's not the cover of the book. That's from the book. That's one of the pictures from the book. So he's sitting with his informants, probably asking them about their kinship relations. And that's the book about a nuclear laboratory in California, right? But the idea is the same. You want to get into the thick of things, and you want to see what people do and how they talk about what they do. And so over the last 30 to 40 years, sort of a change that I was talking about is that anthropologists began to study the elites. They began to study the powerful, and they were inspired by a Berkeley-based anthropologist, Laura Nader, who is Ralph Nader's sister, who wrote a very formative piece, sometimes in the 70s, and she was talking about studying up. She was talking about the necessary change that anthropologists should do, and to start and study the elites. And the field expanded, that's true. And anthropologists have been studying bankers and financial advisors and humanitarian organizations, bureaucrats, the UN, and many more. And the studies of the national and international and transnational elites, global elites, is a very productive field for studying how power works. And this research and some of the examples, right, that's out of the pits, is a book about the Wall Street. Well, it's not the Wall Street, it's the Chicago trade. And this is a book about ethnography of Doctors Without Borders, and that's the weapons laboratory that I was talking about earlier. Right, so and these works, they strive to make powerful actors culturally knowledgeable. And they contribute to our understanding of how power becomes institutionalized and legitimized, and it expands our critique of power in general, more generally. Okay, so obviously it has a very serious consequences for our field methods, for our research, right? Because Malinowski didn't have to ask permission to get into his field site. I mean, he might have asked a permission of a colonial government official who was in charge of that region, but he didn't ask his informants if they're okay with him asking him questions. So that changes when you go and study the World Bank, right? That's obviously very different. But the sort of the idea that anthropologists, that any field site can be accessible to anthropologists is very, very strong in the discipline. And I've met a couple of graduate students. One of them that I remember that she did a comparative research in Paris, France, and in Mali, in Africa. And she was complaining to me that she couldn't get access to a lot of people in Paris, and they wouldn't reply to her emails, and they wouldn't answer her phone calls, whereas in Mali, everyone is so welcoming and everyone opens their doors, and she goes and she gets access to any possible informant that she wants. And that's just the idea that any field site should be accessible to anthropologists is very strong, but also I think once we begin to sort of study up, we also can question this idea of accessibility of people that everyone is so willing to talk to us. So it's just a bit of inside critique that. So yes, and international organizations emerged as a very important object of study in anthropologists following these developments. Anthropologists have been studying monetary policy and trade labor standards, for instance, and humanitarian crisis and the role of international organizations in those crises. And what they do, basically, it's very reductive what I'm going to say about what they do, but it's sort of, it helps me analytically. They study the internal dynamics of these organizations, and they study not only the formal norms, they study also informal norms within these organizations, decision-making processes, and they want to see how certain norms get institutionalized and others don't. So one of the examples that I want to give you, and perhaps you'd like also to that. It's not the full screen. Perhaps you want to go also and read this book. It's a great book. It's an ethnography of the World Bank. And she talks about, she talks about the human rights discourse and the introduction of the human rights discourse into the World Bank and why it failed, basically. That's the sort of fascinating example of how certain translations just don't work. Right. So I've seen that in the next session, I think someone is talking about translations of some. Okay. So yeah, so that would be you're probably familiar with the book. So, yeah. So it's in the context of the World Bank, it's very interesting because on the one hand, you have the human rights discourse with its universal sort of inclinations, right? It is universal by nature, right? Everyone has to have rights. And then you have the World Bank rationale, or the rationale that behind the workings of the World Bank, that with the agendas that are founded on very different sort of ideas, right? More on the classical economic theory. And And yeah, and she studies the organizational culture of the World Bank and sort of the interactions between different bureaucrats within the World Bank and how they try, mostly lawyers, how they try to translate the human rights discourse into the workings of the bank and fail. And what she sees is that in the process of translation, within the help of experts, bureaucrat experts, the political nature of the human rights discourse gets depoliticized and gets imbued with this very sort of technocratic meaning. And that's and it's a fascinating book, and she's doing a very thorough ethnography of the World Bank. So, but the idea is the same. Again, I'm going back to Malinowski. You need to study what people do, what they say, and what they think, and the organizational structure that will be done after, right? The organizational structure of the World Bank. But unlike in Malinowski case, what it means to be a participant observer is very different, right? In terms of your access, in terms of your being an outsider or insider, that's very different. So basically what Malinowski told us in 1919 when he published the book is in many ways alive and kicking, although the objects of the study changed. Okay, so basically it's doing ethnographic research is about craft. It's you need to train your muscle, like I already said. So basically you need to repeat it over and over again in order to get a handle of it. And I want to try this now. I want to try this exercise that I thought about. How many times I lost track of time.
So have I. You have about 35 to 35 minutes, something like that.
Okay, so I wanna try one of the very basic tools that we use in ethnography, and it is interviewing. And before I give you the exercise, just a few words about interviewing. Interviewing is a collaborative process, and it is an interactive process between you and your informant, and it's not that different from just a friendly conversation that we often have with our friends. And in the process, the goal of the interview is very clear. You want to make yourself knowledgeable about your informant's positions, interests, feelings, worldviews. Few rules before we get into the exercise. So if you want to learn about your informant's knowledge, beliefs, worldview, it's very helpful to make your informant your teacher. So ask him, her to teach you about something, right? So that helps just because people like to teach, people like to tell you, to explain, mansplain. Okay, so just a few rules of thumb before we get into this. So you want to always learn about your informant before you begin the interview. So you want to learn something about the expertise. When you begin an interview, ask open questions. So open questions are crucial to good and successful interview. So I gave just a few sort of prompts for good open questions. Describe to me, describe a typical day. How would you describe? Tell me about this and that sort of thing. Okay. Now, when we talk with people, we often notice not just their answers, but also what they're wearing, what they're carrying, maybe their tattoos, maybe the jewelry that they have, or some sort of an artifact that they have in their surroundings. And when we see those artifacts, we form assumptions about this person, right? Is it familiar to you, just in general in a conversation? Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, right? Yes. We see a person, we see he, she is wearing something, and we think that we know something about this person. And as a good interviewer, it doesn't matter how much you try to sort of avoid those assumptions, they pop up. And rather than ignore them, I would encourage you to form questions around them. We need to follow them through. Okay, so that's actually can be a very good prompt for an interview. So if you begin an interview and you see, and you in person's home or in an office, and you see a book or a framed picture or I don't know, something, an artifact, an object, you may want to ask what is it, and what's the meaning of this thing in your office. It can actually, more often than not, it prompts very comfortable conversations, very interesting conversations. And by doing that, we actually invite our informants to tell us stories about themselves, mediated by this particular object, right? You see a gift, or what looks like a gift, and you can ask, what is it? Who's given it to you? Was it in a diplomatic relationship between you and this other dignitary? Or so you can use a cultural artifact as a prompt for beginning a conversation, for telling a story, a life story, depends on what story you're looking for. So, and we'll do the exercise, which its goal is to try and work with the informant's perspective in mind, right? So we will try to see what making an observation means. We will try to form ideas about our informant, and then maybe disconfirm them. We'll try to see what listening well means, and what taking notes means, which is a very important part of the process. So let's do the thing. Okay, I will ask you to choose an informant. So we need pairs. We need pairs of participants. So pick a partner. That will be the first step. And probably if you pick a partner that would sit next to your partner, it would help for the exercise, because you will be talking to each other. Yeah? We have someone without everyone has a partner? Yeah, good. So each one of you will be both an informant and an interviewer. We'll switch roles, right? So I'll ask you to select an interesting artifact that your partner might have. Right? It might be a pin, a watch, a piece of jewelry, a bottle, a book, a face mask, anything that you don't have a partner.
Michelle, if you know the partner, or
oh, no, not at all, not at all. I mean, both ways. It's actually good if both ways it's good. Yeah, so pick an artifact that you see your partner's artifact, not yours, right? And then tell your partner what you've chosen. If he or she wants to talk about a different artifact that she or he has, let them. Okay, so because sometimes people have something that has more meaning to them, but it's not necessarily visible right now. So it can be a keychain. Like for instance, like if I would show you my keychain, what assumption would you make about me? Those of you Israelis.
I see something about sports. I don't.
Yeah, it's a poem at the moment. It's okay. So you know what
it means a lot.
It means a lot. So you can then form questions around it. So just an example, right? So you can pick any artifact. It doesn't have to have a deep meaning. It might be a notebook. It might be something, but that you can talk about, right? Not a random thing, but I hope that you learn that even things that you think that they don't have a lot of meanings might have meanings when a good interviewer asks right questions. So yeah, make sure that the artifact is one that the owner feels comfortable talking about. Okay, after you pick, ask if your partner is comfortable talking about this artifact. And then yeah, so then after you pick the artifact from your partner, begin to taking notes, right? Observational notes. That would mean will take a few minutes to sort of to think about what this artifact is, what you think its function is, what you think its meaning is, where do you think it comes from, what is it used for, any sort of thing that you want to know about this artifact, take the note yourself, right, about your partner's artifact. Sort of like, for instance, if you take Matan's artifact, write notes to yourself, sort of, I think that it means this and that, maybe it's coming from this, and okay, so and then also think personally, reflectively, right? So what does it mean to me? What does it remind me of something? Do I already know things that are similar to this one? Is it somehow connected to my own experience? Or think personally about this artifact as if it was yours. Can you speculate about its cost, its function? Think about the assumptions that you have about this artifact. That's the idea, right? So what is your assumptions about this particular artifact? Okay, so we'll take I'd say 5 to 7 minutes to do that, right? So I'll see how we are moving along, and then we'll move to the next part, the interview itself. Do you have questions before we begin? Do you have questions about this part of the exercise? Are we good? Good. Yeah. So talk with each other, decide on the artifact, and start taking personal notes about it.
להתאים את הצבע של הראייה, זה גם משהו אני לא ממש מקשיבה את הטבע שלי, שאני מסתובבת כאילו להרגיש בנוח
שחור הולך בכל גיל?
זה אולי תופס בחצי בשביל ולהפוך את זה לחדש לדעתי. זה כאילו
נגיד בשפה. לא, זה לא חלק מכאן.
זה מתאים, זה ילך עם כל זה.
I just remind you that at this first part, you will need to pick the artifact and then talk to yourself, right? Not to your partner. Take notes by yourself about the artifact. We'll get into the interview later.
נגיד כאילו, משפט, נגיד, משפט, יודעת שבנקנוע שהפוליטיקאי, ציבורי, יגיד משהו, ואתי אנליסטית יתנסו להם, לא יתנסו להם.
לא, אני כאילו מרגישה זה משתמש זה גנרי. אני לא מרגישה שאני מתחברת לזה מדי תמיד נותן אז לא צריך שאתה מדי שזה גם חשוב קצת הצעה, שבצבא חייב שסוף. כי זה מאוד עניין של להיות מדינה עשויה, אז תמיד צריך שיהיה להגיד זה גם משהו להגיד שתמיד היא רפואית כזאת, היא לא מה שתמיד יש מלא יש עושה ולסדר הם תמיד שתהיה בריאה בשלוף עם מה ושמורה, אבל זה מה שאולי גם בשביל הצבא גם את השחור והשחור
צבאיות, דבר שחי את המחר, כאילו,
משתדלת אבל אני עובדת בבני הנוער והרבה אנשי גיוס או משתמשת בשפה כזאת או נזכרת אני משתדלת שלא.
אתה רוצה כאילו להיות שיפתחו כולם ואפילו את המיגרציה, גם כאילו חינוכי?
חלק מהתפקיד שלי זה לראות אם הייתי עושה את זה לבד, כנראה שלא בכלל יש יותר רחוב כאילו, אני ממש מתחילה להתחיל מזה לאור חוויה שלי
ובתור בן שלא מבין למה צריך לעשות
האמת שבצבא
לא, אני יכול להבין
Yeah, I think that you can start the next part of the exercise, which is fine. I'll ask you now to interview each other, right? So sort of ask about the cultural background around behind the artifact, what people maybe were involved in it, why is it important to you, how do you use it, the value writ large, and yeah, so try to think about other questions too from what you've done, and that's switch, right? So each one introduce, and then in 5 to 7 minutes, we'll continue.
יש לי במכשיר הזה, העבוד שאני מחליפה משהו אני תמיד עושה גיבוי תמונות למשל, וכל התמונות, משהו במסך שכל שזה וזה גדולים יש לך
מכניס לו לאנשים מסוימים אינקלוסיונים מאוד גבוה, אני ויש לי כאילו כבר בכלל כאילו
So that did you have a chance to switch or yeah. Did you have a chance to switch? No. So do that now, okay? You guys, did you switch? Okay. So in 2 minutes, right? That will, okay, so let's move on because we don't have time. So then the next step, the idea basically is to theorize something about your informant from what you've heard about the cultural artifact that you're thinking. So you might think of for instance, of a metaphor that describes this this object, and not only the object, but the relationship between the object and your informant, right? So what does the artifact reflect about your informant, about what you knew? If it's a partner that you've known before, then what does it reflect about this person and what you knew about him or her before the interview? Could you find a background, or could you think about a background of this artifact? If you wanted to look for a background of this artifact, where would you go to look for it? How does it, this particular artifact relate to history, to culture, to specific events, etc.? And sort of try to think about it and just sketch out an account of the artifact and of the relationship between the artifact and your informant. And then once you've done that, take a minute to do that, and then tell this account, convey this account to your partner and ask for a response, okay? And I think that's the crucial part, to create an account and then to get a reflection from your informant, if you got things right, if he or she can identify with your account, what they think about, how you perceive what they told you, etc. Okay, and then the informant, of course, can point out to what you got right and what you got wrong, or maybe what you completely missed, or what you surprised your informant. Yes.
But in a real research, would it be containing the research if I will ask him what he's thinking about?
Not at all, not at all. But the whole idea of participant observation is that you not only observe, you also participate. So you want to get the reflection from your participants in an ethnography, right?
But then I'm changing the reality, because he's going to talk about his life and what he's thinking about him and what does symbolize to him. And by pulling my ideas and putting in his mind, maybe I'm changing his way of thinking.
But then you ask him to reflect, and then that's the feedback. He will tell you that you didn't get it right. What you think about him is not it's not how he perceives his own reality. That's the whole idea of interview or research, ethnographic research as an interactive process. You do want to get the feedback loop from your informants. More importantly, disconfirming your models or your ideas might help promote your research questions, because then you can say, well, that was only in my head. Actually, it has little to do with the reality. Yeah, that's the idea. Yeah, so try to create this account very briefly and then convey it to each other and see what you got right and what you didn't. Okay, we are almost out of time. Okay, guys, we are almost out of time, but I do want to hear some of your reflections on what you learned from your partner and from interviewing each other. So if you who wanna sort of volunteer and tell us a few words about if you learned something about your assumptions, something about maybe your strength or your weaknesses as an interviewer, something about preconceptions that you might have or something that's surprising that you learned about that I didn't think about to ask. Anyone? Go ahead. What's your name?
Ohad.
Ohad.
Yeah. So Noam's artifact was Crises. And Crises have a small fish on the back. And before we talked about it, I looked and I thought to myself that where it is with the little fish on it, I immediately assumed that the fish was not African symbol against evil eye. That's where I went. Because I know it looks the same. And then I asked Tom, and she said that the fish had a completely different meaning for her, for the person who gave her the gift. But then the interesting thing, she says, probably the person who made it, who put the fish on the earring, was aligned with the symbolic frame of meaning that I assumed, but it was given a personal value by the person who bought the gift. So we're talking about translation. I think it's an interesting mode of translating symbols from different frames of meaning.
In the gift economy, right? So
Exactly.
it's the social life of the gift, right? So it came with one symbolic meaning, but then it was imbued with another. Yeah, that's beautiful. Yeah, anyone else want to tell us that? Yeah, please. What's your name?
Abraham.
Abraham.
So Rafi and I had a thrilling discussion over footwear.
Of course, but of course.
I shared a saying from my grandmother that if you want to the way to study people that you don't know, the first thing you should look at is their shoes.
Yeah, that's the rule I live by.
Yeah, it tells you a lot about it. So Rafi is sporting some very fashionable and functional sandals. And so I was curious about the origin, the whole story and whatnot. And this kind of conversation kind of led to him saying that the sandals for him represented a sort of symbol of liberty because his previous profession didn't allow him to sport such footwear. I was curious about his previous profession. And Rafi shared that he was a diplomat representing Israel in multiple countries throughout the world. So, not so surprising, you can't, as much as you want to take the Israeli sandal as a symbol of who you are, it might not be the most dignified when you're a dignitary.
Right.
So, from that, we kind of discussed a bit about his time as a diplomat. He was in the US, Canada, Peru, Belgium, France. But he spent the most time talking about the US and Peru, which made me assume, maybe he has a preference for like warmer climates over colder ones. And maybe there's a connection between his career, his association of the shoes as being a symbol of liberty, and his political views. So I concluded he was a liberal Democrat, or advocated liberal democratic values. And here's the stretch, maybe to generalize into other things. I make the assumption that people in warm climates maybe are more likely to support liberal democracy and individualism than people in colder climates, because in colder climates it's rough, and to survive you can't really be individualistic. You got to be more collectivist, communitarian.
Yeah, well, your hypothesis doesn't work in reality, but yeah. But that's also important. That so what I wanted to stress is that what you learned about the role of the shoes, it is very contextual, right? So it is related to his particular professional biography, right? So it has a context, and that's the idea of studying the context. That's what ethnography can do when you go sort of underneath the official statement, underneath the official documentation. You can see the workings, how it's been formulated, right? You would never get into the role of the shoes in Rafi's life outside of this conversation, right? That's the power of this particular method, I think. I mean, but I'm biased. Yeah, so I wanted to say something. Oh, I wanted to say about the gift, the fish and the gift. So what I thought about, in some of you have heard about or studied diplomacy, or were diplomats, or are interested in cultural diplomacy in different contexts. And I think that the idea of the artifact can be very powerful here, because you can ask people about the particular social or organizational biography of specific artifacts in the context of diplomatic relations, right? So it's been given to me by this foreign diplomat from Macedonia. So let's then follow this up and see what's the biography of this particular social cultural artifact, right? What can we learn from this about the diplomatic relations between Israel and Macedonia, etc., etc. But we have time for just one last reflection, if anyone wants to share it. That's fascinating. I mean, it's really interesting and surprising, right? You wouldn't learn about any of it outside of this interview. Yeah. Okay.
Can I maybe share something related?
Please.
The senior diplomat in NATO, I guess Sophie knows him by the story, that each time I came to visit him, his whole office was redesigned, and it was obvious that it was redesigned just for my visit. All the Israel leaders and the photos shaking hands with him on the walls, medals, from all the Israeli institutions. It was obvious that he changes the decoration for every guest.
Yes.
So I really reminded me of this whole session.
So yeah, so that's what I wanted to sort of experiment with you. I wanted to, and the idea of the artifact is or the strength of interviewing with an artifact is twofold. First, it's a good trigger, it's a good hook for beginning a conversation, right? It can establish a rapport, right? That's what the diplomat did, right? He wanted to establish a good rapport with you, so he changed his background. And then also you can learn a lot about the personal biographies, life stories, worldviews, beliefs. You went as far as political views, which is obviously, you can do that, etc. So yeah, that was my spiel. I'll join you for lunch, and if we can continue talking about anthropology and ethnography of international relations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Everyone, lunch break. The way to the restaurant is sorry, I'm looking for the left of that one. It's out the doors, and then maybe we can all walk down the stairs. Yes, we'll all walk together. So if any of you have to go to well, if any of you have any human nature that is the way is down these stairs and it's on the right. I have lunch vouchers. We all have the lunch vouchers. Yeah. So who is the person with food allergies? One person here with food allergies. כשאתה מגיע לארוחת צהריים, תן את זה
האיש שם בפס איפה שמחליטים את האוכל, תגיד לו שאתה זה עם הרגישויות המזון. לא, זה לא הייתה, סליחה, כולה נהייתי. היה רגישות לצוותן, Abraham, you're the person with the lactose. Okay, so when we get to the person that shares the food, child has the shared person with allergies, and he has like a dish ready for you, okay? And please do take your belongings because the room is unlocked. Okay, so don't leave stuff. Yeah, don't leave stuff here. Not valuable. הילה, יש לי שאלה סליחה? כן, בטח.
Nowadays, with multiple tracks of
רפי, מה קורה? מה קורה? התגעגעתי. מה, לא נתקעתי לדבר על הזמן, נכון? נראה לי מאז היד. תשמע את הסרטים? לא, אני רק רוצה להוריד את המדשי של למה? מה קרה? לא, כאילו המגישים טלפונים מושבים לימים. בסדר. של פעילות דיפלומטית ברמה מסוימת, זה שזה לא, זה גם כזה שזה לא שחקנים מדינתיים. טוב, אני יודע מה, בוא נעשה את זה. אני אשלח לעצמי את הסתכלים. מה זה, כולם ברחו בלי שאני אראה להם עץ? כולם יודעים להגיע? מה? אין לנו מושג להגיע, אבל אני... סופית תלמד אותי. לא, כן, שנייה, אגיד לך. הילה, אם זה תתקדמו, אני מסתדר. כאילו, אני מנתקת אותה, אתה חושב ש... כן. מחכה לסופי? כן, בוא. תראי מה נורית שלחה לי, בסדר? כאילו, וובינר בנושא מים והשקיה. רגע, מה שלום? את המצגת של הסדנה, לעצמי.
כל היום הזה בעצם זה בשביל אותם אנשים או שגם אנשים מתחלפים יחד עם המחזרות?
הם לא מתחלפים כל כך, אנחנו כולם פה... אנחנו מעט.
בעיקרון צריכים בבית שכזה באתם חמולה וכאילו כל הרגע.
זה לא חמולה, זה היה כבר קורא ופתוח לכולם. אני באה, סליחה, עכשיו אני חושבת. לא, זה לא נעים את משהו. אני פה.
תודה רבה. I need it, definitely. אני אצטרך את זה בטוח. הילדה שלי הייתה חולה, אבל לא הספקתי אפילו לקרוא את הדברים שלי קודם. אבל המצגת טובה. אנחנו רוצים לראות איך זה נראה. איך שמים את זה? אוקיי.
צריך לקרוא משהו במה ששלחתי לה? אני מניח שלא, כי כבר היה מאוד...
עדיין לא, יש לי ימים שומעים כאן.
הכל בסדר.
זה גם הכנס הזה, גם הכנס של הילה מחר, שבשניהם אני מאמינים.
מה זה כנס מחר?
של העמותה הישראלית לימודים בינלאומיים. שלחנו את זה למחלקה.
אז אני לא קיבלתי.
זה לא פעם, גם הכנס הזה,
כן, גם
שהם לא קיבלו. לא יודעת, תודה. אז תבוא, זה בן-גוריון.
לא, אני כבר לא אספיק, לקחתי כמה ימים באופן, אפשר להציג ל...
אוקיי, אז גם היום, גם זה, גם בת של נפצעה באמצע טיול שנתי. אז היינו צריכים לנסוע למחלקה להביא אותה. בקיצור, היא רצה בתוך כדי המסלול עם חברים, והיה עיכול כזה, והיא לא יכולה לראות מה שהיה עיכול, והיה שם ענק בגודל שלה. אז היא קיבלה זעזוע מוח. כן, ממש בום, כל הלב נכנסה. אז כן, התחילה להקיא, לא נורא.
תזכור את זה בתור חוויה, אני מניח.
אולי לא תזכור.
כן, בחוויה.
זהו, היא לא זוכרת את זה, איך זה קרה. שאלתי את זה כמה ימה, אני לא יודעת, אמרו לי שהתנגשתי לענן.
אוי.
כן.
זה טיול שתדבר עליו הרבה בהמשך, כאילו, זה סיפור מצחיק כזה.
מה מיכאל אומר?
כן, ראיתי בדיוק לפני רגע שהייתה הודעה משותפת של... הסכמתה שהגיד שעליו. יש נשיא.
מי זאת עם הקרטי? בדיוק למה, אחרי ארוחת הסערה.
כולם מפוצצים.
אנחנו כולנו נהיה בקשר רב עם הבטן.
או שהם כולם רוצים להקיא.
באופן אישי. זה בגלל המסכה, לא תחקרתי אותך מספיק טוב.
לא חייב להיות שם. וואו.
אומנם עוד לא קיבלתי אישור ש... לא, בכל מקרה לא קורה.
בעתיד.
אז מה אתה כותב?
אני כותב על איך מדינות קטנות, כשהן מאוימות, איזה אמצעים משתמשים.
איזה אמצעים דיפלומטיים או?
אמצעים דיפלומטיים. אני כותב על ישראל, מדע, סוף פארו. אני בודק המדינות נוספות, קובה, האסטרטגיה של סוף פארו. אני חוזר לתחילת הציונות, בוויצמן זה שני
והוא דווקא לא רצה להיות מעורב, לא רוצה
הוא לא רצה להיות חבר, אבל הוא ראה למען הסטרסטרית.
חצי שנים אני חושב. לא הולך עזרה.
יודעת שאמרו שזה בשלבים מתקדמים מאוד.
אני חושבת שזה נזכר, נראה לי.
כן? מה שעה?
באיחור?
כן, אנחנו היינו יכולים להחליט. כן, אני התחלתי לכתוב על ה... אנחנו רוצים להתחיל? כן? לא יודעת, לא נראה לי שהם מוכנים? המציגים? כן?
זה נראה שלא... עידו? כן, אתה מתחיל, נכון? לא, סבינה? רק שנייה, ונועם? אוקיי, אתם סתם?
By all means, you can start.
Thank you. Good afternoon. As you know, the panel after lunch is hard of all the panels, so it's really a double challenge for you, but I'm sure that it will be okay. I am very happy to introduce the three panelists, Igor Rosenblum, Sabina Gender, and Noam Sharfi. That will come that are students of Ben-Gurion University of the Negev, and I'm happy to welcome you in the Open University of Israel. And I hope that will be not only one meeting, but the first of many meetings. The first one is Igor Rosenblum. He told me that I was his teacher when I teach some course about culture, French history and French culture 10 years ago, so I'm very happy to meet again my student. And no, it's a very, really French subject, gastro-diplomacy, a theoretical inquiry, the case of Israeli chiefs in the EU. You know, it's for you 12 minutes until 15, but no more than that.
אוקיי. אני מנצל את זה שכולם כאן דוברים עברית, והתכוננתי בעברית ולא, כאילו כל המצגת בעברית האמת, ברשותכם. אז היי, אני עידו רוזנבלום, אני דוקטורנט בהנחייתו של שרון פרדו, אוניברסיטת בן-גוריון, מחלקה לפוליטיקה וממשל, ואני באמת כותב על דיפלומטיה גסטרונומית בין תיאוריה לפרקטיקה, מקרה הבוחן של שפים מהגרים ישראלים לאיחוד האירופי. אני נמצא עכשיו בשלב שאחרי עבודת השדה שלי, לפחות שלב מסוים שלה, וככה מתחיל השעון ממצאים, וזו הזדמנות טובה לקבל קצת תגובות ומחשבות. אני הגעתי טיפה בחלק התיאורטי שלי, יותר כדי לתת לכם רקע, אבל יותר להתמקד בממצאים, ואשמח לשמוע איך אתם רואים את זה מנקודת המבט שלכם. אז שאלת המחקר שלי זה כיצד הדרך בה שפים מהגרים ישראלים לאיחוד האירופי מגדירים את מסעדתם, מהווה ביטוי לעוצמתו הנורמטיבית של האיחוד האירופי כלפי ישראל, ומה תפקידה של הדיפלומטיה הגסטרונומית ביחסים אלה. אז כמו שאני משער שהרבה מכם יודעים, שומעים, רואים, המטבח הישראלי ושפים ישראלים ברחבי העולם זה תופעה, זה מה שאנחנו מתקלים בו יותר ויותר. אפילו שני כוכבי משלן שזכינו, ישראל זכתה בשנים האחרונות, אחד בברלין ואחד בפריז, וגם סדרות, תוכניות, כתבות, ובכל מקום נתקלים בזה. חשוב לומר שבתוך כל הסיטואציה הזאת אנחנו לא היחידים, וזאת אומרת, יש את תחושת חשיבות ישראלית שאנחנו על המפה, ואנחנו כאלה על המפית, ואנחנו מאוד משמעותיים, אבל יש עוד ועוד נדבכים, וגם זה אישו שעלה לאורך המחקר. בתוך התופעה הזאת של ההצלחה הקולינרית של ישראלים באירופה, בעצם נתקלתי במשהו שעניין אותי לפני כשנתיים וחצי, התנהגות שונה ולא מאוד צפויה, אולי כן צפויה, בה שפים ובעלי מסעדות ישראלים במרחב שבו לרוב אנשים מגדירים את עצמם דרך הלאום שלהם, אז אותם שפים בוחרים להימנע מהצגת הלאום שלהם כמה שמגדיר המטבח שלהם. הם ייתנו לזה כל מיני שמות שונים, אם זה מטבח תל אביבי או מטבח מזרח תיכוני, ים תיכוני לבנטיני, וזה בשונה מהנוף, אוקיי, שהרוב האנשים שם מגדירים את המטבח שלהם כלבנוני, יפני, סורי, או שפים ישראלים בצפון אמריקה שכן קוראים למטבח שלהם מטבח ישראלי, וזה חשוב לציין שאותם שפים ישראלים באירופה או בעלי מסעדות באירופה לא מסתירים את הזהות שלהם כישראלים, אלא רק את לאוכל שלהם הם בוחרים לא לקרוא אוכל ישראלי. השערת המחקר שלי מורכבת מכמה רבדים וכמה מילות מפתח בעצם מציגים את הבסיסים התיאורטיים שעליהם אני נשען, אם זה soft power, המשיכה, חלחול הערכים, אם זה normative power Europe, וכמובן סיפור של אינטראקציה עם החברה, קשרים, סוכנים אחרים במפגשים שקורים סביב המסעדה. השיח על המטבח הישראלי כנראה אולי מושפע מהניסיון לעיצוב ישראל והישראליות באירופה תוך שימוש במרחב התרבותי גסטרונומי, ובעצם דרך השערת המחקר אני מנסה להציג איזו תהייה על הלגיטימיות של המטבח כמשל אולי לתהיות של מה זה ישראל ואיך ישראל נתפסת בתוך האינטראקציה האירופית. תרצו אולי המסעדה כאיזה מיקרוקוסמוס ליחסי ישראל והאיחוד האירופי. ברקע התיאורטי שלי, מה לעשות, גסטרו-דיפלומטיה היא תיאוריה שבמקרה הטוב היא על קיר תרנגולת, מאוד מאוד דלה, כתיבה די דלה בנושא, אז הבטתי החוצה וניסיתי להבין מה אני צריך ומה אני מחפש, אז כמובן בתחום היחב"לי, תיאוריות של עוצמה, עוצמה רכה ועוצמה נורמטיבית, דיפלומטיה חדשה, דיפלומטיה חדשות, אם זה דיפלומטיה תרבותית, דיפלומטיה ציבורית וגם nation branding, שיח על הגירה, השפים כמהגרים אחרים, מהגרים privilege migration, מהגרי מעמד ביניים, וכמובן היסטוריית היחסים בין ישראל לאיחוד האירופי, בין האיחוד האירופי למהגרים הישראלים, וכמובן בין ישראל למהגריה. בפריזמה של יחסי ישראל והאיחוד האירופי, אז הדגש התיאורטי, כמו שאמרתי, על עניין של עוצמה רכה ועוצמה נורמטיבית, הרבה פוקוס על דיפלומטיה תרבותית, זה משהו גם שגם בפרקטיקה האיחוד האירופי מדבר עליו הרבה בשנים האחרונות. ה-power of the local, הכוח של המקומי כמשפיע, כמעצב מלמטה את המדיניות אולי בסופו של דבר, אבל לפחות את השיח ואת התפיסות. וכמובן אני מתעסק בפריזמה ההיסטורית, בהשתלשלות האירועים כמו שמוקדם יותר נעמה הציגה עם מלחמת ששת הימים כאיזה קו פרשת מים, 73, הצהרת ונציה, כל המקום של הסכסוך הישראלי-פלסטיני עד פסק דין פסגות אולי שגם קשור קצת לקולינריה, שבעצם כל הנושא של גבולות ישראל או אי גבולות ישראל ואיך האיחוד האירופי תופס אותם. לצד כל המתחים הפוליטיים או האי הסכמות הפוליטיות, גם צריך לזכור שהאיחוד האירופי בכל זאת הוא שותף לסחר הגדול של ישראל, וגם זה קשור בעצם ליכולת לקיים קשרי מסחר קולינריים ולמכור יין בישראלים ומסעדות שם, וגם זה משמעותי בסיפור. בתוך העולם של הדיפלומטיה, אני מתעסק בעיקר, ככל שאני נכנס לזה יותר, אני רואה שהדיפלומטיה התרבותית היא המטריה הנוחה והמתאימה וגם תיאוריה שהולכת ומתפתחת למחקר שלי, ואני מתעסק בנושא של היחסים שמתקיימים בין הציבורים, היחסים בין המהגרים לציבור המקומי, השימוש בכלים תרבותיים, אוכל ככלי תרבותי, כל הנושא של הדדיות שהוא מאוד משמעותי בעולם של דיפלומטיה תרבותית, ובתוך כל זה בעצם כשמדברים על גסטרודיפלומטיה מדברים תמיד על השפעה דרך האוכל ואיך היא נעשית על ידי מי שהוא הבעלים של האוכל, על ידי מישהו שנמצא איתו באינטראקציה. ובמקרה שלי האוכל הוא בעצם בין כלי למרחב שבמקום מי שמפעיל הוא משתמש בו הוא הבעלים, זאת אומרת להערכתי הבעלים, הוא גם הסועד מפעיל איזה סוג של עוצמה בחזרה, או מנצל דרך ההגדרות של האוכל ואיך שתופסים את האוכל לייצר השפעה, וזה מה שאני מתעסק בו בעולמות של דיפלומטיה בתיאוריה שלי. אני רץ על זה כי אני רוצה להגיע לממצאים. בעולם המטבח אני מתעסק הרבה בנושא של זהות, בניית זהות לאומית דרך אוכל, מאבקים, שייכות, ניחוס, בליעה של האחר, וכמובן אוכל בעולם המהגרים, אוכל כלי די משמעותי בקרב מהגרים, לא רק מהגרים ישראלים מן הסתם, שמהגרים למקום ומנסים למצוא את עצמם בחברה, לשמור על קשר עם מדינת האם שלהם, ליצור קהילה מקומית, הם משתמשים באוכל, אז גם זה משהו שנכנס לתוך תחום המחקר שלי. עוד זום אין הוא המטבח הישראלי, שגם בשיח על מטבח ישראלי במדינת ישראל וארץ ישראל ולפני כן, ככור היתוך, הבליעה, המחיקה, הרצון לא לזכור את האוכל מהגלות, החזרה על תוך זה, הבליעה של האוכל הפלסטיני לתוכנו, כתיבה על מהו האוכל הישראלי והמטבח הישראלי החדש, שיח שמתפתח בנושא. אני חבר בקבוצת מחקר של חוקרים ישראלים שמתעסקים בנושא הזה, אני חושב שמה שאני למדתי על האוכל הישראלי תוך כדי תנועה, שהוא בעצם מגלם בצורה אולי טובה ומיטבית את המתחים הפנימיים שקיימים בישראל, וכל מה שקשור במושג הישראליות, וגם כשיוצאים החוצה, זה אולי בעצם איזה, מצד אחד זה קצת מרדד את השיח, לא מבינים אולי את המורכבויות שם, מצד שני גם זה דרך לראות איך איך מייצגים אותנו ואיך רואים אותנו מבחוץ. ועכשיו לממצאים שעלו תוך כדי עבודת השדה, לממצאים באמת ראשונים, הרבה מחשבות, אני ממש אשמח לשמוע איך אתם רואים את הדברים ומה המחשבות שעולות לכם שאני מדבר ואומר. אז הממצא הראשון הוא בעצם תופעה שהיא מייצגת קשת של התנהגויות. מצד אחד, מנעד השמות וההגדרות הקולינריות רחב, כמו שאמרתי זה נע בין ים תיכוני, לבנטיני, מזרח תיכוני, עד תל אביב, ירושלמי, יפואי, קוראים למקומות גם בשמות שמאוד מאפיינים את הדברים האלה. יש גם עלייה בדרג הביניים, כאילו אנשים שכן מגדירים את המטבח שלהם ישראלי, וזה משהו שמתחיל לקרות שלפני 3-4 שנים לא היה. אז בצד השמות, כשמסתכלים בסופו של דבר מה מגיש המקום הלבנטיני, ומה מגיש המקום התל אביבי, או מה מגיש המקום הישראלי, או מה מגיש המקום היהודי, מסעדה שקוראים לעצמה בבה, מסעדה יהודית בברלין, בבעלות של 2 נשים ישראליות לשעבר, מגישים את אותו אוכל. אתה יכול לקרוא לעצמך איך שאתה רוצה, ובסופו של דבר האוכל שמגישים הוא מרודד לדברים שחוזרים על עצמם, הרייס, שגם פה בחוזרתנו אופנתי, חומוס כמובן, אבל כבר לא רק חומוס, וכו' וכו'. באמת כאילו, קצת קשה לראות, אבל זה ממסעדת ג'וזף בברלין, שקוראת עצמה קצת ישראלית, קצת תל אביבית, קצת אוריינטלית, עד בר גונזו במדריד, אינדקו בלונדון, בבה, סלטים בפריז, כולם בסופו של דבר מגדירים את עצמם אחרת, אבל מכינים את אותו אוכל. וחשוב, כשאני חושב על הממצא הזה, אני אומר, ברור לי שמסעדה היא עסק כלכלי, וזו שאלה של איזה מיתוג אתה בוחר לעצמך ומה אתה רוצה להציג ולייצג, ומה הקהל שלך יותר מכל יסכים לצרוך, אבל מצד שני, גם יש מוטיבים של הזדהות בקרב המחקרים מבועיינים, שאומרו שהם בחרו בשמות והדברים שהם מגישים, כי הם גם מאמינים בשם הזה. אולי כן, אולי לא. בטח. להבנתי, המורכבות של לייצר מטבח ישראלי קיימת בגלל המורכבות של בעצם להסביר מה זה ישראלי. כשהולכים ואוכלים מטבח ישראלי, אולי גם מאשרים את הקיום של ישראל, או כשנמנעים מלקרוא לזה, אז אולי בעצם מתכחשים להגדיר מה זה ישראל ואיך ישראל קיימת, או איפה היא מתחילה ואיפה היא נגמרת. ואולי כאילו כאן בתוך זה יש איזה גם את המקום הנורמטיבי הזה, האירופי, איזה משהו אירופי על, ומצד שני גם משהו שהוא מאוד מתאים לכל מקום ומקום, לכל עיר, או אפילו לפעמים לכל שכונה בתוך ערים גדולות שמשתנה בתוך קהל היעד. עכשיו, לגבי השקף הזה, מילים, זה דבר שמאוד חשוב בתפריטים ובמסעדות שמספרות על עצמם, וכשאתה שואל אנשים איזה אוכל אתם עושים, והם אומרים לך ישראלי או לא ישראלי, והם לא יודעים להגדיר מה זה מטבח ישראלי, ופתאום אתה רואה שהם משתמשים במושגים שהם ערבים, ואז אתה מדבר עם שפים שהם ערבים, פלסטינים שגרים שם, אתה מבין שהמתח סביב מילים הוא אולי שורש הסיפור הזה. עכשיו, הדיפלומטיה התרבותית, לרוב, אולי תסכים איתי אחרי זה, היא מרחב של דיאלוג, וכאן בגסטרונומיה היא משתקפת כזירה של מאבק בינלאומי, בין המהגרים למולדת הרבה פעמים גם, בין המהגרים עצמם ובין המהגרים למדינה המארחת. ואם אני רוצה להגדיר את המאבק, כמו שאמרתי, אז כאן הניסיון לייצר תודעה של מה שלי ומה לא שלי, ומה אני מנכס ומה אני לא מנכס, ומה נותן אינטרפרטציה שלי, זה אחד הדברים שהכי בלטו לי מתוך הממצאים. אני אעשה את זה מהר. אחד הממצאים החשובים והמעניינים הוא סוגיית השגריר. הסוכן בשפה המקצועית, אבל הרבה פעמים גם בתרבות שלנו, שרואים בטלוויזיה, קוראים כתבות, מדברים ושואלים את אותם אנשים, אתם מרגישים שגרירים? איזה שגרירים אתם מרגישים? מה אתם מייצגים? זו שאלה שהיא מאוד טריקית בעיניי, כי אנשים שבחרו בסך הכל להכין אוכל בחוץ, פתאום מכריחים אותם בגלל האוכל שמכינים, לשאול את עצמם את מי ומה הם מייצגים, והרבה פעמים מנגד יש תופעות שמשרד החוץ כן שולח באופן רשמי אנשים לייצג את ישראל קולינרית, או גלובל טאי, שממשלת תאילנד עשתה פרויקט בינלאומי להקים מסעדות תאילנדיות בעולם שייצגו באופן רשמי. ויש כאילו איזה מתח כזה של אם אתה מייצג או לא מייצג, אם אתה כאדם פרטי חייב לייצג. אז כן, אני אסיים בזה. 4 סוגי שגרירים שעלו מתוך המחקר, האנשים שרואים את עצמם שגרירים ומרגישים מזוהים עם ישראל כישראל, מרמת המדינה עד רמת האוכל, אנשים שאמרו שהם שגרירים אבל רק באופן תרבותי ולא פוליטי, אנשים שרוצים לשגרר את ישראל האחרת, זאת אומרת ישראל הסליחה, כן, מנוחים דם, ישראל הלא כובשת, ישראל שלא מכירה בהתנחלויות, ישראל שלא מגישה בהתנחלויות ודברים כאלה, והאחרון, הסוג האחרון, זה אנשים שלא רואים את עצמם כשגרירים ומנסים לעשות את דיס-אטאצ'מנט מישראל, למרות שהם כן קוראים לעצמם ישראלים, אבל לא כאנשי קולינריה. זהו, אני אסיים כאן, ומחר בעילה, ואני אולי אצליח להעביר את כל הדברים שרציתי, מי שיהיה מחר.
Thank you. Transition to the lunch. Now I'm happy to introduce Sabina Gender, also from Negev, and she will present a lecture about the conceptualist cultural diplomacy, the case study of the EU in Israel 2014 and 2019.
So hello, it's weird to see you face to face here. I'm Sabina Gendler, a PhD candidate at the Department of Politics and Government at the Ben-Gurion University, and my research deals with the conceptualization of cultural diplomacy as a method of practice and as an evolving theoretical framework. In this paper, I plan to examine both the EU's cultural diplomacy within the EU and its external relations, mainly with Israel. So today, my talk will focus on one aspect of my research, on the how question. How does it work? In other words, a spotlight on the operating method of EU's cultural diplomacy. By focusing on this aspect, I'll try to clear the dust over what is cultural diplomacy and how you can recognize it. Following it, one of my expected contributions to the theoretical literature will be a theoretical model with which scholars would analyze cultural diplomacy practices, focusing on the operation method. So what does cultural diplomacy mean? As a start, I invite you all to visualize what cultural diplomacy looks like in your mind. Is Andrea Bocelli sings in a deserted Duomo di Milano during the corona pandemic his cultural diplomacy practice? And what if I told you that the city of Milano is the engine of this initiative and showcases the performance worldwide via live YouTube? What about Italian people singing across their balconies? Or celebs who shared pictures and took a stand during the last round of fighting between Israel and Gaza? And what if they do it after a request from a state foreign ministry? Does it matter? Sorry. And what about Google Arts and Culture? Is it some kind of cultural diplomacy by a non-state actor? Well, we can continue this for all my 15 minutes of talk, but the purpose of this was to give us a glimpse into the complex world of cultural diplomacy definition and identification options. So as a beginning, we need to be aware that there is no agreed definition of cultural diplomacy. Rather, there is an ongoing debate regarding the term and its meaning, whether it's more culturally related or more diplomacy-oriented. And if or how can you recognize it? The massive use of cultural means during the Cold War, the war of ideas, made the term cultural diplomacy almost synonymous with propaganda. With the end of the Cold War, and more significantly over the last 2 decades, cultural diplomacy has resurfaced. It is due to a wide range of developments in both the theoretical and diplomatic spheres. In light of the decline of traditional diplomacy, the digital era has paved the way for new cultural tools, such as new media channels and social networks. In this context, cultural diplomacy emerges as a critical component of states' ability to gain influence and access to the foreign power. In parallel, scholars began focusing on the growing role of non-state actors in the international arena. Rather than focusing on the United States and Russia, the focus has shifted to international organizations like the EU, especially regarding the role the cultural diplomacy plays as a link between the various European countries as part of the integration process and its role in the EU external actions as a non-state actor in the international arena. The use of cultural diplomacy was another way to evaluate the change of balance in the international arena. So although the research in the field is still limited and often linked to public diplomacy, branding, or even manipulation, it opened the way to new perspectives and analysis in the field. Still, despite a comprehensive discussion on cultural diplomacy core principles, there is no consensus on a modern definition. Cultural diplomacy is typically described as being part of public diplomacy or as a soft power tool. Other definitions focus on the communication between government and a foreign public, or the evolving role of non-state actors in cultural diplomacy formation. It has been argued that culture may be used to reflect the sender's culture, while others maintain that it is no different from other nation branding methods. In fact, it is just an aspect of the unresolved debate over applying the term culture in cultural diplomacy. On the one hand, it is argued that culture needed to be perceived in the non-stricto sense, meaning as a symbolic meaning system, including values, ideas, norms, language, etc., all factors shaping the human behavior and the group identification. On the other hand, the stricto sense of viewing cultural diplomacy through the lens mainly of state interests. In this regard, this is also a debate over whether cultural diplomacy can foster a two-way exchange of ideas, practices, and values instead of one-way messages. Leaning on the broad definition of culture and the new characterization of cultural diplomacy, I argue that a new definition of cultural diplomacy needs to consider both the instrumental nature of cultural diplomacy and the conceptual framework referring to culture. Therefore, more than a definition, I am offering a conceptual organization idea to recognize cultural diplomacy that is separate from other kinds of diplomacy. Cultural diplomacy is a form of diplomacy in which relations and communication with the foreign public occur through direct and indirect liaisons and actions, utilizing media, art, cultural assets, and other cultural means. Most definitions of cultural diplomacy mention it as a tool for facilitating international cooperation and promoting mutual understanding. So how do we recognize cultural diplomacy? The exchange of ideas is being perceived as an engine underpinning cultural diplomacy. As such, dialogue must be the goal and not monologue. Otherwise, it is no more than public diplomacy, branding, or other nation branding tools. The recipient refers to foreign public directly without state mediation. The target audience is as broad as possible, not just elite groups. The type of activity is based on artistic means to reflect the sender's culture. It is a multi-actor arena, not only state actor. But what about the method of operation? Are all the above carried out in the field? This will be the focus of the following part, and as I will argue, the uniqueness of applying outsourcing as the main method of operation. So, cultural diplomacy in the EU's external actions. The EU is an interesting case in the field of cultural diplomacy, as it is not a state, but still a significant cultural ties, both internally between the member states and between the EU to third countries. The importance of cultural diplomacy is not a new phenomenon in the EU, as from the early days of the European community, it was a central element in building the European cultural identity. Taken up from the creation of the Council of Europe in 1949, which was aimed at creating mutual cultural frameworks between European countries, to the People's Europe concept in the 80s, with the slogan of not only traders Europe, and to the following quote that you see here: if I had to do it again, I would begin with culture, that is associated with Jean Monnet, one of the founding fathers of the European project. Although there is no evidence, he actually stated, till today, this quote appears in various official EU documents and speeches by the EU leaders. In simple words, cultural diplomacy was the glue to the integration project. As for the EU external action, the situation is a bit different. As Article 6 of the Lisbon Treaty indicates, the EU does not have any independence in the cultural field. Culture remains a national issue. Cultural diplomacy as a significant tool increased in the importance of developing a mutual cultural strategy. In 2007 and following that, 2010, culture was defined as a strategic factor in the EU political, social, and economic development in the international arena. Official documents set the ground for a European agenda, but that political need was not backed up by a practical strategic framework, dedicated budgetary mechanism, or legal framework that allows direct activities in the field of culture. Moreover, till 2011, the term culture diplomacy did not appear in EU official documents, and the European External Action Service did not include cultural issues under its capacity. Although this unique organization recognized the need for a common cultural framework to develop a sense of belonging to a common culture and also represent that culture to third countries, the concept of culture remains a sensitive topic. The solution was based on the interpretation of Article 6 and other sections, which calls to include cultural aspects in all EU activities, and in fact allows cultural activities to be part of EU's actions in third countries. This was the core of 2014-2015 documents towards an EU strategy for international cultural relations, and later on, new European agenda for culture and the development of the strategic framework for EU's cultural policy in 2019. Those essential documents and following them, EU official statements try to bridge the gap between the need for European cultural diplomacy to the absence of a common European culture. The pillars of the new definition for cultural diplomacy were the foundation for the EU terminology, setting on what the so-called EU culture is within the EU's cultural diplomacy. The quotes that appear here as an example, as well as a broad overview of policy documents, speeches, statements, and interviews that I've already made, indicate that the terminology is based on trust building as a purpose, dialogue as a mean, and value as the cultural identity umbrella. Regarding the method of operation, the orientation and even the patronage over the new definition of cultural diplomacy continue in how the EU practices cultural diplomacy. Firstly, the budgetary instruments require the operator to link the cultural activity to EU's value identification. Secondly, the receiver is most likely the general public and not the state related to specific target audience. And thirdly, the outsourcing method compared to direct operations. That is the operation through official delegation, the direct operations, compared to operation by local agents in the destination state, European institutes related to the state's members, or other non-EU official bodies. To make it more transparent, I will show this aspect through the European neighborhood policy example. The European neighborhood policy is a foreign relations policy that allows non-EU countries to enhance relations with the EU without joining through economic instruments supporting joint bilateral action plans. It is also the larger framework for Israel's participation in EU projects, and according to the EU, the agreements and action plans are based on shared values and promoting cultural dialogue. This perception is well embedded in the instruments supporting the policy. 81% of the budgetary support is based on the European Neighborhood Instrument, which invested an amount of 193 million euros in cultural activities between the years 2014-2017, and placed at the top of its 6 goals the promotion of EU's core values. All the economic goals, regulatory goals, and those related directly to the project, such as building trust through people-to-people activities, are placed second. It is the same for other instruments aiming to promote stability, peace, cooperation, and cultural diversity. As for the project receiver, 87 directed towards the general public, and only 13% directed towards state-related entities. My main interest lies in the implementation of this project. Although there is no specific count, based on the budgetary division, it is clear that the majority is outsourced, which means the operation of EU's cultural diplomacy carried on external operators. Moreover, if we examine the internal division in this section, we can see that the local operators carried out most of the operations. In my extended research, I will argue that this reliance on the outsourcing method, especially on the local operators, is a tool for gaining trust through the local cultural filter. but I will not elaborate on that now. So now I want to share with you this model based on all of the above and the specific case study in my research, which is EU's cultural diplomacy in Israel. As you can see, I will argue that the EU's cultural diplomacy can be divided and labeled as direct or outsourcing. The outsourcing comprises local actors carrying out the actual cultural activities and divided to local in the destination state and local in or from the European arena. The direct method is talking about official delegation, EU delegation, dedicated budget, or disposable EU funding instrument budgetary. But the interesting part is that even here, the implementation carried by the local or in cooperation with the local. To sum up, my primary focus in this presentation is to shed light on the neglected but important aspect of cultural diplomacy, the operating method. By focusing on the how question, it is becoming more optional to discuss on bridging the gap between the different definitions. This bi-optional model that can help recognize cultural diplomacy and how it works. As for the EU case, it is suggested that local actors are a major and essential part of the cultural diplomacy operation method. Cultural project within the two models cultural project within the two models categories move somewhat away from the normative identification underlying the definition of EU cultural diplomacy, emphasizing other normative aspects. The operating method leaning on local cultural agents is crucial in understanding EU's cultural diplomacy in Israel and cultural diplomacy practice in general. Thank you.
Lecture, and now I have Naama and speak about comparative urban diplomacy, Warsaw and Tel Aviv.
I'm setting my timer. That's what we do in the backend. Hi, my name is Naama. I'm 26 years old, and I'm going to talk about comparative urban diplomacy today. So what we're going to do in general, we're going to talk about urban diplomacy and the importance of the city, the branding of the city, and about my case studies, which are going to be Tel Aviv and Warsaw. And now we have a movie. I don't know if this will play. Maybe it will. Let's see.
יום אירופה שמח.
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 ביום הזה מוצע לאחל לכל אזרחי האיחוד האירופי ברחבי העולם יום אירופה שמח.
אנחנו רואים באיחוד האירופי שותף משמעותי במגוון המחקרים שלנו.
בזכות שיתוף הפעולה הזה הצלחנו לקבל את פרס החדשנות במדע, האוסקר של הקהילה המדעית.
אנחנו מקדמים שירותים לתושבי ג'סר ומקדמים הליכים לקידום ושינוי התדמית של היישוב.
אנו מפתחים יחדיו טכנולוגיות חדשניות, מקדמים שיתופי פעולה פוריים בין קהילות המחקר המצטיינות שלנו ומתמודדים יחדיו עם אתגרים שונים.
זו הזדמנות נפלאה להודות על שיתוף פעולה פורה בין האיחוד לעיריית תל אביב-יפו, שהמשיך גם בתקופה המאתגרת הזאת.
Bashir died.
יום...
So I shared this video with you because when I saw it for the first time, I was blown away. Because I didn't understand why one whole day was in this video. And I hope that my thesis will shed light on this topic. Confession, I have what we call small town girl syndrome, which means that I find myself fascinated by cities. And the big question of my research is, how and through which method do Tel Aviv and Warsaw use urban diplomacy in their international activities, and what added value does this diplomatic channel give to the cities and the citizens. So, urban diplomacy. Okay. As we heard in Igor's and Sabina's lectures before me, diplomacy isn't what it used to be in the past. It doesn't happen between countries anymore. It happens between big organizations, companies, people, chefs, and it also happens between cities. So, it's more than states, and the cities has become a player. So there is a concept of global city, coined by Sasson, that says that the city is where the globalization happens. So it means that the city is the place of everything, where everything happens, that is the center of the economical, of the cultural, of the political, of the social environment. This is the place where poor people live alongside with the elite of the society. This is the place that everything happens and collide, and these conflicts are part of the globalization process that we all experience. So the city, sorry. Okay, the importance of the city is not new. It's not a new idea. We all know it from the polis, the Greek polis, from Rome. Cities have always cooperated with one another. They always traded with one another. But still, I claim that there is something different about city diplomacy, the urban diplomacy today. And the difference is that they are trying to do something greater. Cities are not cooperating with one another or with other organizations in order to achieve more money, for example, not just like that, but they're trying to promote agendas. They're trying to promote things like climate change, the fight against the global warming. They're trying to promote democratic values. They're trying to promote ideas. And the main reason that cities try to promote these ideas, in my eyes and in the eyes of the researchers in this field, like Huto, is because they not suffered, but they deal with all these sort of things. Because if you have an immigration problem, the city is the one that experiences it, and the citizens of the city is the ones that experience it. So the city needs to figure out what to do with it. And if you have the global warming issue, so the citizens suffer from the global warming issue, and the cities can do something about it. And this is the main issue in this in this research. Today, there are more than 200 networks of cities around the globe. Half of them is trying to actually promote policy. The cities gather together, sit together, and think about policies that could help them all together. They're not trying to win over other cities. They're trying to cooperate and find new ideas in order to make the life of their citizens better. And a point here is that the city, so the researchers claim in this field, can do more than the country. So if you look, for example, of Benjamin Berber theory in this field, he wrote a book named If Mayor Ruled the World, and where he speaks about the fact that mayors could actually do more than policymakers in the governmental field. Why? Because A, they are closer to the people, to the actual people. They can go out on the street and meet them. They can be approached by citizens in their city that says, you do that right and you do that wrong. So they live in the city. They care about the environment of the city because they are part of it. They're not disconnected from that. And if you add to that the fact that they need to do something, because if the mayor isn't going to help you keep your street clean, for example, he won't be mayor anymore. He will be fired. And if you look, for example, at the last 2 years in Israel, when you have this, we practically have no government, a city could never function like that because things needs to be done. And so this is exactly the space where cities can do the difference in the, in the global world, because if they decide that they want to fight climate change, for example, they are taxing people that can't recycle, for example, that want, I'm sorry, not can't, want to recycle. They sit exactly in the space between. And there are two kinds of thoughts in this field that says, one say that the connections of cities and the networks is what makes them stronger and what gives them the power to do all these sort of things and to promote their agendas. But another thought is saying that in fact, the city is so powerful, and when it comes together to the networks, it just contributed the power to the network itself. And I tend to agree with the second thought in my eyes, because I think that the city is the most powerful institute for the citizen. And now let's talk a little bit about branding. So how do you brand the city? It's not something that you can buy. Obviously, you need to make a connection with it, between the tourists, for example, and the city itself. And we can see that in a weaker cities where they have a lower economical situation, they try to attract people and trying to attract tourists by connecting to their cultural. And this is where Sabine's research come into play, this cultural diplomacy. Okay, but with that saying, city branding is also a tool that can be misused. For example, in non-democratic regimes, we can see examples like Singapore or Dubai, which are obviously not the democratic places, but they're trying to brand their main city as a place where it's a Western place, as a place that you could come and visit and feel like you're a part of the West. And yes, you experience the local culture, but they're sort of legitimize themselves in a way through their branding of the city. And okay, my case studies in Tel Aviv and Warsaw. Let's start with Tel Aviv real quick because we know it better. So Tel Aviv is the biggest city in Israel in terms of the global city of it. It's actually the only city in Israel nowadays that defines itself as a global city. It does many events and acts in more ways than one. Then they are organizing events to appeal for tourists to be part of the bigger cities of the world. And the presence of Freie in that video is the proof of that, because they are constantly talking, working, programming with the EU, with other cities as well, in order to promote themselves as a city. Warsaw. Warsaw is a leading city in Eastern Europe. In Poland, and they work together with the EU to promote the EU values. And what interests me in my research is the fact that both Tel Aviv and Warsaw are part of a country that doesn't necessarily promote the same values that the city promotes. And we could see it in Tel Aviv and also in Warsaw, when that Poland is a country that tries to ban rights of the LGBTQ community, but in Warsaw, the mayor walks in the Pride parade and he signs resolutions in order to help and to promote this community, and which goes side by side with the EU policy, maybe, but not with the Polish policy. And we have a similar case in Tel Aviv, which promotes public transport in Shabbat against the wishes of the country. What else I have to say? That's about it. I really would be happy to hear your thoughts about it. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Okay, thank you for this. I want to give some comments, but before I think that it would be better to hear your comments about the presentation itself and about the content of each of the three research. Yes. Okay.
I thank you, all of you, for very interesting presentations. I will, I have comments for each of you, but I will not go by order of the program, unlike my habits. So, starting with Sabina, I really like your conceptualization. I think it makes a lot of sense, and it does sort of organize an area of EU activity which is obviously very complex. And has a lot of things in it. I did, because you said there was a focus on outsourcing, but even regardless of that, I did, looking at all of this complex mechanism, I found myself wondering whether the EU devotes any attention to the question of coherence. And if so, how does it ensure? Because you focus on the how, right? So I try to focus my thinking of your presentation on the how. So how is coherence achieved? I'd really like to hear your thoughts on that. Noam, thank you. This is a very interesting subject to pursue. You said that Tel Aviv defines itself as a global city. Keyword in this sentence, in my eyes, being itself. And I think there's a huge, huge gap between the way Tel Aviv and Tel Aviv residents view themselves and their city, and the way their city is viewed abroad. And so how does this play into your research? And also, I think it was towards the end of your presentation. I mean, I understand that it's because of time constraints that you didn't have time to say a lot about Warsaw, but it is interesting to know whether Warsaw is also facing this gap between its own self-image and the way it is perceived. And so a comparison there would be nice. And Ido, I mean, your subject is fascinating. There is so much in there. I think how does this relate? I mean, I do want to push you to think about how does this relate to diplomacy, the way we know it, so done by elites, and how does the diplomatic elite view this? Does it see it as an opportunity or a threat because it cannot control the messaging that goes out through this instrument? So what happens there in the connection between elites and popular reality? Thank you.
Did you answer? Those are three huge questions.
So I'll start. So thank you for your comment. Actually, I don't know. I need to think about it. I think it's not the purpose. I don't think the purpose is to be so strict and to do everything for some kind of a big goal or something like that. I think it's more about the identity. They work through outsourcing because they want to tackle the cultural filter in the destination country. They think, I'm not sure, but for now, I think that if they operate through cultural agents in the destination country, it's more likely that they will enter to the cultural filter and understand the people at the destination country, because you're more likely could understand or could hear someone who is similar to you. And if you operate through cultural agents in a destination country, so Tel Aviv municipality will be the operator of White Night Tel Aviv, for example. And then in Tel Aviv, people will come to this European night and will more likely to understand what is happening with this cooperation. So I don't know if it's clear, but for now I think this will be my answer.
Thank you for the comment. This is actually a very good thing to acknowledge, but I do think that Tel Aviv is still as for sure, like the famous city in Israel. There's everything of goes to because of the situation with Jerusalem, for example, the reason that the embassy is in Tel Aviv, everyone knows Tel Aviv, and I think the fact that Tel Aviv cooperates with other organizations worldwide and builds bridges between Israel and abroad, but I don't think that it needs to be said it out more, and I agree with you on that, and thank you.
So it's indeed a great question, and thank you for that. I think that, as you remember, at the end of my presentation, I talked about the ambassador issue, and it always comes to the issue of if I'm an ambassador or not, and who I'm representing from the side of the chefs or the entrepreneurs of the restaurants. A few of the chefs that I talked with told me that they tried to cooperate with the MFA, and some of them told me that they felt that it's not something that is that the MFA is into, and they say that the MFA prefer to choose who will represent them abroad, and they will say they want to send chefs from Israel to represent Israel in Israeli week, wherever, or Israeli festival somewhere in the world, and they don't want that someone that lives abroad will represent them. That their thoughts, okay, the chef's thoughts, that how they see it. And there is one story from Berlin that the Israeli embassy there was asked by the Bundestag to do some Israeli event, and they asked from an Israeli restaurant there to do something to make the catering over there, but it's an Israeli-Palestinian cooperation, this restaurant. And the restaurant, the owner of the restaurant said, okay, but we want to come with both flags, Israeli and Palestinian. And yeah, so there it ends. It's a special story, the Israeli-Palestinian restaurant over there, is something that I couldn't manage to talk about because of my organizing abilities. But it's a restaurant that represent themselves with their products by both states. If they sell it on the gourmet shops and stuff like this, and it's a product of Israel and Palestine in the same but on the same product. So it's complicated. Yeah.
Sharon? First of all, thank you very much for the three presentations, which were very interesting. And thank you very much for that. Just a comment which I think is relevant to the three of you, and that has to do with rejectionism. And I've missed that concept in all the three.
I'm sorry, Sharon, with what? I didn't.
Rejectionism.
Okay.
Because rejectionism of European values, the European ideas, is by far more important for the formation of European identity than diffusion of values. And in the three cases, you basically have excellent examples of rejectionism, which might serve the project of formation of European identity. And therefore, I would urge you all to reevaluate the concept of rejectionism, definitely when it comes to the cultural filter, in Sabina's case, in your case, for sure, and the same goes to Noam. This is definitely the case when it comes to Warsaw, for example, which obviously you didn't have the time to discuss. And I want to say this is, to my mind, the first time that actually Noam presents her paper. So well done, and kol hakavod on that. You really did well. But I think the concept of rejectionism is crucial in the discussion of diffusion of norms, diffusion of values, and the rejection of values. But thank you very much.
Can I just pick up on that? I'm sorry for taking over the discussion. But this really relates to the concept of norm contestation, which is really a central concept in the IR discussion these days. So you might consider incorporating that into your conceptual framework and maybe call each of the cases that each of you is studying as a way of bypassing. So there's now backlash, and then there's what people call frontlash or counter backlash. So this is a form of, sorry.
If I may, I want to come back first to the presentation, to your presentation. We are all convinced that you know how to write a paper, introduction and the theoretical field, but when you are doing a presentation, you must go to the point. You must go not to trivial proposals or statement like cities are very important. You have Warsaw and Tel Aviv. It's very interesting. I didn't hear from you what was the A.Gertz that conducted your research. Why do you choose Tel Aviv? And I think that when you are doing the presentation, it's important to hear about your personal involvement, also for gastronomy. How do you arrive to this research? I think it's very interesting to introduce. It makes it more comfortable to listen to the more theoretical aspect. As for the contents, my question is very huge, and I don't expect to have an answer, but how are you evaluating the success of cultural diplomacy? It's important because I feel that it's very interesting, I think that it's a real challenge, how to evaluate if it was a failure or a success. And as for Warsaw and Tel Aviv, I think that was, for me, very interesting, that we know that there is a huge gap, a discrepancy between the image of Tel Aviv and Warsaw and the image of Poland and Israel. And so I want to know about the support of the Israeli officials or Polish officials towards this cultural diplomacy, even if they know that it doesn't serve the image of Israel, but maybe only of the city.
Okay, so well, I'm not evaluating the success of cultural diplomacy because I don't think we can do it, and I don't think it's my purpose because it's the purpose of the practitioners. The diplomats need to evaluate cultural diplomacy, and I think given the economical value of cultural diplomacy, just to know if you need to invest in it. My purpose is to go back to the theoretical background and make it more valuable and more acceptable in the IR arena, because it's not. Till nowadays, it's just neglected tool or something like practitioners need to practice cultural diplomacy. It's not a field for theoretical issues or scholars. So I'm coming from there.
I absolutely agree with you. I think that this is maybe the most interesting part. How does it not collide? How do they allow it from in the first place? And this is the question: I'm tempted to ask the people, especially in the actually do it in the city, what reactions do they get from the foreign ministries? Because this is interesting. From what I know in the case of Davidzon, is that it's perceived as zero kef kibush. This is the definition, but this is only the beginning.
So first, about where the research is coming from. I love to eat. No, it started from during my MA. It was specifically on the Israeli community, so-called community in Berlin, where I saw that food taking a great part of the community life and how they build their identity, how they see their Jewish identity. And when I finalized my MA, the discussion about the Israeli restaurants in Berlin and of course in London and other places was a thing. So I was fascinated about it, and food is everything to me. So I love to do it, and I must say, and I'm not going through it during my presentation, but to write research, to do the field work during COVID-19, it's quite complicated, and the chefs was not well, kind of, let's say, depressed because the restaurant was closed, and I didn't have the opportunity for a real field work to go into the restaurant, to see the atmosphere, to see how it feels there, which I had during my MA. The opportunity during my MA. So basically, now it's based on their websites, their social networks, and to the interviews. Hopefully, I will manage to visit some restaurants this summer. Hopefully, I will try. Regarding the evaluation of cultural diplomacy, industrial diplomacy, well, same as Sabina, it's hard to evaluate it, but what I can say that I can see a change from 3 years ago, when you can barely see the term of Israeli cuisine. This is the starting point of my research, to now that you can see more and more restaurants that follow their place in Israeli cuisine, Israeli restaurant. Still, it's the minority of the restaurant, but this is something to think about, and how it goes with the issues of the real politics.
Other questions? Other comments? Okay, thank you for doing it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for.
mental breakdown, as the
דיברנו על סבא שלי גם.
כן.
שבוע
זה לא גרם לך להיות אבל פחות קוהרנטית, לא משהו. היית מאוד קוהרנטית, אבל יש מתרגש. דיברתי מהטסט.
כן, אבל הנפתה שלנו
מעולה. אז מה אתה
אז אני רוצה לשאול יש עוד שיעור עכשיו, 4-6, אז אני לא, זה באמת של זה היום רץ בין השיעורים שלו, כאילו לא צריך אני אשמח, לדבר איתו כי הוא עשה את התואר שלו. פתאום שמעתי על עכשיו, אני לא יודעת כמה עושים נכנסים שאנחנו הגשנו את הפאנל, וצריכו להיות שניים של אפשר לשלוח במייל, זה מעניין, נתחיל את זה בזום. הנושא שלך חושב בבול. דרך אגב, אני חושב, אנחנו עושים בסדר, אני חושב שאת כאילו צריכה להכין, וגם את צריכה להכין במחקר, ומשם תודה.
למרות שאנחנו אומרים שיש דיפלומטים שונים. אבל אני גם אמרתי שהשימוש בטרם שאני שטרות לא שלי, לא, להפך, אני ממש חושב שזה מפריע למי שחושב, בין השפים, למי שחושב ולמרות את המשמעות, זה מאוד מפריע. יש לי מונופול על טוב, בסדר, אבל סליחה, אבל אני שמעתי עיתון בשואה, אז כאילו... כן, נכון, נכון, זה יותר לא זה מה שאומרנו. לא. אגב, למרות שהוא לא בתפקיד, למרות שהוא לא בתפקיד כבר עשה זה מי שדבר בתפקיד. בגלל הערוצים שבונים שלו, כן, כן, גם לא, האמת שלא עברו. נכנסתי לתוך הדיון, אפילו שמקדמים לימודים באופי, ברגע שהנושא שלך מונע, וכל קונסטלציה, גם בא מלפעול בבניית קשה, אנחנו צריכים חייב להתקצר גם להשתלות, אבל לפי שתוקלת שתקצר. אז הרפורמה הזאת היא כמובן כאילו בשיתוף
חלק, מצגת, פרזנטציה ואיזשהו סיכום.
כן,
איך היה עד עכשיו?
כן, היה נחמד מאוד.
נציג בצוות הקורס שלו בזמן
כאילו היה אמור לסיים עכשיו, אוקיי. טוב.
אוקיי, זה באנגלית, נכון?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
There was one presenter who, broke the rules and went for Hebrew.
Okay, now we will stick to the rules. We're very conservative. Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. We are here for the fourth and concluding panel of this conference, which will deal with national politics and international organizations. And we have three speakers, if I understand correctly. We have three speakers in succession, and then we discuss each one and allow questions from the audience. So I would like to invite the first speaker, Tom Zamir from the Open University of Israel. And he will talk to us about the European Union, cosmopolitan and liberal democracy. Each speaker has 12 minutes. I assume you are familiar with the rules. Okay. With the rules. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Tom Zamir, and I'm an MA student in the Open University. My MA is in democracy and international relations. My research focuses on the tension that exists between the liberal democracy and the theory of cosmopolitan as it manifests in the unique case of the European Union as a model of regional integration. The tension between these theories is very much present and multidimensional. Without understanding the gap between the theories, it is not possible, to my opinion, to estimate the separatism of the European countries. Many European countries choose to delegate their authorities to the EU, and though this is benefits such as the ability to enter different markets, tax reductions, and political strength, this does not come without a cost. General ruling passed down from Brussels at large do not take into account the will of the people in different countries whose voices are not heard at all at the regional level. The democratic deficit has a partial role in the explanation of Euroscepticism for some of the European countries, so do economics, immigration, and national identity. But this is different in every country. My research premise is to create a tool in which researchers will be able to estimate whether an EU country will withdraw from the EU. This set of tools will be thematic rather than country-based. The themes that I will be researching are national identity, economics, national security, immigration, and what I call liberal and democratic deficit. It is important to state at this point that these themes may exist on their own or as a multi-layered phenomenon in different countries, and they may exist in different intensity or capacity in others, as every country is influenced by its own society, culture, natural identity, socio-economical situation, etc. My chosen methodology is to focus on national institutions such as local government parties, workers' unions, governments, and public political figures such as presidents or prime ministers or even foreign ministers. I believe that using both qualitative and quantitative methods of analysis are needed in order to examine the scope of the existing gap between the liberal democracy and the theory of cosmopolitan, and as a result create a set of useful tools to estimate the trends of separatism of any of the European countries. Now, before I mentioned that there are 5 themes or 5 components that are crucial for that matter. And now I want to elaborate about those. When I mention national identity, it will be examined through nationalist local parties' voting rates, such as, for instance, the UK Conservative Party in that case. Economics, it will be examined through workers' unions' public expression regarding the EU, and using GDP measures or PPP measures. National security will be examined through national health care, financial security, the ability to purchase medications, and not through the EU agreement, like we've witnessed in the last COVID crisis. I look at the national security in the white definition. Immigration, it will be examined through anti-immigration political parties. For instance, it will be the Dutch PVV party, or it could be another parties. It could be the checking of interviews, like the recent interview made by the Hungarian foreign minister that spoke about his lack of will to adopt the limitation, the policy of immigration that the EU is supporting. And the last one is the liberal democratic deficit, that it will be examined through local party activists in an official capacity, local activist movements, pro or against the EU. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We will move on to the second presentation by Yossi Peñas of the University of Haifa. We will talk about Israeli immigration to Berlin between 2010-2019, the effect of anti-Semitism on immigration motives.
So hi, good afternoon to you all. My name is Yossi, 46 years old, and I'm an MA student at the Haifa Center for German and European Studies at the University of Haifa. And I will try to introduce my topic, Israelis in Berlin, in the next 11.5 minutes or so. We called it Israel Berliners versus Berliner Elis. You'll soon find out why. And I will start with a little question that actually I encountered this question some years ago, and one of the reasons I'm interested in the topic of Israelis in Berlin. And the question is, how many Israelis live today in Berlin? And because of the time limit, I will not do a full survey in the crowd. Each one of these answers written before you is a real number. It depends who do you ask. If you ask the Israelis themselves, they will say somewhere around 10,000. If you look in the social media and the Facebook groups, all 31 of them, you will find over 22,000. And if you ask German officials, because of the German law that forbids gathering information regarding a specific ethnic group, they will say that in Berlin there are only 6,000 Israeli registered. But the real answer, we actually don't know. And when I encountered this number, I have a personal interest. Both my grandparents on my mother's side are from Berlin, the city of Berlin. So it was kind of strange for me, and I decided to go deeper and research this topic of Israelis in Berlin. My research was done under the supervision of Professor Fania Oz, specialist in this topic. And here you can see who are the Israelis in Berlin. There is a common, let's say, common perspective that the Israelis in Berlin are on the left side, lived in Tel Aviv, young, partying all day, seeking a cheaper place to pass their, let's say, the 20s. And this is not so. My research, my methodology was focused both on quantitative survey, qualitative interviews of Israelis that live in Berlin. And this is actually a very diverse community. Both young, both families, both businessmen mentioned. Let's say the chefs and restaurants, which are very much present in Berlin. And actually my research question was in what way the rising anti-Semitism affects the motives for immigration to Berlin. And I asked why Berlin, a little bit of history, only 70-something years ago. You might want to say maybe a sample for our short memory. And nonetheless, people still move to Berlin. So I asked the question, why people are moving to Berlin? What are the motives for immigration? What drives people to move to this specific city? There are a lot of cities in Europe, a lot of cultural, let's say, capitals. You can see before you some of the answers. Cheap, some Israelis actually doesn't feel at home in Israel. It's super liberal, it's cosmopolitical, it's very free. as a let's say very famous nightlife, and some of the Israelis that are unhappy with the political state in the last decade can find some, let's say, more suitable place in Berlin. A little bit of data from my research. You can see before you the, let's say, how the immigration motives can divide in terms of gender. This is mainly from the survey, 400 and plus respondents to the survey that was actually sent because of, not because of COVID-19, to Facebook, all of the Facebook groups that gather Israelis in Berlin. There are the Israelis in Berlin, the normal Israelis in Berlin, the real normal Israelis in Berlin, and so on and so forth. You can see the economic motive is the most dominant one. I think it's very intuitive because we all remember the Milky protest, and we hear from time to time in the media, every time they're discussing the cost of living in Israel, they put a picture of Milky, and it's cost only 2 shekels, and in Israel it costs 4. So actually, this is a big thing, but I urge you to look at the second blue round over there. And actually, a cultural motive is very dominant among the immigrants, the Israeli immigrants. A little comment about the Israeli immigrants. I narrowed this term of Israeli immigrants to Israeli Jewish immigrants. There are Israeli non-Jewish immigrants in Berlin, which might take the research to another field, but this is what I choose to focus on. In the interviews, a real, let's say, dominant question was, is it okay to move to Berlin? Is it acceptable among some communities in Israel to move to this city? And I think the answer is yes. People move to Berlin, and they are, I don't want to say proud of it, but they don't have any problem with moving to Berlin regarding its historical its history maybe. So the first thing I checked was my first assumption that the anti-Semitism is rising. This is absolutely without any shred of doubt. The anti-Semitism, no matter how much the German official data tries to soften it, renaming anti-Semitism crimes as something else, the data shows clearly that anti-Semitism and anti-Semitism-based violence is rising, and what I actually asked, how does this rising affects the Israelis that live in Berlin? I think the results were a little bit surprising, but I expected to see something else. Actually, as not to say a little effect, because 16% is not a little effect, but most of the Israelis haven't had any incident with this rising anti-Semitism that you might think that is more dominant because of the media constantly speaking about it, specifically in Germany. The other thing that was a little bit surprising for me is the change in personal security. You might want to think that if the anti-Semitism is rising, people will feel less safe. And according to my research, the picture is quite the opposite. Most of them are reporting a change for the better, and only 8.2% report a change for the worse. So this is the second indication for me that the rising anti-Semitism has a little effect on the Israelis that live in Berlin. Something interesting that I found out from the interviews is the community of immigrants. Actually, Israelis in Berlin see themselves as immigrants from Israel. There is not, some scholars believe that, like Shtaube and also Sofania Oz, that there isn't any Israeli community in Berlin, but Israelis that live in Berlin, they correspond, they live together, they all speak Hebrew, but there isn't a clear and solid community. Like you might find, for example, with the Syrian immigrants or the Turk immigrants in Berlin that form solid and communities. Or you can find with the Jewish that live in Berlin, Jewish that are not Israelis, that have a strong Jewish community. Israelis are something else. This is actually something very interesting for further research. If anyone is interested in doing MA about this question. And yet I continued and asked more questions regarding Berlin as a preferred destination for migration in order to view this or to assess this effect of anti-Semitism rising. And the data are before you. Most of the Israelis believe that Berlin is the preferred immigration destination worldwide. The question is if you can choose one place to immigrate to, Berlin will be the place. And this actually was somehow surprising / disappointing / I don't know to actually take this data. What can make you return to Israel? Almost half of the Israelis live in Berlin, according to their opinion, will not return to Israel no matter what, regarding rising anti-Semitism, violence, work-related, whatever, they will stay in Berlin. You might want to say that, I think, in my personal opinion, that they feel like a change of home, as if you can, we like to think of Israel as our national home for the Jewish people that live in Israel, all these very pretty and big words, but they actually see Berlin as their new home. And I'm thinking about Israelis, let's say, a very middle class, normative people that, because of reasons like cost of living, political state, or political, let's say, right-wing, so-called political state in Israel, and wanting to have more cultural life for themselves and their children, replaced the Israeli home with the Berlin home. And my key findings were, first of all, the past is, I don't want to say forgotten, not nearly forgotten, but given the green past, it has little effect on the decision of Israelis to move to Berlin. Little to none, I can say. My collected data, both on the survey and the interviews, showed clearly that the economic motivation is the most dominant one. It is not shown here, but you can actually see on the graphs the 2014, the Milky protest, there's a huge leap about the dominance of the economic motivation within the other motivations. The second one is culture. So there is still little hope for these people. Most respondents reported the peace of mind. Their peace of mind improved substantially. This is, I think, something very interesting to see. The Israeli pressure actually declines when you move to Berlin. I haven't tried it, so it is reported. And the key finding, like I said, almost half of the Israelis will not consider coming back. I think it's a sensational finding. Another finding, one before the last, is a change for the better in, I don't do the same most aspects of life, both economically, culturally, and so on and so forth. The moving to Berlin is, the immigration to Berlin is, for most Israelis, a successful immigration. You move and you expect to improve your life and actually improve it. And like I said before, the cost of living is a major trigger for Israelis to move to Berlin. I was supposed to be the last one, so I wanted to give you something to think about when you drive home. The question that I think it's very interesting: are we witnessing a formation of an Israeli diaspora in Berlin? Maybe I will add another word: voluntary diaspora in Berlin. When you actually see people moving, planning not to come back. So with this optimistic question, I will leave you. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, and we will now move to the third and final speaker, who will be Oad Zeltzer Zubida, found in translation from Tel Aviv University. He will talk about found in translation, nationalism and cultural repertoires of loyalty in translation discourse.
Thank you very much. I'm very sorry to have missed your talks. My esteemed panel members, former obligations and scheduling issues, not my fault. Thank you. I'm very excited to be here. Find my presentation. Nope. Yes. Okay. No, you did. Of course, the date is wrong. Excellent. Starting with a mistake is always good policy. It lowers expectations. Okay, I'm very excited to be here. My name is Ohad. As I was introduced, I'm from the Sociology and Anthropology Department at Tel Aviv University. I'm an undergraduate student on an accelerated MA track. So this is my first time presenting any research at any conference, and this is actually my first piece of serious research. I'm a bit of an alien here in terms of field of research and methodology, but I like it. I think it's an opportunity for true interdisciplinary intellectual conversation. So I'm very excited to be here. Thank you again. And now I'll stop introducing myself and start presenting. Okay, so today in my presentation, I hope to show that in the Israeli context, questions of translation discourse inevitably lead to questions of nationality. To this end, I propose a concept of translation not only as a professional or literary practice, but as a social practice as well. I wish to spotlight the cultural and social conditions in which the discursive criteria employed in reading and evaluating translations are produced, and the ways in which changes in these conditions coincide with substantive changes in the discourse itself over time. So in essence, I want to show that through translation as a mediating practice or a mediating field of meaning through which questions of nationalism and literature move. I'll demonstrate this argument by examining book reviews about translated fiction from various languages published in literary supplements of Israeli newspapers across two different time periods, 1955 and 2015. First, I'll show the changes in scope of translation discourse in book reviews, and then I'll turn to its substance. Finally, I'll attempt to integrate my quantitative and qualitative findings by arguing that discursive changes can help explain the changes in scope. I will argue that loyalty as a criterion of evaluation, or the main criterion for evaluation of translation, exposes the diffusion between literary and national frames of meaning in translation discourse, and show how changes in the national context are reflected in changes in what may seem at a glance as purely literary discourse. So, I have 15 minutes, right? 12?
10 more minutes,
Okay.
essentially, but...
Yeah, so I'll keep it as short as possible. So the main theoretical concept that I employ in this paper is that of cultural repertoires of evaluation, socially available systems of meaning drawn upon by actors, by social actors, in order to assess and evaluate various phenomena. I will argue that both aspects of translation evaluation originate in similar systems of social meaning or repertoires. In this study, cultural repertoires of evaluation take on further significance as the actors in question, the social actors, are to a great extent professional evaluators. They're book reviewers for daily newspapers. They're not lay people. They work in evaluation, in essence. Okay, so method. As I said, the study is based on data collected from two periods of interest and 4 different weekly literary supplements. The first period of interest is 1955, and the second is 2015. In each period, I engaged with a representative sample of literary supplements and reviews. I collected book reviews about translated fiction from 2 supplements in 1955 and 2 in 2015. Upon compiling these reviews, I first set out to establish a quantitative understanding of the translation discourse they contain. In essence, to what extent do literary reviewers, do book reviewers for daily papers even deal with the question of translation when reading translated fiction, as translated fiction is the area in which I decided to undergo this study. So to operationalize the scope of the discourse, I tallied the number of reviews about translated fiction which directly mention the translation of the work under review. At this stage, without considering length or substance, I calculated the number of reviews that mention the translation as a percentage of all reviews that deal with translated fiction. Then I aggregated them by year. Once I established the discourse, I went on to perform thick readings of these mentions with the view of identifying the central criteria through which translations are evaluated. Findings. So this is scope. As you can see, the temporal analysis shows very clearly that the relative scope of translation discourse decreased by almost half between 1955 and 2015. As shown in the table, 59 reviews about translated fiction were published in the 2 supplements I studied in 1955, of which 33 mentioned the translation of the work. In 2015, 109 reviews about translated fiction were sampled, and only 37 of them mentioned the translation itself. This is yes, almost a half, drop in almost half, from 60% to 34%. So in very simple terms, when writing about translated fiction, reviewers mention the translation itself much less in 2015 than in 1955. And in order to explain this decrease, I turned to the thick readings of the reviews themselves, hoping that an explanation would come from the text. Okay, so the overwhelming majority of sampled mentions of the translation of literary fiction are evaluations of quality. This may seem obvious, but still important to note. They're sorted mostly into two categories, either negative or positive. Not much room for nuance, it's daily newspapers. The main criterion of these evaluations I found was loyalty. This loyalty is evaluated on two main axes. The first one is loyalty to the source text, and the second one is loyalty to the target language. In other words, when critics write about translation of a certain work of literary fiction, it is almost always in order to praise its loyalty or to criticize its disloyalty. And in some cases, in most cases, it does both, on both axes. That's why they're both important. These axes were developed in light of the rare and analytically invaluable general assertions about translation found in some reviews, which were often coupled with evaluations of the translation in question. These instances proved extremely illuminating as they presented me with generalized criteria. Sadly, for lack of time, for lack of space, I'll not be able to showcase them, so you'll just have to take me by my word on that. Next. I will, though, because I don't want you to take me by my word completely, give an example. I want to treat this evaluation of a translation from a supplement I sampled in 2015 as an example of this dual notion. Bechol Sarlui writes, "The renewed Hebrew version is a pleasure for language, literature, and the admirers of Wilde's work." This is a renewed translation of a book by Oscar Wilde. Lian Irgad, who's a translator, excellent translation, is worthy of praise. Wilde's voice emerges from each line clear and bright in the splendid Hebrew to which he was translated. So note that the translation under review is positively evaluated for its loyalty to the source text, Wilde's voice, quote unquote, and for its loyalty to the target language, splendid Hebrew, two different axes. Now I'll try to integrate the findings. I want to spotlight a key change in the substance of evaluation. This criterion of loyalty works throughout the years. From 1955 to 2015, it stays the same. The main and mostly the only criterion of evaluation for translations. So a key change, markedly, a change in the extent and ways in which reviewers write negative evaluations of translations. Of the reviews that sampled in 1955 that even mentioned the translation, 62% contained some kind of negative evaluation. In contrast, in 2015, only 19% contained some kind of negative evaluation. This is an absolute decrease of 66%. On its own, this could imply many things, but when coupled with the context and the content, a more complete image begins to emerge. Namely, when coupled with a trend of moderation in rhetoric, there is a shift from 1955 from a we perspective to what I call in 2015 a me perspective. In 1955, the negative evaluations mostly express or take the position of a gatekeeper, protecting Hebrew language, protecting Hebrew literature from disloyal translations, while reprimanding the translator in very harsh terms for their disloyalty. In 2015, on the other hand, this rhetoric completely dissipated, giving way to an individualistic, first-person, literary-centric rhetoric, and this is the most salient example of this rhetoric in 1955. Barak writes, "What trouble? The translation is very far from satisfactory. Lately, this dismal statement concludes many a review. Indeed, the time has come for something to be done about this. This is just books. If someone truly cares about our country's language being tarnished and made into a laughingstock." There are a few things here that are important to note. First of all, a negative evaluation of the translation in question, very far from satisfactory. Second, a further affirmation of the idea of disloyalty in translation. Third, a call for action. Something must be done to stop disloyal translations. It's quite radical regarding literature, but I want to argue that literature isn't really the issue here. The review calls for something to be done, not because these translations are bad literary products, but because they tarnish the country's language and make it into a laughingstock. In other words, because they're disloyal to the target language and disloyal in doing so to the nation state. This diffusion is completely absent in 2015. Instead, reviewers adopt the point of view of an individual reader, albeit a professional one, and frame their criticism through personal experience. This is a good example of a Japanese novel translated to Hebrew through English, which is a taboo in translation. The fact that the book was translated twice undermines the reader's confidence. While reading, I felt like I was walking on thin ice. I found it difficult to understand the foreign quality of the book, and on and on and on. I, me. So the context, historical, cultural context I wish to put my findings in is this. This is based on an article by Safran. With the influx of refugees and immigrants that arrived to Israel in the States early years, we're talking about 1955, came the quote-unquote potential threat of their languages, with an emphasis on Yiddish, to Hebrew, Israel's national language, whose function as a means of modern nation building is uncontested. This threat, Safran argues, was systematically fought by the country's political and cultural elite, among which we can include book reviewers. So, I wish to argue that in a merely 7-year-old nation state with a national language under threat, Hebrew translation is a fiction disloyal to their target language, language, Hebrew, were considered detrimental to the national project and thus transgressive. And that B, the other axis, every work of literary fiction translated into Hebrew was an influential addition to the small yet growing quote-unquote collective bookshelf of works in the recently revived and now threatened national language. Thus, the translator's loyalty to the source text is also a question of loyalty to the budding Hebrew reader, who most likely has no alternative. In other words, both axes of loyalty from the aforementioned model are coupled with loyalty to the nation state. Accordingly, compared to the frail and threatened linguistic hegemony of Hebrew in 1955, in 2015, the existence and indeed the dominance of the Hebrew language in Israel are not threatened from within or without. This is a quote from Safran as well. In other words, the project has succeeded. Hebrew has won. All other rival languages, Yiddish, Judeo-Arabic, Ladino, have been virtually erased among Hebrew-speaking Jews. Therefore, I argue that these discursive and socio-historical changes are not only parallel, but intertwined and interrelated. This coupling of processes can also explain the relative decrease in translation discourse between 1955 and 2015. Seeing that issues of loyalty in translation and issues of national loyalty are intertwined through the nexus of language as a function of nation building, the cementing of the status of said language and the cementing of the status of said national project seems an acceptable explanation, albeit partial explanation, for the decreased engagement with translation and book reviews. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much to Ad and to all three speakers. And what we'll do now, if I understand the format correctly, we are discussing each presentation in turn, right? Okay, so I'll start with a comment addressed to the first speaker, kind of a general feedback, and then we will open the floor for reactions, comments, questions from the participants. So, Tom, you focus on the issue of identity and the way it kind of collides with the European Union, right? This is one of the main centers of your research, which is highly interesting. Then again, I think that when we think about the European Union and its challenge to identity, we also have to historicize it. You know, I think there is a surge of identity, the quest for identity, which we feel very strongly across the world, but it's not something natural. It's an historical product. I don't think that there is necessarily a timeless need in each and every historical time for an identity. And even the word itself is relatively new. So, for example, one could argue that the European Union itself provides a form, or could provide, ideally, a form of a new identity that will, and we are Europeans. And to a certain extent, there is this discourse of Europeanism. So I think you should maybe place the question of identity, why now, and what kind of identity is being, one is trying to gain in this present historical juncture. Okay, so is it a national identity vis-a-vis this kind of supranational, multinational agreement, or is it maybe a form of ethnic identity, which is again something different? Or we may argue that there might be a quest for some people, indeed, to form a more universal identity, which will be still democratic. Universal identity isn't necessarily, doesn't necessarily bypass democracy. So I think this is something that you may wish to zoom in on. Also, you place at the center of your research the conflict between liberal democracy specifically, on one hand, and cosmopolitanism on the other hand. And this may be as a conceptual clarification. Liberal democracy specifically, historically, is not necessarily so democratic. This is something that we need to pay attention to. And myself, I've done a lot of work. I'm a historian. I forgot to present myself at the beginning. And I have investigated certain opposition, suspicion vis-a-vis popular democracy that is very much at the root of the liberal concept of democracy, as opposed to other concepts. Okay, so maybe liberal democracy and cosmopolitanism are not as far apart as you may assume. Maybe the conflict is between popular democracy, kind of substantive democracy, and cosmopolitanism. Maybe here you can find a stronger tension, let alone with populist modes of democracy. Okay, or even non-democracy as the rising tide of authoritarianism that we are witnessing. So maybe here these are, I think this is a promising project, but maybe this consideration may help you to gain a richer, more nuanced framework. Okay, that would basically be my comment. I don't know if you want to hear his response or just open the floor. Okay.
More questions.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's I think maybe we will discuss all of them in a row and then let them.
Right. So now we move on to the second speaker.
Yeah, I think, and then we'll open the floor to questions.
Okay. Right. Okay. Yeah. Fine. Okay. So the second speaker, Yossi, on Berlin. I have some minor suggestions, minor thoughts that came into my head while I was listening to your interesting talk. First of all, again, I speak as a historian. Berlin, yes, it was the capital of Nazi Germany and so on, but historically, Berlin was a symbol of openness and certain pluralism, universalism. Most of Germany's Jewish community was centered on Berlin. So maybe the contrast isn't that great. So for example, if you look at the support for Nazism, in Berlin, it was rather weak, relatively speaking. And in most of Germany's big cities, support for the Nazis wasn't strong. If you go to the smaller cities and the rural areas, that's where the votes start to increase. There are some fascinating historical investigations of that. So maybe you should also take this into consideration. So it's not a complete paradox in that particular respect. Second point, when you were speaking about anti-Semitic violence, maybe that's a problem in translation. And only few of them admitted to having encountered such violence. Maybe you were referring to hostility in a more broader sense, kind of verbal abuse or something like that. Violence seems to imply, to me at least, something very physical. So there may be this tension between these two possible meanings of the term. And my final thought concerns, you're saying that most of these people are kind of not particularly interested in the past, and they have no special resentment vis-a-vis Germany. Your survey, unless I missed something, didn't include the personal background of the people who went to Berlin. And I think it would be interesting, maybe you have done it, is to examine the extent to which they themselves have a personal memory of the Holocaust via their families, their parents, their grandparents, and so on. I think this would be very interesting to see if even these people are able to disengage from the past in such a way. Okay, moving on to the last speaker. Very interesting, very competent, nice analysis. And I think I like the way that you connected translation with nationalism. I'm not so sure about the final conclusion. I mean, I think it has a point, but maybe we can think about other ways of approaching this. Because, for example, you say that this was the obsession with loyalty to Hebrew reflects the fact that back in the day, they were less secure. There was the threat from maybe Yiddish or Ladino or other languages. Now, Hebrew is more secure. I'm not so sure. I mean, even the fact that we are now talking not in Hebrew, maybe an indication that Hebrew is not as strong as some people may like, and English very strongly. And I think this is a phenomenon of the last decades has become a challenge, a competitor with Hebrew, especially in academia. We all know this, the obligation in most disciplines to publish in English and so on. So I'm not sure that there is greater safety in that respect. I'm not even sure to what extent Yiddish and Ladino back then were the main challenges. I think maybe you can supplement this with a focus also on the political context. Because I think back then, we're talking about 1955, where you start, Zionism in a more assertive kind of flag-waving manner, I think was much more hegemonic. You could find it in the mainstream, in the news reports, and also in the cultural hub, of debates. Now, especially when we're talking about writers and translators, it's much less fashionable. So, and maybe it has moved, it has shifted, this discourse of loyalty. I'm not sure it's disappeared as much as it's shifted, and we find it very strongly in the realm of politics, where we find about a lot of talk about loyalty oaths, for example, that is demanded by certain conservative circles. Nowadays, we are flooded with talk about traitors and so on. So I'm not sure that we are really have reached this position of safety for the Zionist project in general, and maybe for Hebrew, but it's a very interesting perspective. Maybe it should include these other interpretative options. Okay, I think this basically sums up my feedback, and now we can open up the floor for comments to the first one, or general?
I think in general, yeah.
General, okay, so any question to any speaker would be appreciated, or remark. Please, everybody maybe present themselves.
Hi, I'm Tal, you guys already know me. So I have several questions. First one is to Ohad. Excellent presentation. I was left wondering about your corpus. Why did you pick those specific years? Is there a specific event that led you to pick 1955? And a second question to Yossi. When you showed your data, I couldn't help but noticing that in most of the data, there weren't big gaps between females and males, and only in one of them, only when it came to culture, there was a very big gap, and I was wondering if you have an explanation for that. A second question to you is, have you considered also interviewing Israeli Palestinians and trying to figure out how they perceive Berlin versus to how Israeli Jews do that? And a third question, and that's my final question, is also to you, Yossi, about anti-Semitism. You mentioned that most of the people who immigrate to Berlin don't perceive that as a big threat. Have you also checked with them about how they perceive that now compared to how they perceive that when they moved or prior to moving there, because perhaps there was a growth in anti-Semitism, and perhaps it is a bigger threat to them now than it was before, but perhaps it's not a good enough reason to come back to Israel. Those were my questions.
Okay, I think there's some pretty expensive questions, so we will allow you to respond before picking up some other comments. So, whichever order you prefer.
Sorry, I'll begin. First of all, thank you for your questions. Thank you for your thoughtful remarks. I agree with you to a great extent. I don't think that loyalty discourse is weak in Israel at all. We have just a few years ago, the Nakba law about film festivals. I completely agree that the question of loyalty is salient in current political and cultural discourse in Israel, no question. What I would have said if I had more time was that because I do think that the hegemony of the linguistic hegemony of Hebrew language has been cemented. I mean, I do agree that English in academic spheres and in certain places still is, but we need to remember that in 1955 Hebrew was the second language that most people lived in, and now most people living here don't know another language except for maybe a bit of high school English. So I do think that did happen, but I think that loyalty has just shifted into other areas in the cultural discourse where hegemony hasn't been cemented yet, or where the control of Zionist discourse hasn't completely taken over. So thank you. It's a great comment. I completely agree. About the years, the answer is quite funny. I wanted a year that was close enough to the establishment of the state, so I could look at if Israel is still a budding national project. This specific year is because a certain literary supplement was adopted by a certain newspaper, and I could refer to it as because it's very rich in data. And 2015 is nice because it's around 6 years. So I didn't take 2016. Thanks for this.
Okay, thank you so much for your questions. Regarding the gender difference in culture, it's very interesting. I actually can't explain it. Possible explanation might be on the, let's say, the number of Israelis living in Berlin as relocators. There are much more males present in this specific group, but this is something that I will definitely dig into. The Israel-Palestinian issue in Berlin, I think it's a different big issue to different research. So there is a small Palestinian, Israeli, non-Jew in Berlin. There is a difference between Israelis, non-Jews, and Palestinians that move to Berlin. There are very small yet present in this community. I think one of my colleagues in the University of Freie is researching the non-Jewish Israeli Palestinians in Berlin. So let's follow spots. Regarding the survey, it's like a sample from 2019. This is the time that I actually gathered my data. And what I asked is regarding the motives for immigration, these are the changes. So actually people that moved different years, different seniority, let's say in Berlin, actually, when I asked them, this was the response. Thank you.
So maybe you would like to add something?
Yeah, you mentioned that the Democrat basically that liberal way of thinking and democracy, it's two different things in the past and they have different roots, and I agree. But in some point of history, those things emerge together. And I don't think that you can look at it today only as a struggle or fight between the cosmopolitan European Union to the democratic nation states. There are also a key of liberalism in those countries. And there are cases that, like the right to have property in some countries, like I suppose that I haven't researched the UK Brexit case, but I suppose that people there also felt that they don't have a right to own specific property or to occupy some job, or it was limited in some way. If you're a fisherman, so you are limited to fish a certain amount of quota and so on. And I think there is a problem with liberal democracy in those nation states that are feeling that are being treated or jeopardized by the European Union. I also think that today we're looking at democracy, it revolves, it changed a bit, and there is an aspect of participation. So today we're talking about, there was, I don't remember the name, one of the people here talked about municipality in Tel Aviv and Freie and Bashir and all that. And today people want to want to be a part of shaping the city, of shaping the country, even though they are not part of they're not going to participate in the parliament, but they have other ways to participate. Now, in case that you are a citizen in Poland or in Netherlands, and you want to change something inside, but the European Union is deciding that it has a different policy. You basically, in some cases, helpless. You can't do anything because the policy already been made by other people, bureaucrats, and I think this is the key to understand why some countries want to leave the European Union. And we have to talk about it without fear of it's not politically correct or there's a problem about it, because I think there is a benefit if the European Union will understand that, or its scholars will understand that there are some factors that can cause that specific feeling that it's too much for me as a state, or it's too much to more people and they want to quit. So maybe there is a solution for achieving this noble goal of unite European peaceful entity, but in a much better way that will not jeopardize the, I don't know, maybe it's the honor, or maybe it's the feeling of those people that are being robbed from their dignity.
Yeah, I think maybe you should look at it. I like the way that you use the term key for understanding, or maybe using it in the plural would be more helpful. So that the different keys and different registers and different forms of resistance that the European Union as a project is facing, and maybe you should,
And one more thing I would like to add, that I used Hungary as an example. We do aware that there are some kind of interesting and dangerous things that are happening in Hungary, but I don't cancel it as a democratic liberal state, because I think we need to see, we need to look at it as like a decade of process to rule it as a democracy. And I also want to mention that I was inspired by a theory of Barak, that is a research that speaks about globalism. And maybe I didn't mention it enough, but there is element that some of these scopes, or some of the scopes, as I mentioned, could be effective in some country, but in another country there wouldn't be at all. So immigration could be a major role in a decision of a country to leave the EU, but in another state it wouldn't be so dramatic, and so on about mentioned before the national security. And I think that the COVID-19 is a good example for that, because the European Union from the start has basically show himself as come to this union and I will give you anything. You will get peace, prosperity, help, anything. I will improve your lives. But in that case, specific case, it failed. And you see that some countries started to think about, okay, how gonna deal with that crisis? Maybe we as a state need to find a way to bring vaccines without the European Union involvement, because there is a price for heavy bureaucracy that the European Union is based on.
Okay, thank you. We have about 10 more minutes for further questions, so please, anyone? Yes?
Okay, thank you all for your presentation. I have this question for you. I wonder, how do you define cultural issues, regards to cultural issues or cultural motives? How do you define culture regards to cultural motives that you spoke about?
In my survey, I asked people to what the history aspects to indicate what were the major drivers for immigration. There are always more than one driver for immigration. This is why they adopt 100%. Yeah? These are the data. Cultural was presented as the world culture. I intentionally elaborate what I think is cultural. How it's received by the person that actually filled the survey. Like was mentioned before, the gender change is interesting, being second, not first, not last, also interesting. Yeah.
Thank you.
Someone else? Yeah.
So I have a comment to Tom. I support Professor Landa about the European identity that the EU is trying to create among its country, the member states, and I think it is a factor that you should consider during your research. And you were speaking of the COVID crisis. I think you should also consider the immigration crisis in 2015, because the EU did set some sort of guidelines, but in the end, each country did whatever it found as the proper way to deal with the crisis.
Okay, so first of all, thank you for the insights, overview. And I did mention the immigration as one of the scopes, but I call it factors. Like there are 5 factors that countries might decide on them to leave the EU. Okay, so one of them was the immigration, and I spoke about Dutch PVV party that is led by Geert Wilders, or Geert Wilders in Dutch, and is one of the most common parliament members that speaks about it. Of course, he also mentioned the problem of Islam. Now, I didn't want to enter to the whole aspect of Islam in Europe and all that, but I did mention the immigration, and I think that this is a key element for some countries. And some European countries can deal with it better, and it all depends to the other scope that I mentioned, in my opinion, the scope of basically the national identity of that country. If some European country feel threatened by the immigration because there is a story, for instance, in the UK that it was forbidden. There is a company called Cadbury that is doing chocolate bars, and every Easter they say Happy Easter, and then suddenly there was a problem saying that they needed to say Happy Holidays because it's racist. So once it starts to affect the national identity, I think with the immigration, maybe there is a problem.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I have a question to Yossi. I was suggesting maybe it will be interesting to compare your data with the other Jewish immigration groups in Berlin, for example, Russians, and to see what the answers are. As a suggestion. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Actually, I think the majority of Russian Jews that live in Berlin are not Israelis.
But you ask the same. You ask the same questions that you ask the Israelis.
Compare with the Jews. Yeah.
To compare it, I think will be interesting.
Okay. Any final remark, maybe? Dennis? Sure.
I want to give a personal input, but it seems to me that in the literary settlements in Israel, there is a high very sensitivity to the quality of translation. I can tell you, for reading literary reviews in French and in English, there is any relation, any comment about the translation. And maybe you can explain this one. And the second part of my question is connected to the fact that your topic is largely concerned with how we are conceiving Hebrew culture. It's a debate that starts from Yosef and Brenner. I mean, since the 20th century, and the dilemma is Hebrew culture synonym to original creation in Hebrew, or in order for Hebrew culture to participate to the world culture, we are required to translate from other languages. And
excellent. I love the comment. The main concept, the main conception in contemporary literary translation theory is the concept of invisibility. The historian Lawrence Venuti wrote a book, The Translator's Invisibility, and he argues in his book, again, Time and Space, my paper is pretty much framed as a polemic with Venuti's concept of invisible translation. He claims that in Anglo-American culture, he does a genealogy, and it's called the genealogy of how this idea that a good translation is an invisible one became the dominant idea in translation discourse. So, and the thing with this study is it's very American, it's very English centric. So I think that in many ways, if you look past countries or cultures whose main language is a hegemonic language, yeah, in the global order, whatever, I don't know even how to call it, the global north, you can call it whatever you like, but you get my point. If you look to the sides, you see places in which translation is a contested item of debate because language is an issue. Hebrew is an issue. Translation is an issue here because we don't speak English isn't the dominant language here. And I think that Venuti's idea of invisible translation being the good kind of translation was too quickly adapted into all kinds of semi-peripheral contexts in Europe, for example, or in Latin America, without taking into consideration the fact that maybe the conception of translation in these places is different. Israel is an example. So I think that this idea of a translation, there's a beautiful example in my data where someone says there are two kinds of good translations. One is a translation that you can't feel and you can't see, which is exactly like Lawrence Henry's concept of invisibility. And there's another kind of translation whose fragrance you can smell from afar, and it is even better than the work itself. And these are things that I think are really unique to places where are outside of the hegemonic language order, the hegemonic global language order. And about Hebrew, I completely agree. I almost take it as a given. The translating works into Hebrew is part of the nation building project, mostly because that's how it comes up in the literature. I can give you another example. There's a beautiful, also another great example of a reviewer that writes a review about the translation of Crises. And she's very angry. What she does basically is half of her review is hashva between the source text and the translation. She shows paragraph to paragraph why the translation is bad. And then she writes, "Avoy לקורא היהודי שכך יכיר את יצירות העולם." And she has this already in 1955. She has an imagined Hebrew reader who needs to, and how many Hebrew readers really were there? It's about 1955 as the first language. Who needs to know the works of world literature through that translation. So in that sense, it's also, I think, part of the project of Hebrew as a language in which we read and write and create literature. Is translating classical works at least, not contemporary works as well.
So I guess that fortunately Hebrew readers are becoming less and less, so they don't have to suffer from horrible translations. Okay, I think it's a good point to conclude. Thank you very much for all the we can proceed immediately to closing remarks.
Closing remarks, yeah. But before the closing remarks, is anyone going through Raanana and can maybe give a ride to one of the participants today? No. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So not. I know. Perfect. So let me just I did go ahead and write down everything that I have to say because I have a tendency to forget what I want to say. So, when we started planning this conference, COVID in Israel was at its peak, and we had lengthy discussions, Hila and I mainly, about whether to have this conference on Zoom or in person. And we finally took a gamble and decided to have an in-person conference, and I'm so very pleased that we did. I think meeting colleagues in person after such an extended period of being constrained to online platforms that have clearly been designed by sadists added an amazing feeling of festivity to today's event. We have had such a rich and long and full day, and this demonstrates and reassures us that all the creative energy was still there and continued to burn throughout the testing and difficult year that we have had. So we have went from discussing systemic challenges to international, global, and regional order in Igor, Abraham, and Naama's papers, to various types of and instances of the links between conflict and identity in Matan, Kal, and Judith's papers. And we took a break and traveled to the exotic cradles of anthropology and got a taste of how to do ethnographic work in IR. We learned a thing or two about our assumptions about our informants and how to test them. And we then proceeded to explore the link between culture and international cooperation in Igor, Sabina, and Noam's papers. And finally, we returned to the ever-present link between national and international politics in Tom, Ohad, and Yossi's papers. I think the research we have heard today gives a very comprehensive representation of the work that is being done today on international organizations in political science. And I consider this a great achievement, not only of today's meeting, but also of the Israeli IR community, that we are able to train a young generation of scholars to think through multiple paradigms about various types of cases and theories is I think, evidence of the vitality of our community, which, by the way, will be meeting tomorrow at Ben-Gurion University, and you're all invited. And speaking of Ben-Gurion University, I hope and believe that today will be just the beginning of a long and fruitful academic cooperation. I, for one, am thrilled at this opportunity to build connections among us scholars. So on this happy note, let me extend my warm and deep gratitude to the Simone Research Center at Ben-Gurion University, to the Department of Sociology, Political Science, and Communication here at OUI, to all the wonderful people who have made today a success: Sophie Zolmer, Gilel Kabetz, Asaf Shambi, Tali Shacham, Dr. Eli Zahavi, Professor Sharon Pardo, who had to go off and teach, Professor Bashir, who had to go off to department chair commitments. Our discussants, Professor Tamar Herman, Professor Dennis Shabit, and Professor Ishai Landa. Please give them a word. Also to Lina Liking for a fun and teaching workshop. And last but not least, to you, the research students, for coming, sharing your work, and engaging one another throughout the day. Thank you. I look forward to seeing you all again and following your work as it develops and progresses.
Bravo.
Davidzon is much fun.
אבל העניין הזה אבל הסיפור הזה זה מעניין. אולי העובדה אולי העובדה לזה שאנחנו נתנו את השפה. מה שלא נתנו, כלומר, אולי נתנו מחשבה שלא נתנו אותה מהחוק כדי להשאיר את הכל. אבל זה לא בחוק במדינה. זה העסיק אותה בלכן, למרות ששום ואחרי זה אתה רואה במכתב למערכת, תשמע, אני לא רוצה להיפרנציאל כדי לא מבקש את אבל זה דבר שאני לא ראיתי, לא ראיתי אף לרע,
ממש נשאר בקשר.